Hello everyone, and welcome to the Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto become a gold dragon and fall in love with Lucy. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Hildra liked to think she was a compassionate dragon. She cherished her life and the lives of others, unlike some of her brethren. Then again, she was the dragon of light, so it wasn't that hard to believe she was so docile compared to the other dragons. However, that didn't mean she was weak, quite the opposite actually. She was very powerful, so powerful in fact that many wondered who was stronger, her or Acnologia. Hildra was just soaring rough the sky, stretching her wings when she sensed it. A large amount of magical energy that, while not as much as hers, one still warranted looking into. That in mind, Hildra began following the magic energy to the source. As she moved toward it, she noticed the energy was getting stronger and stronger. She began wondering what the hell was giving off such a large and dense amount of power until he finally drew close enough to see what, or rather whom, was giving off that power. To say she was shocked was an understatement. What she saw was a human child, not an adult, not a teenager, but a child that could be no more than 6 years old. She couldn't believe a child was giving off so much magic power. It was baffling. She took a closer look to make out the child's appearance. The child was male, had short black hair with a blonde streak in it. He had a light tan complexion and whisker marks on his face. He had a short-sleeved white shirt on with black shorts and sandals. Looking even closer, she noticed the child also had tear stains on his face, showing he had been crying. That struck a chord with her. Being as compassionate as she was, she couldn't stand the sad face on such an innocent child too. Deciding to do something about that look on his face, she landed on the ground as silently as she could and approached the crying boy. Little Naruto was not having a good day. He was forced to abandon his home and leave behind his uncle Minato to fight the Zirf worshippers that had come to the village. While Naruto is young, he is also very smart for his age. He knew the cult came to his home because of him. He was after all born with an abnormally high amount of magic power. His uncle had recently been teaching him to suppress the power before the cult arrived. Naruto LD only cry because he knew he would never see his uncle again, or anyone from the village for that matter. The only good part was that the Zirf worshippers were gone, but even then that was the only good news. As Naruto cried, he noticed a huge shadow loomed over him. Looking up, he saw something that made his eyes widen in awe. A dragon. A real dragon. Taking a moment to take in its features, he saw. It was a shiny gold color that seemed to glow. Its spine, wing spikes and claws the same gold color, as well as its eyes being a lovely crimson. All in all, it was a beautiful creature. Little did Naruto know, this dragon was about to change his life forever. When the child raised his head, Hildra was rewarded with seeing the most beautiful shade of blue eyes she had ever seen, like little sapphires in his head. Lightly shaking her head, she began to speak. "Little one, why are you crying?" she asked softly, shaking his head and wiping his eyes, as well as getting over the shock of a dragon talking to him. The boy replied, "Because I had to leave my home and my uncle because Zirf worshippers were after me." That made her growl. She remembered Zirf and his evil ways well. She looked back at the child and began thinking, it makes sense why they'd be after this boy. He has an unnaturally high power level for a human his age. At the rate he's going, he'll be an incredible force when he's older. But with those Zirf worshippers around, he may not make it to see those days, unless... An idea came to her that would solve that particular problem. "Child, what is your name?" she asked. "Naruto. Why? What would you say if I suggested you come with me so you would be safe?" Naruto couldn't believe his ears. This dragon wanted to keep him safe from harm. Tears started to collect in his eyes again as he smiled and said, "Yeah, okay, let's go." He got on her back and she flew off, taking Naruto to his new home. July 7th x 777. Hildra could only sigh. She knew today she would have to leave her child behind. The last 7 years with Naruto were the happiest of her life. He was so caring, much like herself. She clothed him, fed him, bathed him, and most of all, loved him, as if he were her own. Teaching him to read and write, everything he would need in life, and when it came to magic, admittedly they hit a slight snag in the beginning. What Pildra didn't know was that Naruto Edie knew a bit of magic, which made teaching him Dragon Slayer magic a little difficult until she implanted a dragon lacrima into him. After that he took to the magic like a dry sponge to water. D finished his training a month ago and was just fine-tuning his non-slayer magic. Something Pildra hadn't counted on, however, was his continuous growth in power throughout the years. The boy had more power in his pinky than most adult mages had in their body. It didn't exactly worry her, considering he had complete control over his power. No, what worried her were the people who would no doubt try to use him because of his power. Though she was confident that he could handle himself. She would definitely miss her son. Mom, she heard coming from behind her. She turned to see her son of 9 years. He had certainly grown since he was with her. At 13 he stood at an impressive 5 feet 4 with a lean muscular build that was common for dragon slayers. His black and yellow streaked hair had grown spiky but not gravity-defying. He wore a black muscle shirt under a white jacket with black pant and black boots. He also had a black bandana tied around his head to keep his hair back, as well as a green jeweled necklace around his neck. She noted the concerned look on his face before he started speaking again. "You're going to leave, aren't you?" It wasn't a question, he already knew the answer. Her eyes widened in shock. How could he possibly know that? She would have voiced the thought, but he started speaking again. "Don't look so surprised. You've been acting different since the beginning of the year, and more so as time went on. I figured something was going on." She sighed again. Naruto was very smart, so she really shouldn't be that surprised that he had figured her out. Turning to him again, she said, "Yes, my son. I'm leaving. I don't want to, but I have to. There is a complication that must be looked into. But do know that no matter where I go, I will always be watching over you, my little hatchling." Pildra said sadly as she nuzzled her son. "I know," he replied back. After a brief hug and a few tears, Pildra cast a powerful sleeping spell on Naruto and put him in a deep sleep. The next day, Naruto awoke to an empty cave. Sadly, Naruto packed up all his belongings and shoved off too. He didn't know where he was going or what the future held, but what he did know was that he would face it with a smile. Like his mother always said too. It had been a few weeks since Pildra left and Naruto went off on his own. He had made it to Magnolia Town after discovering he had Tion's sickness from the train ride to Harjan Town from Twilight Town, one which was close to the mountain where he came from. He could only thank whatever deity was listening that Harjan Town was close enough to Magnolia that he could walk. As he was entering Magnolia, he was thinking back to what his uncle had told him of the guild fairy tale and his supposed grandfather who was the guild master. Flashback. Naruto was listening to his uncle tell him another story of his old guild and all the crazy things they did back in his day. "I tell ya kid, I have never seen the master so shocked as we. And he came back and found the guild nearly trashed after that guild-wide brawl, ha ha ha." Minato laughed with gusto as recalled one of the many guild-wide brawls he had started. Naruto just looked on confused, seeing his usually composed uncle laugh so fondly. But then suddenly he perked up at something he said. "Hey, Uncle Minato, didn't you tell me that the guild master was my grandfather? If that's true, how come I've never met him?" Naruto asked curiously. Minato looked to his nephew and frowned slightly. "Should I tell him about his father? He's still young but very smart for his age. Screw it, he'll have to know sooner or later. Might as well be sooner," he thought as he replied, "Well, it mostly has to do with your father." That got Naruto's attention as he hadn't met him either. "Your father was once a man I respected. I would even go as far to say we were friends at one point, but as time went on I began to notice that my friend was beginning to change. He stopped caring about his comrades and began becoming more power-hungry." Naruto's eyes widened hearing about his father for the first time. "It seemed to get worse when your brother Laxus was born." Again his eyes widened. He recalled his uncle telling him of a brother, but he never gave it a second thought until now. "Your brother was born with a weak constitution, so to fix that, your father implanted a lacrima inside his body. However, he despised the fact that Laxus was still weak by his standards." Minato clenched his fist as he began to tell the next part. It would be 3 years later when your mother was pregnant with you that Ivan would reach a boiling point. Not wanting another weak offspring, your father tried to convince your mother to let him experiment on you before you were born. Naruto's eyes widened, yet again, but this time in horror at what his father had planned to do to him. What you should understand was that your mother was a powerful mage that specialized in healing magic too. Not to rally, she knew what Ivan was trying to do and flat out told him no. However, Ivan tried to push the issue. Before long I found out and told the master of Ivan's plans. Disgusted with Ivan and his behavior, the master excommunicated Ivan from the guild. To stay on the safe side, I took your mother away and went into hiding where hopefully Ivan would never find us. I couldn't send word to the master our fear of Ivan somehow finding out our location and coming for you. Naruto had taken in everything he had heard about his father. No, not his father, Ivan Dryer. As far as Naruto was concerned, he didn't have a father. He didn't want anything to do with such a cold, cruel man. However, he did want to know about his grandfather and older brother. Naruto looked to his uncle and said, "Tell me about the rest of my family." Hearing that, Minato could only smile. Flashback end. Naruto didn't learn much about his brother but learned a lot about his grandpa. It was because of him Naruto decided to keep the name Dryer as his last name. He was a man Naruto really wanted to meet. As he was walking, he soon found himself in front of the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Naruto knew as soon as he opened that door his life would change forever. Well, no time like the present. And with that, Naruto opened the door. Fairy Tail. It was a normal day in the guild hall. People were laughing, drinking, and generally having a grand old time. Not to mention a certain pink-haired newbie was fighting with a half-naked brunette. Yup, everything was normal except for one thing. Makarov Dryer, the guild master of Fairy Tail, was deep in thought, like he would be at random times, thinking about one thing: what became of his other grandchild. Makarov had known that his Ivan had fathered another child but didn't know where that child was. It was hidden away for its own safety, far away from Ivan and his cruelty. The problem was Makarov didn't know where that was either. He could only hope that the child was alive and well. Not too far away, the guild's ace, Guildarts Clive, was having similar thoughts, wondering where his enemy's child and that child's mother was. Before they could think deeper on these thoughts, the guild door opened. Both of the aforementioned men and a blonde teenager close to Makarov turned to see who was at the door, only for their eyes to then when they saw a teen who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old and bore a resemblance to Laxus but with mostly black hair. Everyone else in the guild was too busy to notice the kid at the door. Naruto entered the guild to see everyone having a good time, except for two kids fighting. Naruto noticed everyone was too preoccupied with their own doings to notice his arrival except for a tiny old man sitting on the bar and a tall blonde teen with a lightning-shaped scar on his eye that, now that he thought about it, looked like a slightly older version of himself with all blonde hair. Walking up to the two of them, he turned to the old man and asked, "Are you Makarov Dryer?" When the old man replied with, "That's me, how can I help you, young man?" Naruto smiled and replied, "I would actually like to speak to the two of you in private if that's okay." Makarov raised his eyebrow while Laxus narrowed his eyes at this kid that looked so much like him. "Well, okay. I guess that's fine," the masked said as he led the boy to his office with Laxus following behind. It was at this point everyone else in the guild noticed the new person and saw how much he resembled Laxus. Seeing the master head toward his office, Guildarts followed the trio inside. Inside Makarov's office, "Okay Sonny, you got me, Laxus and now Guildarts as well in private, what is this about?" Naruto just smiled again and sighed. "I think you'll understand exactly what this is about when I tell you my name." That got the other three men in the room to raise their brows. "Oh, and what is your name?" the master asked. Naruto, still smiling proudly, said, "Naruto Dryer." It had been a year since Naruto joined the guild, and honestly, he couldn't be happier. While it took him a while to get used to the rowdy bunch, Naruto finally say he was settling in for the long haul. Thinking back, he remembered how he became a member in the first place, and it had to do with his talk with his grandfather and Guildarts. Flashback. Shock. That's what was written across the faces of Makarov, Laxus and Gildarts as they processed what the blonde-streaked, black-haired boy had said. Did he just say his last name was Dreyar? Thought all three of the men. Shaking himself from his shock first, Laxus asked the question on all their minds. What do you mean your last name is Dreyer? Only people in my family have that name. Naru, to look to the skeptical blonde in front of him and replied, it's a name I inherited from my father. And just who the hell was your father? Laxus shot back hotly. Gildarts and the master, however, didn't miss the venom in Naruto's voice when referring to his father. Taking a deep breath, Naruto replied, my father's name is Ivan Dreyar. Shock was once again plastered over the faces of Laxus and Gildarts. The master on the other hand had a look of awe upon his visage. The child he had wondered about for the last 13 years was standing right in front of him. He couldn't believe the boy had found his way to them by himself. Gildarts could only look upon his enemy's child in wonder. This kid was Ivan's son. That was crazy, and yet the evidence was staring him right in the face. The boy's aura didn't even feel like Ivan's cold and ruthless aura like Laxus's did. It felt more like the master's calm and protective. Laxus couldn't believe what he was hearing. His father had another child. This punk standing before him was his brother. Blasphemy. Enraged, Laxus stepped forward and grabbed Naruto by the front of his shirt and all but yelled, that's a load of bullshit, my father doesn't have any other children, shocked that this guy holding him by his shirt was his brother. Naruto couldn't believe that Laxus didn't know about him at all. He was about to say something before the master beat him to it. Laxus, that's enough, put your brother down this instance. What, Gigi, you don't really believe this punk, do you? Laxus asked back sharply. Of course I do, the master replied matter-of-factually. I have always known my foolish son fathered another child. What I didn't know was what became of that child, but it would seem he has found his way to his family all on his own. If you need more proof, just get a good look at his face. He looks a lot like you, does he not? And sure enough, once Laxus got a good look at Naruto's face, he noticed some key features that could only come from a Dreyar. Hesitantly, Laxus let go of Naruto, scowled at him, then left the room, no longer wanting to be in the presence of his so-called brother. Naruto looked at the door where his other left, then turned to the master with a look on his face that clearly said, what crawled up his ass? The master could only sigh and look at Naruto with a sad smile and say, you'll have to forgive your brother. He's been rather distant lately. Although Makarov knew what Laxus's problem was, he could only hope it was just a phase. Noticing the frown upon Naruto's face, he decided to change the subject. Well, enough of all the gloomy stuff. I would like to know about my long-lost grandson. Makarov said with a smile. At that, Naruto smiled and proceeded to tell his grandfather about his life, about his uncle. How little he remembered of his mother, as she had died sometime after his birth, the destruction of his village, but most importantly, he told him about Kildra, how she raised him, nurtured him, and taught him her magic. By the end of the tale, Makarov and Gildarts were in awe. They couldn't believe that the boy went through so much and yet seemed so unaffected by it. They were also saddened to hear of his mother's passing. Makarov also couldn't help being slightly giddy about his grandson being a dragon slayer. He wondered what element he got. Wow kid, that sure is one hell of a story. But what I don't get is why did you wait to come to Fairy Tail if you knew you had family here? Gildarts asked. Naruto smiled sadly as he looked down. It was more of a selfish reason on my part. That caught the two adults' attention. You see, I wanted to be stronger. I felt so weak when my village was destroyed. I know I was only 6 years old, but still. I made myself a promise day. I promised myself that I would never allow myself to let my loved one and my precious people come to harm, because I would do everything in my power to protect them, even if it cost me my life. Gildarts was flabbergasted. He just couldn't believe this kid was Ivan's son. That speech was something he would have said. Makarov felt a swell of pride from his youngest grandson, and he's only known him for about an hour or two. Well Naruto, I must say I am extremely proud of you, my boy. I couldn't have said that better myself. Makarov said proudly. Naruto couldn't help feel good getting praise from his grandfather. Makarov hopped out of his chair and approached Naruto. Once he was in front of him, he pulled him into a hug. Don't ask how that's possible with Makarov being 3 feet tall. Although, I must apologize that it took so long for us to come together. If you need anything, do let me know. Well, Naruto replied, there is one thing I would like more than anything. Oh, and what would that be? Naruto then gave a big grin and said, I want to join Fairy Tail. Makarov instantly agreed and introduced Naruto to the rest of the guild. Once the initial shock over the fact that the master had another grandchild had passed, a big-ass party was thrown, during which Naruto received his guild stamp on his left shoulder in black with a yellow outline. Flashback end. Naruto couldn't help the smile that creeped upon his face remembering the looks on some of the girls in his age group when they saw his muscled arms, priceless. Thinking about the guild, Naruto got along with the guild members easily enough. They seemed hesitant to approach him at first, probably due to how Laxus acted around the guild, but they were all pleasantly surprised to find that he was nothing like his brother and was rather pleasant to be around and talk to. Speaking of Laxus, Naruto couldn't help but scowl slightly at the thought of his brother. The guy was such an asshole. Every time Naruto tried to reach out to him, the guy completely blew him off. Hell, the few times Laxus did acknowledge him he wouldn't call him by his name, he would call him little brother with a sneer. Naruto just tsked. If Laxus wanted to act that way fine. He didn't need his approval. During his time in the guild, Naruto got acquainted with the other members in his age group. The first person he met was Kana Alberona. She was part of the guild the longest in the age group and used card magic. Naruto thought she smelled a bit like Guildarts, but he chose not to comment. The next person Naruto met was Grey Fullbuster. He used ice make magic and was a pretty cool guy, no pun intended. The only problem Naruto had with the kid was his habit of taking off his clothes. Next up was Urza Scarlet. Naruto supposed she was nice enough, but he didn't really get along with her due to her overbearing personality, not to mention she didn't seem to trust him. He wasn't too sure what her magic was, but he knew it had to do with weapons and armor. After that, Naruto met the takeover siblings, Miragen, Elfman, and Lysina. Like the name suggests, they each use a brand of takeover magic. Miragen or Mira used Satan's soul takeover magic. To everyone else in the guild except her siblings she was scary, but she seemed to take a liking to Naruto and would often flirt with him, much to the shock of everyone in the guild. Elfman used Beast Soul takeover magic. Unlike his sisters though, he couldn't do a full body takeover. Naruto simply gave him a pep talk and he seemed to feel a bit better. Lysina used Animal Soul takeover magic. It was easy to get along with Lysina due to her warm and bubbly personality. Naruto also met Levi Magarden. Levi used solid script magic and rune magic as a secondary. Naruto could easily classify Levi as a bookworm due to her being surrounded by a mountain of books. When he met her, last but not least, Naruto met Natsu Dragneel. Naruto found he was growing tired of little fire dragon slayer that constantly challenged him to brawls, especially after he found out Naruto was a dragon slayer as well. Flashback. Naruto had just officially joined the guild and met with some of the kids around his age. He was rather enjoying the party being thrown in his honor, at least he was until. Hey, new guy, a squeaky little voice said from behind him. Naruto turned to say, who had called him only to see the pink-haired kid, that he had come to find out was named Natsu, that was fighting when he first arrived. While normally this wouldn't be a problem, the boy was currently charging him with his fist ablaze. Fight me. Naruto, not wanting to really hurt the boy with an actual fight, simply swatted him away as if he were swatting a fly. This, however, did two things. 1. It showed that even though Naruto was definitely nicer than his brother, it didn't mean you could walk all over him. 2. It showed he was stronger than he let on. Once Natsu pried himself from the wall, he immediately went into what Naruto would later refer to as fanboy mode. Natsu, with stars in his eyes, began to shoot off a bunch of questions to Naruto, who was currently sweat dropping at the kid. Whoa, slow down kid. Calm down, Naruto told the pinkett. Natsu took the older boy's advice and took a deep breath through his nose. That was when he picked up a scent that, while errant from one he was used to smelling, still smelled close enough that he recognized the smell. "Hey, why do you smell like a dragon?" Natsu yelled, catching the attention of the whole guild. Naruto just gave a smirk and replied, "For the same reason you do, I'm a dragon slayer too." Natsu, as well as the rest of the guild, was astonished. Natsu had thought he was one of a kind, yet here was a person that claimed to have the same magic as he did. The rest of the guild was shocked because they all assumed Natsu lied about being raised by a dragon. "What? No way, you're a dragon slayer too, that's awesome. Who was your dragon? Do you know where Igneel is?" He would have went on had Naruto not covered the boy's mouth with his hand. "Seriously kid, deep breath. If you must know, my dragon mother's name is Kildra, the gold dragon of light, and I don't know who this Igneel is." Naruto answered Natsu. "Oh, well then, as a fellow dragon slayer I challenge you to a fight." Natsu all but yelled, making the guild members sweat drop at his antics. Naruto was going to decline until he saw the "won't take no for an answer" look in the kid's eye. "You're going to attack even if I say no, aren't you?" Naruto asked. Natsu just nodded in answer. Sighing, Naruto replied, "Let's go to the back then, I'd rather not destroy the guild I just joined." Natsu as well as the rest of the guild followed him out toward the back of the guild. Outside, "All right kid, before we do this, how about you tell me your name?" Naruto asked nicely. "I'm Natsu Dragneel and I'm gonna kick your ass." "Sure you are, come on show me what you got, Chibi, dragon." Naruto said mockingly. "That's it, you're asking for it?" Natsu yelled, setting his fist ablaze and charging Naruto. "Fire Dragon's Iron Fist," Natsu called out, as he sent punch after punch at Naruto's face, only for Naruto to weave between each punch before disappearing in a gold flash. The next thing Natsu knew, he was being sent flying from a hard kick to his head as Naruto reappeared behind him. The people watching were stupefied, even the master was shocked they hadn't seen him move before Natsu was sent flying. Regaining his bearings, Natsu yelled out, "Hey, how'd you get behind me like that?" Naruto only smirked in reply. This seemed to set Natsu off even more as he began to inhale. "Fire Dragon's Roar," Natsu yelled as he shot out a blast of flames toward Naruto. In response, Naruto just smirked again as he inhaled as well and readied his own roar. Gold Dragon's Roar, a blast of bright gold light shot out at the incoming fireball, swallowed it and continued on its course straight for Natsu. Natsu only had time to utter out an "oh crap" before he was hit with the roar. An explosion and a small tremor rocked the area when the blast connected with Natsu. The spectators were all wide-eyed and a little worried for Natsu's well-being. When the dust around the combatants cleared, it showed Natsu down with swirls in his eyes. "Hey, you're lucky I held back on that attack, or there wouldn't be much of you left there," Naruto said with a smirk. That made the audience's jaws drop. That blast had been huge, and he still had more power to put into that. It made them wonder just how powerful this guy was. Natsu finally came to and slowly started rising to his feet. Once he did that, he gained a giant smile and proclaimed, "All right, I have a new rival." This just made everyone sweat drop. Once he calmed down, Natsu thought of something. "Hey, wait a sec," Natsu yelled as he looked toward Naruto, who was headed back toward the guild. Quote, "I thought you said your dragon was the dragon of light. Why did you call your spell out as gold dragon?" Quote. This made the other members pause as they wanted to hear Naruto's response. Naruto looked at Natsu and said, "Like I said earlier, Kildra is a gold dragon. Her golden scales shine brightly in the light and fuel her power. Because of that, her spells are called Gold Dragon Slayer magic." Quote. That seemed to make sense to everyone except Natsu, who responded with, "I don't get it," making everyone sweat drop at his foolishness. Natsu shook his head and said, "Forget it, the point is I'm going to get stronger and kick your ass." Naruto just laughed and said, "Really, how you gonna do that when you haven't even finished your training?" Natsu just looked shocked. How did you? Your eyes." Naruto interrupted. "Your eyes should be slits like a dragon's. Instead, they're slanted." The guild members listened intently to the conversation the two were having. Natsu, realizing he didn't know how to finish his dragon training, looked down sadly. Naruto, not liking the look on the boy's face, came up with an idea. "Hey Natsu, I'll make a deal with you," Naruto said, catching Natsu's attention. "If you get strong enough on your own to where you can land a clean hit to my face without me using my magic, I'll help you finish your training in the Dragon Slayer arts." Natsu instantly perked up hearing this and proceeded to hug the life out of Naruto. Naruto didn't realize the hell he just unleashed upon himself. Flashback end. Since that day, Natsu had started picking fights with Naruto every chance he got. It got to the point where Naruto would take long missions just to get away from the little pink-haired menace. Currently we find our blonde hero, yes blonde, every day since Naruto joined the guild. The blonde streak in his hair steadily grew. Before he became a full blonde, Naruto would look exactly like Laxus if not for his tanner skin, blue eyes and whisker marks. Headed back to Fairy Tail after meeting with his grandmother, Perliuzuka, too. She had been another oddity in Naruto's life. She claimed to hate humans, but when he met her and told her his story, she did something that shocked both him and his grandfather, who had taken him to meet her after he joined. She pulled him into a hug and shed a few tears. Since then Naruto was the second person that could be in her presence and not be hit with a broom. The first being Makarov. Another thing that confused him was that even though his grandparents were married, his grandmother lived all the way in the East Forest while Hi's grandfather stayed at his cottage just outside Magnolia. Naruto would have continued his thoughts about how far away his grandmother lived had he not picked up on the sound of crying. He took a moment to figure out which direction it was coming from before heading in that direction. After a few minutes' jog, Naruto came upon a bush. He realized the crying was coming from behind it. Looking over the bush, Naruto was shocked at what he saw. It was a cat, an orange cat that looked a lot like Natsu and Lisa's new cat Happy, just a little bigger and with a small tuft of hair reaching to its forehead. Naruto approached the cat, who had just noticed his presence, and asked, "Hey little guy, what's the matter?" Because he was sure it was male by its scent. The cat looked up at him with tear-filled eyes and replied, I'm all alone and don't have any friends or family." Naruto, after getting over the fact that the cat just spoke to him, could sympathize with the cat. He was all alone before Pildra found him. "Well, if that's the case, how about you come with me to my guild? There you'll find a bunch of friends. We even have another cat like you." Looking up at the boy with hope in its eyes, the cat said, "Really, you mean it?" Naruto simply nodded his head while the cat hopped up and hugged his face happily. "Before we go though, I'm Naruto, do you have a name?" The cat sadly shook its head no. "Well, I'll just have to give you one." Taking a moment to think, Naruto looked to the sky before smiling. Looking back to the cat, that had at some point ended up on his shoulder, Naruto said, "How about Sora?" Loving his new name, Sora ended up hugging Naruto's face again. With that, Naruto with Sora on his shoulder headed back to Fairy Tail, where Naruto introduced Sora to the guild. Then afterwards, in true Fairy Tail fashion, threw a big-ass party. Sora not only became a member of the guild that day, but also became Naruto's new partner. Those two were seen separated from that day on, and Sora had taken to calling Naruto To-san, much to Naruto's amusement. Much has transpired since the addition of Sora to the Fairy Tail Guild 6 years ago. For starters, in that time Fairy Tail has become the #1 guild in Fury. Fairy Tail has also gained some new members. Also during that time, Natsu finally managed to land a clean hit to Naruto's face. Granted, Naruto said he wouldn't use any of his magic while Natsu was trying to hit him, but still, a hit's a hit. So as promised, Naruto helped Natsu complete his Dragon Slayer training. Speaking of Naruto, after he joined Fairy Tail, he quickly rose through the ranks until after a battle with Guildarts where he not only withstood his power unleashed but also managed to slightly wound him. He became an S-rank mage at the age of 14, effectively making him the youngest mage to ever do so, while unknowingly pissing off his big brother since he broke his record of 16 years old. As the years went by, Naruto became quite the accomplished and famous mage, and because of his magic, he was known by 2 names. The first name he received, due to his speed, had been the Flash Prince. The second and most recent name, however, was the one people felt fit the most, and that name was Gold King. We now find the Gold King and his cat partner, the Orange Beast, traveling through Harj. On town headed toward a restaurant before heading back to the guild. The two had just recently finished a 10-year quest or SS class mission that was only bumped up to double S class because it was in the middle of an icy wasteland. "Hurry up, Naruto, I'm starving," Sora yelled to his father. Sora hadn't changed much in through the years, he was bigger than he was when Naruto first found him, but he was more rectangular while his counterpart Happy was rounder. Another thing was that while Happy was perfectly fine with walking around without a stitch of clothing on, Sora on the other hand wore a pair of faded blue cargo pants and a pair of goggles on his head that made his fluff of orange hair stand out. 2. I'm coming, keep your pants on," Naruto replied back to his son. Naruto had changed quite a bit through the years, growing to an impressive height of 6 feet 3, just an inch shorter than Laxus and 2 than Gildarts. Naruto was currently wearing a white sleeveless muscle shirt that hugged his frame tightly with his necklace hanging over it, a pair of black leather pants with 2 white belts crisscrossed in an X on his waist. On his feet were a pair of black steel-toed combat boots. He was also wearing a pair of fingerless gloves. To finish off this outfit was a hooded black leather jacket that went down to his knees with fur around the edges and neckline. 3. Naruto had also grown a goatee from his time on his mission in that icy wasteland. 4. Not like it hurt his chances with the women any, in fact. His new facial hair seemed to turn more female heads to him, much to his irritation. Naruto hated fangirls. However, with all the good in his life, there came a small problem. As Naruto got older and stronger, his motion sickness got worse and worse before finally, he got fed up and went to his grandmother to ask if she knew of a way to help cure his motion sickness. After she hit him with a broom for not visiting more often, she taught him a passive spell that could only be used by someone with high magic reserves because it leeches off their magic to heal them. While the passive ability didn't completely cure his motion sickness, it did make it bearable. Naruto and Sora were close to the restaurant when they came upon a group of women, a group of horny fangirls surrounding someone. Naruto suppressed a shiver when he saw the fangirls, but curiosity got the better of him as he had to see who the poor soul was that they had surrounded. As he got closer, he could hear them screaming about Salamander. When did Natsu get so popular with the ladies? Thought Naruto and Sora. Naruto figured he'd have to save his little brother from the horde of women, but as he grew even closer he saw who was actually being surrounded. 5. This guy clearly wasn't Natsu. But he did look familiar. Naruto also realized this guy was going around saying he, Salamander. Naruto was about to jump in and kick this guy's ass until a familiar pink blur shot past, jumped over the group of women, landed near the imposter and yelled, "Igneal." Yup, that was definitely Natsu, no mistaking that pink head anywhere. Not far behind was Happy. Naruto and Sora, Ho had at some point jumped up on Naruto's shoulder, decided to stand back and watch how this played out. 2 rude gestures and a couple of ass kickings later, Naruto could only laugh at how Natsu could take any situation and turn it into a fight. When he got himself under control, Naruto noticed Natsu and Happy were currently talking to a blonde girl. He couldn't see her face as her back was facing him. He did however have a great view of her ass, and what an ass it was to be seen through the skirt she was wearing. Shaking the pervy thoughts from his head, Naruto approached the 3. Seriously, only 1,000 jewels. Lucy wasn't vain, but she knew she was beautiful. Was her beauty really only worth 1,000 jewels? She would have continued with her mental rant had she not saw a group of women surround a man. As soon as her eyes beheld the man in the crowd of women, Lucy instantly fell in love. She didn't know what came over her. Her heart was beating fast, her palms were sweaty, and for whatever reason, her eyes became hearts. All she knew was she had to get closer to this man for whatever reason, so she advanced toward him. As she grew closer, so did the feeling of love in her heart. She was almost within touching range before a pink-haired boy who looked to be her age or a year younger stumbled into crowd shouting something about Igneal or whatever. The boy's yell however woke Lucy up from whatever trance she was in. Back in her right mind, she noticed that the man who had her a drooling mess a second ago had a love charm on his finger. Now upset Lucy was about to say something about it. But the guy and the pink-haired boy were already engaged in a conversation. Seeing this, Lucy decided to sit back and wait to see what happened. 2 rude gestures and a couple of ass-kickings later, the guy with the love charm had left and Lucy was now talking to the now-named Natsu and his talking cat Happy. She was about to offer to buy him lunch for helping her out when a voice from behind her interrupted her. "You always find a way to get into trouble, don't you, Natsu?" the voice said. Lucy noticed how Natsu's face instantly lit up when he saw the person behind her before he shouted with glee, "Ni-san." Lucy turned to see who had spoken in the first place, but when she did she froze. The man standing before her was, she couldn't think of a word to describe him as her brain shut down. The man looked as if he stepped out of her imagination. He was tall, taller than her 5'7" frame, that was for damn sure. He had blonde neck-length hair that spiked at the ends except for one small strand that curled down onto his forehead and a small goatee on his chin, not to mention the cute whisker marks on his face. He also had the brightest blue eyes she had ever seen. Lucy felt like she did a few minutes ago, minus the hearts for eyes, plus this guy didn't have a charm ring. What she didn't know was that while she was staring at him in a daze, he was doing the exact same thing. Natsu, Happy and Sora were looking back and forth between the 2 blondes, wondering why they were staring at the other. Finally Natsu decided to speak up. "Hey, what's wrong with you two? Are you both still conscious?" Natsu bellowed loudly, as was his nature. That bellow from Natsu brought both Naruto and Lucy from their stupor. Lucy turned away and blushed while Naruto sent a small glare at Natsu. "Geez Natsu, do you have to be so loud? My ears would appreciate it if you toned it down a bit," Naruto said, slightly annoyed while rubbing his right ear. Natsu nervously scratched the back of his head. "Sorry." Naruto just shook his head and turned back to Lucy, who had turned back to him at the same time. Noticing this, he gave her a smile that colored her cheeks red. "Well, hello there. I don't think I caught your name," Naruto said smoothly. Lucy could only continue to blush while looking at her fellow blonde, while in the back of her mind she could swear she's seen this guy's face before but couldn't figure out where. My name's Lucy," she stuttered out. Giving a small chuckle, Naruto replied. "Lucy, nice to meet you. I'm Naruto and this is Sora. I believe you've already met my little brother Natsu and Happy." After the introductions were over, Lucy, who finally composed herself, offered to treat the 2 brothers and their cats to lunch. When all were in agreement, they headed to a restaurant where Natsu proceeded to tear into a buffet. Happy tore into several fish. Sora was enjoying a milkshake and Naruto was currently on his 7th bowl of ramen. 6. While the boys were eating, Lucy was explaining how she was a mage and how she wanted to join a certain guild. She didn't even notice the guys weren't listening. After she finished her rant, she took a good look at Naruto and Natsu and realized something. "You know, you two don't look alike at all. If you're brothers, shouldn't you have some similar features?" Lucy asked. Natsu, into his food, was paying zero attention. Naruto, on the other hand, had just finished his 20th bowl and answered. "Well, we're not really brothers by blood but more by bond. I've known Natsu since he was a kid, so for all intents and purposes he's my little brother." "Ah, that's such a cute story," Lucy replied. After some more small talk, Lucy left since Naruto insisted he take care of the bill. Naruto wasn't sure why, but for some strange reason he felt an attraction for Lucy. Stronger than just the physical kind. He, however, would just put it to the back of his mind for now, as he didn't know if he would ever see her again. What our hero didn't realize was that Lucy was having a similar feeling toward him, and what neither of them realized was that their destinies had intertwined at the moment their eyes met. Lucy was currently sitting on a bench with a copy of Sorcerer's Weekly, trying to remember where she saw that face before. She was about to give up until she turned to the page of top mages you want as a boyfriend. And sitting right in the number 1 spot was Naruto's picture. Lucy took a moment to read his bio. Name: Naruto Drayar. Alias: Gold King Guild. Fairy Tale rank: S class. Magic: light magic. Likes: ramen, fairy tale, his family. Dislikes: fangirls, rapist, murderers. Marital status: single. Lucy couldn't believe it. Naruto was the top-ranked mage in Mages You Want as a boyfriend and a member of the guild she had dreamed of joining. Fairy tale. Hell, according to fans, he was the male equivalent of Miragen. Lucy knew now more than ever she had to get into fairy tale and voiced this thought quite loudly. "So, you want to be a member of fairy tale," said a voice behind her. Lucy turned around to see. "Come on, Natsu, use that brain I know you have in your head. What would a dragon be doing in the middle of a town?" Naruto said to Natsu, "We find the dragon slayers and their cat partners at the edge of town overlooking the pier." "What can I say, I was really excited to see Igneel. I didn't think about the rumor much." Natsu replied solemnly, "The rumor said that Salamander was in town. That's a nickname you came up with sometime after you joined Fairy Tail. How could Igneel know about it?" "No." Ticking the gloomy face on his brother, Naruto sighed. "Look, I know you miss Igneel, I miss Kildra too, but you're not gonna find something as big as a dragon unless it wants to be found. Don't worry, they'll come back to us when they're ready." It was at that point that the dragon slayers, with their extraordinary hearing, overheard a conversation about a party Salamander was throwing a party on his boat. They also overheard that he was calling himself a fairy tale mage. This caused the two brothers to narrow their eyes out at sea, even though Natsu got sick just looking at the boat. From this point on, everything from the party to Lucy summoning Aquarius and forming that big-ass tidal wave is the same as canon. Lucy had been washed away by her spirit Aquarius and somehow ended up flung into the air. Sadly, she hadn't realized she was up there until she looked down and started falling. She screamed and screamed with her eyes clenched shut. She was expecting to hit the hard ground. What she wasn't expecting was to land on something relatively soft. When she opened her eyes, she came face to face with Naruto. "Hey, fancy meeting you here, Lucy," Naruto said with that his signature smile, guaranteed to put a blush on someone's face. Lo and behold, Lucy blushed, not only because of the close proximity, but because of that smile. "And Naruto, where did you come from?" "Well, I had a plan about how to get to the ship to get to the fake salamander, but Natsu went on ahead before I could explain it." Lucy could somewhat understand that, from the little interaction she had with Natsu, she figured he was the shoot first, ask questions later type. It was at that moment they heard a big-ass crash. They looked over to see the boat lying on its side with everyone inside either sprawl out on the sand of the beach or hanging on the edge of the boat, Natsu included. After a few moments, the women that were on the boat who were going to be made into slaves all ran for the hills. The fake salamander, who was revealed to be the ex-Titan Nose member Bora of Prominence, and his lackey all stood up glaring at Natsu, who in turn was glaring right back before he threw off his travel R's cloak that he had worn since he arrived in Harjan Town, revealing the outfit underneath. Natsu was wearing a black with yellow trimmed vest that was left open to show his muscled torso to the world. On his neck was a white scaled scarf. He also had a black wrist band on his right arm. On his lower body, Natsu had fire-colored camo pants with a brown belt that covered the top of his brown boots. His Fairy Tail Guild mark was shown proudly on his right shoulder. 7. It was at this point that all hell broke loose as Bora and his thugs attacked Natsu. During the battle, Happy explained to Lucy, who was still in Naruto's arms, that Natsu was a fire dragon slayer when she saw Natsu eat one of Bora's fireballs. Lucy noticed some of the thugs were charging at her, Naruto and Sora. She was about to warn Naruto, but Sora saw them as well and hopped off Naruto's shoulder and was bathed in a bright light that blinded Lucy. When she looked back, she noticed some of the thugs knocked out by a humanoid. Sora. He wasn't scrawny, but he wasn't buff either. She would say he had the physique of a martial artist, which actually explained his ready stance. Naruto, noticing the odd and confused look on Lucy's face, explained, "That's Sora battle mode transformation. In that form he takes on a human-like appearance that allows him to fight." Lucy just looked more odd. It was at that moment that a thug that looked like he overdosed on steroids and could in turn to wipe his own ass if he wanted to, charged at Naruto and Lucy. Naruto just smirked and told Lucy to hold on, as he threw her up in the air. Lucy was surprisingly calm as she was in the air and trying to hold her dress down as she watched Naruto flash in front of the giant with a spiraling orb of pure magic in his hand and slam into the giant's abdomen. Rasengan. Naruto yelled as he sent the giant flying into the wreckage of the ship. After that was done, Naruto flashed back to his original position with his arms stretched in front of him. At that moment Lucy landed safely back in his arms, now looking at him with awe and a huge blush. Naruto chuckled. "We gotta stop meeting this way." Lucy just gave him a smile and turned away. Had she kept looking, she would have noticed the blush on Naruto's face at her smile. When the battle was over, Naruto was scolding Natsu on destroying half the town when the army showed up. "Shit, the army, haul ass," Natsu exclaimed as he saw the army. Happy and Sora were right behind him. Lucy was about to run as well when she felt something scoop her up and saw she was on Naruto's back, and her dress had ridden up a bit so he had his hands on her thighs as he ran. "What are you doing?" she asked Naruto, with a profound blush. "I figured you wouldn't get very far running in your heels, so I'm lending a hand. Plus, I remember you said earlier that you wanted to join Fairy Tail, so come with us," Naruto replied. Lucy looked up and realized Naruto had easily caught up with the others. Ho had smiled reassuringly at her and she smiled herself as she agreed, and the 3 humans plus 2 cats headed back to Fairy Tail. When the group of 5 had got to Magnolia, they were standing outside of Fairy Tail's guild hall. Lucy couldn't believe she made it to Fairy Tail. She would have kept up with her thoughts if she wasn't interrupted by a hand on her shoulder. Looking to its owner, she saw it was Naruto. "So," he said, "ready to go in?" Lucy just smiled and nodded as Natsu raised his foot to kick the door down. "You all know what happens next, so I'm going to skip to when the master is about to stop the brawl." Lucy couldn't believe everyone was about to use magic. She was about to duck when she realized she hadn't seen Naruto since they entered the guild. She about to look around for him when she heard it. "Gold Dragon's shock wave," Naruto yelled as he appeared in the center of the guild and stomped his foot on the ground, creating a shock wave that sent everyone in the brawl crashing into the walls. "What the hell was that?" asked everyone as they pulled themselves out of the wall. "Man, I can't leave you brutes alone for 2 months before you try to destroy the guild. What am I going to do with you all?" Naruto said with a smirk. "Naruto!" everyone exclaimed as Naruto was basically dog-piled by the other members in a giant hug. "Wow, I didn't realize Naruto was so popular in the guild," Lucy said to Mirajan as everything finally calmed down. "But of course, Naruto is one of the guild's strongest mages, not to mention one of the nicest, and definitely one of the most handsome," Mira replied. Lucy had to agree with that. "Oh, do we have a new member?" a voice said from behind her. Lucy turned around and had to look down to see an old man in a goofy orange outfit. "Oh, Master, there you are," Mira said cheerfully. "Master?" Lucy asked. "That's right, I'm Makarov Drayar, nice to meet ya." Lucy just smiled but then thought of something. "Wait, Drayar, isn't that Naruto's last name?" "That's right, he's my grandson," Makarov said, further shocking Lucy. At that moment Makarov hopped to the top of a railing but hit his head when he got there, then got up as if nothing happened. He cleared his throat, catching the attention of all the members, and then began to verbally chew into everyone. One chewing out and an uplifting speech later. "Don't be afraid to do what feels right. That's what it means to be a mage, that's what it means to be a member of Fairy Tail," Makarov exclaimed as he threw up a finger and thumb along with all the members who cheered. A little while later, Lucy, who had just got her Fairy Tail stamp on her hand in pink, was going to show it off to Naruto, who was sitting at the bar eating a bowl of ramen next to Sora, who was enjoying a chocolate milkshake. "Look, Naruto, I got my guild stamp." Lucy showed her hand to Naruto, who had just finished his last bite of ramen. "That's great, Lucy," Naruto said as another bowl was placed in front of Naruto. Lucy noticed the bowls stacked behind him and had to ask, "How can you eat so many noodles?" "Simple," Naruto replied. "Ramen is the food of the gods." Lucy shrugged. "I wouldn't know, I've never tried it before." Naruto froze and slowly turned to Lucy with a look of horror upon his face. "Why, you've never had ramen?" Naruto asked. Lucy raised a brow and slowly shook her head, a little scared by Naruto's reaction. "Well, we'll have to fix that," Naruto said as took some of the noodles on his chopsticks and held them to Lucy. "Try. Lucy just shrugged again, not seeing the big deal, and tried the offered ramen. As soon as the noodles touched her tongue, her eyes widened comically. In that instant, Something amazing happened. Naruto's bowl and chopsticks disappeared from his hands faster than even he could see. He looked at Lucy to find an empty bowl in front of her while she rubbed her stomach. Naruto just laughed. Yet another who has been seduced by the magic that is ramen. Naruto knew he and Lucy were gonna get along great. Lucy had just tasted what was probably the most delicious dish she had ever tasted. It made sense why Naruto was so hooked to the stuff. Once Lucy was back in her right mind, she realized the chopsticks she used were in her mouth. Also realizing those chopsticks originally belonged to Naruto, she turned a very bright red realizing she had entire CTLY kissed Naruto as the chopsticks had been touched by his lips. Shout out to Raidentensho for pointing this out to me. Naruto seemed to realize this as well since he currently had a light dusting of pink on his cheeks. If either one bothered to look behind them, they would have noticed the glares being sent toward Lucy from some of the women in the guild. This would have continued had it not been for a small voice that caught the attention of the resident dragon slayers. Argument between Romeo and Makarov. Once Romeo had punched out Makarov and fled the guild, Natsu cracked the wreck. Saint bored while Naruto just let out a sigh. Both turned toward the other and nodded, and with that they left the guild and headed toward Mt. Hoko. Lucy sat there wondering what had set the two off. Mira explained to her that both Natsu and Naruto see themselves in Romeo since their parents left them. She also explained that those parents were dragons. Huh, you're telling me Natsu and Naruto were really raised by dragons? Lucy exclaimed, completely shocked out of her mind. Yup, Mira said. Natsu looks for his father Igneel when he gets the chance, while Naruto figures his mother Pildra will reappear when she's ready. It's kinda cute, don't ya think? Lucy took a moment to digest everything she just learned, then stood up and followed after the two dragon slayers and their cats. Lucy had managed to catch up to the boys and was currently sitting in a horse-drawn carriage headed toward Mt. Hoko when she made a shocking discovery about Natsu and Naruto. They both had motion sickness. Although she only noticed Natsu's. Natsu was laying on his seat, his face was bloated and purple and he looked like he was seconds away from vomiting. Naruto on the other hand seemed perfectly normal. But if you looked close you'd notice his tanned skin was pale. Wow, you really don't like transportation, do you? It's just another reason to feel sorry for you. Lucy said to Natsu. Hey, Vei you know Ni-san can't do transportation either. Natsu shot back. He can't? Asked Lucy as she turned to look at Naruto, who at first glance looked fine until she looked closer to see he was in Fa. Court very pale as opposed to his tanned complexion. Lucy was about to ask a question when the carriage stopped. Instantly Natsu and Naruto felt better and Natsu and Happy started dancing. I'm sorry, this is as far as I can take you. The carriage driver told them solemnly. After he said that, the back of the carriage opened up to reveal the snow-covered ground of the mountain in a tiny blizzard. Where the hell are we? Lucy exclaimed as the cold instantly hit her, causing her to hug herself. Why is it so cold? It's summer right now, there shouldn't be a blizzard like this anywhere. Lucy sighed. As the three humans trekked up the mountain while the cats rode their respective owners' shoulders. That's what you get for wearing such light clothing, Natsu remarked to Lucy. You're not exactly dressed for the occasion. Lucy shot back. Suddenly, Lucy felt herself get warmer as something soft was placed upon her. When she looked, she noticed it was Naruto's fur coat that while on him went to his knees. On her it went to her calves. She looked back to Naruto to see he was only in his sleeveless muscle shirt. Naruto, not that I'm not grateful for the coat, but won't you be cold? Lucy asked Naruto. Nope. Naruto replied. While I may not be a fire mage, my light magic keeps me just as warm as it would if I was a fire mage. To Lucy, that made sense, not so much for Natsu who looked confused. Lucy just shrugged her shoulders then zipped up, placed the hood on and snuggled into the coat when suddenly a magic circle appeared around the coat and it shrunk to fit her size while simultaneously extended so it went down to her ankles. Naruto took a moment to tell Lucy that the coat had a rune placed on it so it matched the wearer's preference. The group of 5 proceeded up toward the summit of the mountain. Natsu was about to yell out for Mikao before Naruto placed his hand over Natsu's mouth and warned him about causing an avalanche. As they reached the summit they found a cave and decided to explore it. As they entered something fell in front of them. When the dust that came up dissipated, it revealed a mountain Vulcan that was bigger than the average Vulcan and happy. Commented on this while Lucy looked scared, Natsu looked excited, Sora looked indifferent and Naruto looked extremely unimpressed. The Vulcan took a moment to look over the group when its eyes landed Lucy, or rather her assets. Woman, woman, me like woman. The Vulcan chanted as it did a very provocative dance that made Lucy very uncomfortable as she hid behind Naruto. For some reason Naruto couldn't explain. This pissed him off quite a bit. Wanting to shut this monkey up, Naruto flashed right in front of the Vulcan with his fist cocked back and glowing in golden energy. Gold Dragon's breakdown fist. Naruto called out as he struck the Vulcan in the gut, sending the thing flying and crashing into one of the icy walls where it was stuck. Naruto was about to walk back to the others when suddenly the Vulcan started glowing. When the light faded, Naruto and the group were greeted with the sight of a groaning Macau embedded in the wall. "Holy shit, Macau, I didn't know that was you!" exclaimed Naruto as he realized he quite literally put his friend in a wall. After prying Macau from wall, patching him up and finding out that he beat 19 Vulcans before he was taken over, the group now 6 with Naruto carrying Macau on his back headed back to Magnolia, but not before Macau asked Naruto with a sly grin if the blonde with his coat was his girlfriend, causing Naruto and Lucy who was close enough to hear the question to blush and stutter. It had been a little over a week since Lucy joined the guild and went with Naruto and Natsu to bring Macau back to Romeo, and she settled in perfectly fine. Though she was a little thrown off by the constant fights, but other than that she seemed snug as a bug. In that time Lucy had landed herself a great apartment at an impressive 70,000 jewels a month. Lucy was just returning from a job with Natsu, Happy and Gray, who they met on the way back. Once Lucy had entered the guild she had unconsciously sought out Naruto, who at the moment was at the bar with Mira and Sora. During the week that Lucy was a part of the guild, she was often seen with Naruto in a conversation about some random topic. Other members were speculating about whether they were a couple or not, but when asked, they would deny it. Naruto had noticed her approach and smiled to her, to which she returned. She finally got over blushing every time he smiled. Naruto was about to greet her when suddenly Loki popped up out of frickin' nowhere and started hitting on Lucy, much to her and unknowingly Naruto's annoyance. He and Loki may have been good friends, but Naruto didn't like Loki hitting on Lucy. At some point during this, Loki glanced down and noticed Lucy's gate keys, and after confirming that she was a celestial spirit mage, he ran away screaming, much to the confusion of Lucy. Naruto and Mira explained that Loki had a bad experience with a celestial spirit mage and since then has had a general fear of them. Naruto knew the truth behind why but promised Loki he wouldn't tell a soul. The guild was as rowdy as always before Loki stormed back in with a look of horror on his face, as if someone told him one of the women he slept with was really a man, and exclaimed, "Urza's back." This succeeded in making the whole guild freeze except for Naruto, who was too engrossed with eating his ramen to care, and Lucy, who was new and didn't get what the big deal was. The first thought that went through Lucy's head was that Urza was beautiful, she thought with a blush. She had heard about Urza from both Natsu and Gray, and from how they described her, Lucy was half expecting some hideous monster to walk through the door, not some gorgeous woman. Lucy was beginning to think that Natsu and Gray were over-exaggerating, at least she was, until Urza started tearing into people for what to Lucy seemed like small harmless things. She was half expecting the woman to berate someone for breathing, but it would seem fate had just smiled on the guild members under Urza's wrath, as at this point Naruto had finished his ramen and realized the guild wasn't its usually rowdy self. "Hey, why's it so quiet in here?" Naruto said as he turned around to see what was going on before his eyes landed on Urza, and he scowled, something Lucy had never seen Naruto do. She'd seen him frown but never scowl, and she had to admit it was rather intimidating. "Oh, Urza's back. No wonder everyone's so quiet," Naruto said with a hint of disappointment in his voice. Urza, having heard Naruto's voice as well as his little jab, turned to him and sent her own intimidating scowl his way that scared quite a few people. "And Naruto, how could I forget you? The man who destroyed several businesses and part of a museum on his last mission." Anything to say for yourself? Said, challenging him to talk back to her. Naruto rose to the challenge without a second thought. Well, if you must know, I was busy fighting a monster that was terrorizing the town and its people. It left me with two choices. Protect the people or protect the buildings. Naturally, I chose the people over a few buildings that could easily be rebuilt or replaced. Naruto replied matter-of-factly. Urza's scowl just increased in intensity, which had people ready to piss themselves. Naruto, on the other hand, was unaffected by her glare and seemed unimpressed by her attitude. Be that as it may, your actions as well as the others are quite shameful to the guild and is causing more heat to fall on us by the Magic Council. You should be quite ashamed. Urza said coldly, causing some of the other members to bow their heads. My god, you are such a fucking hypocrite. Naruto said, much to the shock of the guild members. They all knew Naruto never cussed unless something, or in this case someone, pissed him off, which was hard to do considering Naruto was one of the most laid-back, well-liked and respected members of the guild. You know, I'll be the first to admit that I tend to break things when I'm on missions. But I always make damn sure that civilians are out of harm's way beforehand, unlike you who tends to harm civilians when they don't answer your questions fast enough. Before you call others out on their mistakes, you should probably learn a bit of humility, not to mention some tact and restraint. Those last two should be easy considering the nature of your magic is called the night. Silence. That's all there was in the guild. Several of the members had their jaws unhinged while others had gone into shock. Urza Scarlet, the Titania of Fairy Tail, was just verbally bitch-slapped by Fairy Tail's Gold King. Naruto Drayar. Naruto had just unknowingly gained a new title from the men of the guild, Iron Balls Naruto. Urza, on the other hand, looked ready to commit murder, but somehow managed to calm herself down. As a way to save face, she picked up her horn and was about to leave, but not before asking for help from Natsu, Gray and reluctantly Naruto on a mission of great importance. After she left and everyone was sure she was gone, the guild started a big-ass party for Naruto as he had taken Urza down a peg or two. During the party, Lucy asked Mira what was up with Naruto and Urza, where Mira told Lucy how the two never got along due to personality clashes. Urza was strict and overbearing while Naruto was aloof and laid back. She explained how the two would butt heads every now and then, and about a time when they were younger when Urza tried to bend Naruto to her ways through force, Naruto responded by throwing Urza through a wall. Lucy was shocked to say the least. So when Mira asked her to tag along to not only try to keep Natsu and Gray in line, but also play peacemaker between Naruto and Urza, Lucy reluctantly agreed. Today was the day of the Miss Ion of great importance, as Urza had called it. Lucy was sitting on a bench holding onto her celestial spirit pet Plu with happy while watching Natsu and Gray argue like little kids. During their argument, Lucy began wondering how she got herself into this mess and wishing a certain whisker-marked blonde would show up. Her prayer wish was granted, as not a second later Naruto, along with Sora, riding on his shoulder, rounded the corner of the train station in a new outfit. Naruto is basically wearing Trunks' outfit again, only the jacket and tank top are black, the cargo pants are white, the boots are gray. He is wearing his necklace and fingerless gloves, and the jacket is lined with fur like a true dryer monster. Hey guys, sorry I'm late, I had to grab a few things, Naruto said as he noticed the others present. No problem. Now that you two are here, we only have to wait for Urza, Lucy said cheerfully to the only other blonde she's met in Fairy Tail. 1. At hearing the redhead's name, Nat, Sue and Gray both stopped fighting and suddenly had their arms around the other's shoulders and acting like they were the best of friends, causing Naruto, Sora and Happy to snicker and Lucy to sweat drop at they change in demeanor. Why are those two so scared of Urza? Because Urza's been handing those two their own asses since they were kids. Naruto answered Lucy's question. After a few moments, Urza showed up with a crap load of suitcases, much to Lucy's surprise. After introducing herself to Urza, the band of 7 boarded the train, but not before Natsu challenged Naruto and Urza to a fight. On the train ride to Anabu's town, Natsu and Naruto's motion sickness decided to rear its ugly head as Natsu turned blue while Naruto turned a very sickly white. However, Naruto had an ace up his sleeve. Bringing his hand to his chest, he pumped what little magic he could in his weakened state while muttering, "Kira, only to cause a green magic circle to appear around him, much to the wonder of Hi's fellow guild mates as they were wondering what he was doing. Urza, with her domineering nature, was about to question him on what he was doing before she, along with the others, noticed his complexion start to return to normal. When the magic circle disappeared, Naruto looked a bit healthier but still a bit pale. Wanting to know what happened, Lucy asked the question on everyone's minds. Naruto, what was that? That was Cura. It's a type of healing magic that I learned to help combat my motion sickness when I activate it. However, it also has a passive ability to heal small wounds when I receive them. But for big wounds or internal problems, I have to activate it manually from the hidden rune on my chest. Everyone was shocked hearing his explanation, as no one except Sora knew he had that ability. Natsu, however, was a bit upset and made it known. How come why you didn't teach me that ability? In case you hadn't noticed, I could use it too. Natsu stuttered out as he was very sick. Well, if I recall correctly, I did try to teach you once a couple years back, but you said, and I quote, "I'll never find myself in a position where I would need some crappy healing spell. So I didn't bother teaching you." Naruto answered back with a smirk that came out more of a grimace. Natsu could only continue to groan. As they were heading toward their location, Natsu kept moaning. Before Urza, who was seated next to him, decided to knock him out and lay him on her lap to shut him up, shocking Gray, who pretended not to be watching, and Lucy, who thought that was rather excessive. Lucy looked to Naruto to see how he was holding up, only to his eyes were closed as he was focusing on his breathing. She also noticed he was shaking a little bit. Not wanting to see her friend in secret, depending on who you asked. Crush this way, she decided to help. "Here, let me help you," Lucy said as she softly pulled Naruto down so he was laying on his back with his head in her lap as she softly ran her hands through his hair. Naruto couldn't help the small blush on his face from Lucy's bold action, but he also couldn't help how comfortable he was. He just felt so at peace right now. Luke, why also had a blush on her face, as even she had to admit that she was being rather bold, as this was totally unlike her, but ever since she met Naruto she's felt more confident. So when Naruto smiled up at her, she sent a heartwarming smile back down at him. The two were in their own little world, completely ignoring the looks they were getting from their guild mates. Gray, who managed to tear his eyes away from what looked like a lover's tender moment happening right next to him, finally asked Urza a question that's been bugging him since she asked him and the others to accompany her. "Urza, it about time you told us exactly what we'll be doing." Urza, who had an unconscious Natsu in her lap and was not so subtlety glaring at Naruto, looked up. "Right, we're going up against the Dark Guild Eisenwald. They plan to use some magic called Lullaby for something big." At hearing the name, Gray, Lucy and Happy instantly perked up. Quote, "Lullaby, that thing from before," they said in unison. Naruto, who was half asleep at this point, opened one eye as he recognized the name. "I've heard that name before." "You have? When?" Urza snapped back to him. Naruto had closed his eye back and began to explain. Lullaby is said to be a cursed flute that was created by the dark wizard Zerf over 400 years ago. While crude, if you think about it, it's a rather fitting name, for it is said, those that hear its melody are put to rest permanently. Naruto finished his tale as he rubbed his head into Lucy's lap to get more comfortable, while also rubbing his head into Lucy's stomach as well. When this happened, a jolt of pleasure surged up Lucy's spine as she clenched her teeth to suppress a moan. Lucy would never admit it, but her stomach was very sensitive and coincidentally one of her androgynous zones. She could only hope Naruto didn't notice, which he did. After hearing his explanation, the others minus Natsu realized just how dangerous the mission was. "Damn it," Urza said. "We'll have to hope they're still in Onibu's town then." As she finished her lunch, Lucy decided to get to know Urza a bit more. "Say Urza, I hope it's not rude of me to ask, but what kind of magic do you use?" "That's not rude," Urza reassured her. Happy chose to add his 2 cents. "Urza's magic is really beautiful, it makes her enemies bleed a lot." Happy said with a creepy grin. "Not what I would call beautiful," Lucy said with a creeped out expression on her face. "Personally, I think Gray's magic is more beautiful than mine," Urza said, giving her opinion. "Ya, think?" Gray asked as he demonstrated Is ice make magic by creating an ice sculpture of the fairy tale guild mark? Oh, so that's why you and Natsu don't get along, because of your polar opposite magics. Lucy pointed out. I never thought of that, Urza said. After a little more small talk, the band of 7 arrived in Anabu's town. As they made their way off the train they forgot 3 things, a sleeping Naruto and Sora as well a now conscious but weak Natsu. A loud screeching noise jostled Naruto and Sora awake. When they came to, they realized they were the only ones left in the train cart. It was at that moment they heard a loud explosion. When they looked over they saw Natsu standing over some guy with a spiky ponytail and untold amounts of destruction around them, more than likely caused by Natsu. Naruto could only eat drop thinking how much money that was gonna cost the guild. Before Naruto could ask what was going on, the PA system came on saying the emergency brake was about to be lifted. Not wanting to CK around for when the train started moving again, Naruto grabbed Natsu by his collar, grabbed his things, then with Sora on his shoulder, hopped out of the hole in the wall, that was no doubt caused by Natsu. No sooner had they left did the train start off again. When Naruto landed and dropped Natsu, he turned toward the disappearing train wondering who that guy was Natsu was fighting. Before he could ask, Naruto picked up on the sound of an engine and someone calling his name. When he turned to look he saw a magic mobile with Urza in the driver's seat, Gray on the roof and Lucy with her head out the window calling him and Natsu. When the magic mobile pulled over, Lucy got out of the vehicle and ran up to the 2 brothers. "Hey, are you 2 all right?" Lucy said as she ran up to Naruto. "Yeah, we're fine," Naruto said. "I'm not. I got attacked by that weird shadow guy." Natsu yelled to everyone's confusion except Naruto and Sora. "Oh, that's right, I've been meaning to ask you, who was that guy?" Naruto asked his brother. "I don't know, some guy that said he was from Eisenwald or something." Urza having heard this stormed up to Natsu and slapped the spit out his mouth. "I shit you not, go back and watch episode 5. Spit literally flies out of Natsu's mouth. You fool, those are the people we're looking for, why did you let him get away?" Urza screamed at Natsu and was about to beat him more before Naruto grabbed her arm. "Did you happen to forget that you knocked him out? He was unconscious through the whole conversation about Eisenwald and Lullaby," Naruto informed the volatile redhead. Urza had the nerve to look sheepish as she turned to Natsu and apologized, then bowed her head and demanded that he hit her, which he ignored in favor of asking his brother to fill him in on what he missed. After filling Natsu in, everyone agreed they needed to catch up to the train or at least hurry to the next town. As everyone was getting into the magic mobile, even a reluctant Natsu realized Naruto wasn't walking toward the Naruto, aren't you coming? Lucy asked her crush, gaining the attention of the others. Naruto replied, "You guys load into the vehicle, Sora and I will fly next to you." When all were in agreement they were off. Meanwhile at the guild master meeting, "Oh Maki, your wizards are so nice and so full of energy," said the flamboyant master of Blue Pegasus, Master Bob, too. "In fact I heard one gave some big shot a real thrashing." "Oh, you must mean Lucy, she just joined. She's great, so supple and voluptuous," said Master Makarov with a very Master Roshi-like grin on his face. "In fact, I think Mira may have some competition for most beautiful mage." "Oh, so naughty," Master Bob said, hiding his face. "This is no time to be laughing, Makarov," said the Master of Quattro Cerberus. "Master Goldmine, your people may be spirited but they go too far sometimes. I hear some members of the council are worried that your guild are gonna obliterate a town one of these days." Makarov just laughed. "I want to be obliterated. By Lucis body that is. Oh, you know you shouldn't get involved with one of your own wizards like that," said Master Bob. At his point a letter came to Master Makarov from Mirajan, much to the delight of all the male guild masters, explaining that Naruto, Urza, Natsu and Gray had formed a team, much to Makarov's horror. After getting over his mini heart attack, another letter came for him, this time from Naruto, much to the female guild masters and Master Bob's delight. "Hey Gigi, I'm pretty sure Myris already sent you a letter explaining the new team and I imagine you're probably about ready to shit a brick." "No shit, anyway I'm just sending you this to tell you not to worry, I'll do what I can to run damage control. Although with the situation I'm not sure how this will turn out," but just know I'll do my best. Later. Well, at least I can rest a little easier knowing that. Thought Makarov. Urza was driving through Oceanaba town trying to reach the station in time to stop the lullaby flute from being played. Urza, slow down, you're overloading the SE plug. What if your magic runs out in a time when we really need it? Gray yelled from his place on the roof of the Urza just smirked. If that happens, I'll just fight with a stick or something. Besides, I'll have you and Natsu there to back me up. Gray noticed she completely left out Naruto. Looking to his left, he saw Naruto there with Sora fly next to the If he noticed Urza's jab, he didn't show it. Gray began to wonder what Urza's problem with Naruto was. He remembered when they first met, it was the day Naruto joined. After he fought with Natsu, he had formally introduced himself to everyone in their age group, but when he got to Urza, she acted really cold. Flashback. Listen here, Skunky. 3. There are a few things you should be aware of. For one, Fairy Tail isn't a place for fighting or rowdiness, it's a place for people to come together and grow close. So I suggest you get with it, or you and I were gonna have a problem. By this time the whole guild had quieted down and was watching what was happening. Some were wondering why Urza was giving the new guy a hard time. Naruto on the other hand was wondering if she was serious, because if he recalled he saw her and Mira about to go to blows when he first entered. Okay, Saint of all, I was just trying to make pleasantries. Secondly, I didn't start that fight with Natsu. And thirdly, you're a bit of a hypocrite, because if I remember right, you were just about to go to BLOWS with Mira when I first entered the guild. Naruto said, much to the shock of the guild except for Miragen, who was really starting to like the new guy. Urza on the other hand was pissed that this guy backtalked her. Why you? Urza raised her fist ready to humble the new guy with her fist. She however was not expecting Naruto to grab her fist and nonchalantly toss her over him and through a wall. Flashback end. Since that day, Gray had noticed Urza had held a borderline hatred for the blonde that no one understood. Everyone thought it would pass with time, but it's been 7 years now and Urza still damn near hated him. Even though Naruto had tried on many separate occasions to befriend her. Whatever her problem was, Gray hoped she got over it soon. The group was making their way to the Saint Asian when Happy mentioned he was supposed to tell Lucy something. When she asked what it was, Happy began to think what it was out loud while throwing insults at Lucy every time he thought about what it was about, much to Lucy's annoyance. If Happy were to glance out the window, he would notice the tick mark on Naruto's forehead, as well as the twitch of his eye when Happy insulted Lucy. He really wanted to throttle that cat. The station finally came into view when they rounded a corner, but what they saw was smoke coming out of it, and a large crowd around the front. After pulling over, or landing in Naruto's case, the group made their way to the front of the crowd. Naruto made sure to talk to the guards first, knowing if Urza did then she would just knock them out before they could answer. Approaching the closest guard, Naruto got his attention. Excuse me, we're mages from Fairy Tail, can you tell us the situation? After the guard told them that Eisenwald had taken over the station and that the army was already inside engaging them, the group set off, but not before Naruto slapped Natsu awake a few times. As soon as the mages entered the station, Naruto and Natsu were immediately assaulted by a horrible odor. Oh my god, what is that horrible smell? Natsu said nasally while holding his nose. What do you two smell? Gray asked, wondering what made them stop. It's blood, and a lot of it, Naruto said, surprising the group with his deadly serious tone. Before anyone could ask, Naruto shot off after the repugnant scent, with the other trying to catch up. As soon as Naruto rounded the corner, he stopped and stared with horror written across his face at the scene before him, as did the others when they finally caught up. They had found the reason for the heavy scent of blood. What they saw was the army. Or more specifically what was left of them, as many of them were eviscerated with missing limbs as blood was splattered over the walls and covering the bodies of the dead soldiers. The group couldn't believe their eyes. Natsu couldn't tear his eyes away from the gruesome sight that lay before him. He had never seen such carnage and really wished he hadn't, as he was deeply disturbed by it. Happy had buried his head inside Natsu's vest. Sora had to look away. He and Naruto had seen similar things on jobs and it never got easier. It took all of Gray's willpower not to vomit at the horrible scene and the smell that had invaded his nose. Urza had a flashback to a certain tower she had escaped from when she saw the dead soldiers soaked in their own blood. She had to admit that seeing people vaporized was slightly less horrible than seeing them mutilated in such horrible ways. Lucy had her hand covering her mouth, her eyes were wide with horror as tears were pouring down her face as she turned to Naruto and buried her head into his chest. Naruto himself was far beyond pissed off as his magic pressure was beginning to leak out of his body. He was about to go find the Eisenwald members and tear them apart, but managed to restrain himself due to the trembling woman buried in his chest. Taking a deep breath, Naruto reined in his power, then took off his jacket and placed it on Lucy. Then wrapped her in his arms to calm her down. It was at this point the group was brought out of their stupors due to the wet cough that was heard. Naruto looked around or his eyes fell onto a soldier laying on his stomach. Naruto immediately noticed his left arm and leg were gone. Passing Lucy, who had finally stopped crying, over to Natsu, Naruto jogged over to the sole survivor of this massacre. Kneeling down to turn the soldier over onto his back, Naruto noticed the deep wounds in his chest. He knew it was too late to save this man. Who did this to you all? Naruto already had an idea, but he needed to be sure. It was a man, with silver hair and a scythe. He came out of nowhere and started tearing through us. Please, stop. That was as far as the Oliter got as the light disappeared from his eyes, causing Lucy, who had come up with the others to hear the soldier had to say, start crying again. After closing the soldier's eyes, Naruto stood up and turned to his comrades with an unreadable expression, acutely aware of the blood on his hands. Let's find them, and put them down, Naruto said in a deadly serious voice that scared them all, even Urza. Naruto walked up to Lucy and hugged her again and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, everything will be fine, we won't let them take any more innocent lives. Lucy looked up at Naruto and saw his smile. After a moment, Lucy wiped her tears and nodded with a determined look on her face. Let's go, Naruto said, and they all went off, determined to put Eisenwald to rest. When everyone entered the next room, they came face to face with the entire guild of Eisenwald. They then heard a creepy laugh. So you arrived, you fairy tale flies. The fairy tale mages looked up to see Aragorn the Shinigami, ace of Eisenwald. They also noticed his scythe was still dripping from the blood of the soldiers. Aragorn, I knew it was you that killed those soldiers. Naruto growled out. Oh, those little ants. They weren't any fun, although I did enjoy their screams as I tore them apart. Aragorn said with a sick smirk. Naruto just growled. Urza stepped forward and demanded he tell them what he was after. After claiming he was gonna broadcast the lullaby over the speakers in the train station, Naruto stepped forward. That's bullshit and you know it. Broadcasting that sound here is too small a challenge for you. Or you wouldn't have bothered waiting for us to show up. What's your real goal, Aragorn? Aragorn laughed his insane laugh. Looks like I can't fool you, Gold King. You're right, this isn't my true goal. No, my goal is to go to the Guild Master meeting in Clover Town and play the flute in front of all the Guild Masters. Aragorn stated, shocking the fairy tale mages. It's really too bad none of you will be there to see it. Kill them boys, Aragorn stated as he disappeared. Damn it, Natsu, Gray, come with me, Urza, Lucy, Sora, you take care of these small fry. Naruto said, gaining nods from everyone, even a reluctant Urza. As the boys left, two of Aragorn's followers, Ryul and Kageyama, followed after them, leaving Lucy, Sora, Urza and happy with the rest of Eisenwald. Not wanting to waste time with small talk, Sora quickly transformed into his battle mode form and jumped into the mass of dark wizards, beating the crap out of them as he went. Not one to be outdone, Urza summoned a sword and cut through a few dark wizards before switching to a spear and then twin swords, much to Lucy's amazement. Not wanting to be left out, Lucy, who was still wearing Naruto's jacket, summoned her spirit Cancer, who was basically a crab man, and had him snip through people's weapons and hair, even though Happy accused her of trying to steal Urza and Sora's thunder. As Urza realized there was still a lot of dark wizards, she switched her basic armor to her Heaven Wheel armor and took down the rest of the mages, except for a fat one who ran away. After seeing the power Urza had, Lucy had stars in her eyes. After that Urza had demanded that Lucy follow after the boys. After she and Happy left, Urza was about to collapse before a furry arm caught her. When she looked up she saw Sora. Why are you helping me? Urza asked. She figured with how she treated Naruto, Sora wouldn't care to help her. Because despite how you treat Naruto you're still a member of the fairy tale family. And no matter how abrasive you are to him, Naruto wouldn't want to see you hurt and neither would I. Sora said with a deeper voice as opposed to his squeaky one in his normal form. Urza was shocked after what Sora said. Maybe she should treat Naruto better after all. No matter how much he reminded her of him, he was still Naruto. As the boys were chasing after Aragorn they came to a three-way split. Naruto took the middle, Gray took the left and Natsu took the right. With Gray had found the speaker room and realized he was at a dead end. Gray was about to turn around when he had to dodge an attack by one of the Dark Wizard's Ryul. Gray grew tired of continually dodging the weird swords his opponent used and used his Ice Make shield to block the attacks and then his Ice Make knuckle to knock Ryul into the wall. Gray was about to leave him before the moron opened his mouth to gloat about the deaths of the guild masters. So caught up with his gloating he didn't realize Gray turned around until he was right in front of him with his hand grabbing his face as a dark look appeared on Gray's. A moment later, Gray could be seen leaving the speaker room, leaving behind the frozen remains of Ryul, not caring whether he was alive or dead. With Natsu. Natsu had been tearing the hallway apart trying to find Aragorn. That is until Kageyama appeared and attacked him. However, like last time Natsu was back to full strength, so with one Fire Dragon's iron fist, it was all over and Kageyama was stuck in the wall. Natsu was about to question him before Gray, Lucy and Happy had appeared. Kageyama had stood up and was about to get ready to fight everyone, before the fat guy that ran from Urza before appeared through the wall and shoved his hand into Kageyama's back. Enraged had someone would betray their guild mate, Natsu fired his dragon's roar at the fat bastard and roasted him. After treating Kageyama's wounds, Natsu picked him up and he along with the other ran to find either Naruto or Urza. Naruto had somehow wound up outside the station with Sora who had caught with him after splitting up with Urza. They were about to go back into the station but before they a wind barrier popped up in front of them. They wondered where the hell that came from before Naruto saw Aragorn flying away in his peripheral. Damn it, he's getting away. Sora, let's go after him. Naruto said, but what about the others? Sora asked back. They're fine, I can still sense their magic, I'm sure they'll catch up soon. With that said, Sora picked up Naruto and shot off after Aragorn. After flying for a while at full speed, Naruto and Sora finally caught up to Aragorn. Gold Dragon's breakdown fist. Naruto cried as he slammed his fist into Aragorn's face when he was close enough, rocketing him to the ground. When Naruto landed, Sora collapsed on his head. Naruto couldn't blame the little guy, flying from just outside of Onabus to Oshinaba, fighting the DWs and then flying full speed from Oshinaba to just outside of Clover Town had exhausted the little guy. Naruto sat the cat down. Take a break, buddy, you've earned it. At this time, Aragorn had regained his bearings and stood up with a pissed off look on his face. You're gonna regret that, you fairy tale fly. I only regret not doing it sooner. Naruto replied with his emotionless face. Aragorn growled, storm mail. Wind whipped around Aragorn violently before he was encased in a shroud of wind that looked almost like armor. I'll rip you to shreds before I kill the guild masters. Emera. Baram. Aragorn shot a GNT twister at Naruto who only had time to throw up a guard since he wasn't expecting the powerful attack. When the wind ceased, it showed Naruto with his tank top gone, leaving him bare-chested with his necklace on full display. The wind also showed the area around had been torn apart. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this wasteland will make a perfect graveyard. Aragorn cackled. Now all we need is a dead body, and trust me Aragorn, when this is over, I'll give you a nice burial. Oh, how are you gonna do that? With my storm mail active you can't even get near me. Aragorn said as he floated high in the sky. Oh really now? Naruto said as he smirked. It was at that point something glowed on Aragorn's chest. Looking down, he saw a strange rune on him. It was then a bright flash appeared in front of him. Rev. ealing Naruto with his fist cocked back that glowed with his magic. Gold Dragon's breakdown fist. Aragorn crashed into the ground again. When he stood up he demanded to know what that rune was and how Naruto got so close. Think of that rune as a tether, anything that it is attached to I can teleport to it. If you're wondering how you got it, it was when I punched you the first time. Naruto explained with a smirk. Damn you, Aragorn growled, his storm mail leaving him. Naruto dropped his smirk and glared at Aragorn. Aragorn, you have done nothing but murder innocent people even before you became a Dark Guild member. Your reign of terror is coming to an end now. Any last words? Fool, I will never die. Aragorn screamed as he charged up his magic. Naruto, not wasting any time, flashed in fr. Onto Aragorn with his hand covered in his magic in the shape of a blade. Gold Dragon Saber. Naruto yelled as his hand tore through Aragorn's chest and out the back. Aragorn had a look of horror mix. Ed with pain on his face as blood oozed out of his mouth. Naruto pulled his arm out as Aragorn fell. He was dead before he even hit the ground. Naruto dug a hole and placed Aragorn inside, then used his scythe as a tombstone. He closed his eyes and bid a small prayer for the madman, even he deserved that. After his prayer, Naruto picked up Sora, who was taking a nap, when he heard the sound of a mo. Torin turned to see them with the others plus Kageyama inside. When they all got out with Lucy supporting Urza, they looked around and saw a half-naked Naruto holding a sleeping Sora standing next to a makeshift grave with Aragorn's scythe as the tombstone. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. Even then Natsu still asked, "What the hell happened here? Isn't it obvious?" Naruto started. "Aragorn and I fought. He lost," he said, pointing to the grave. "Well, at the very least, good job Naruto, you saved the master." This surprisingly came from Urza. Thanks," Naruto said, unsure how to act to Urza complimenting him. Lucy walked up to Naruto with a small blush seeing him shirtless and handed him his jacket. "Here," she said softly. "Thanks, can you take Sora for me?" he asked. Ed to which she nodded. She rather liked Sora as opposed to his blue counterpart. "I don't believe it, this guy killed Aragorn," Kageyama thought as he looked at Naruto putting on his jacket, then glanced down at Lullaby unattended. While everyone was distracted, Kageyama snuck onto them and stole it while using his magic to make it jump over the others and grab Lullaby. "See ya, fairy tale flies," he said as he drove away. After they got over their disbelief, the fairy tale mages hauled ass to get to Clover Town. When the FT mages finally made it to Clover Town, they saw Kageyama about to play the flute in front of Master Makarov. They were about to interfere, but were stopped by the other masters and told to watch and see what happens. After hearing the master lecture Kageyama on the of his ways and his subsequent surrender, the fairy tale mages rushed their master to make sure he was okay. What everyone seemed to forget though was the flute, and that would prove costly. "I grow tired of these weak-willed mages," said a raspy voice from behind them. The fairy tale mages turned to see the lullaby floating in the air before a giant magic circle appeared. "Finally, my resurrection is upon me." The flute transformed into a giant wooden demon. "What is that?" Lucy asked, shocked. "It's a demon from the Book of Zirf," Master Goldmine explained. "Now, whose soul shall I devour first?" "Well, this just got exciting," Naruto said with a big smile on his face as he took off his jacket and tossed it to Lucy. "Could you hold that for me? I'd hate for it to get damaged." Lucy, who was standing with the guild masters, caught his jacket and slipped it on and rolled up the long sleeves. "We're not afraid of you. Men charge," the army commander said as he and his men charged the demon. That is until the demon destroyed a mountain, causing them to run away. "Wow, what a bunch of cowards. Urza, you're still low on magic, take a breather. Gray, you get the civilians out of harm's way, and Natsu, you come with me. We're gonna show this overgrown tree who it's messing with," Naruto said, gaining nods from everyone but Urza, who was about to refuse, but thought against it as she was still tired. The demon roared, causing everyone to cover their ears as a magic circle appeared over its head. "Let's go," Naruto and Natsu said in unison as they shot off toward Lullaby. As they closed in, they both jumped high in the air. Natsu tucked his legs into his chest and turned his body so that his head was facing Lullaby. Naruto rotated his body around and cocked his leg back as he kicked at Natsu's feet. Feeling the force from Naruto's kick, Natsu kicked of Naruto's leg and headed straight for the demon as he covered himself in flames. Fire Dragon's sword horn, Natsu yelled as he slammed into the demon and put a big hole in his abdomen. Following Natsu's lead while still in the air, Naruto pointed his hands out wide. Gold Dragon's Gatling gun, Naruto called as a bunch of big gall. Den blast shot out of Naruto's hands and slammed into Lullaby, creating more holes. You pests are beginning to annoy me. Fall to my song, Lullaby yelled as it activated its song. Everyone began to panic except Naruto, Natsu and Makarov, who began to smirk, because instead of the song of death, Lullaby sounded like it farted. Oh, I get it, because of all the extra holes, the song was disrupted. Lucy said, damn you, I will crush you all and devour your souls. Lullaby screamed as it went berserk and started firing in random things. One of its blasts was heading toward the guild masters. Luckily Gray was there. Ice make shield. Gray cried as a shield popped up, protecting everyone but causing a lot of flames to appear around them. However, Natsu made quick work of those by eating them and gaining more power. Naruto yelled as his gold magic exploded out of him. Ready Natsu. Hell yay. Gold dragons. Fire dragons. Ruar. A giant blast of Lig. HT and a gout of fire spewed out of Naruto and Natsu's mouth respectively. The two blasts joined together before enveloping the demon and destroying it in a fiery explosion. When the dust cleared, everyone began to cheer that the demon was gone. Makarov began gloating about his mages being the best. Everything was fine before a random guild master spoke up. Yeah, your mages are the best at causing destruction. Everyone was wondering what he meant before they noticed that the guild meeting building was gone. After seeing the destruction, Makarov's soul started to leave his body before Naruto flashed to him, grabbed his soul and placed it back in his body. Then while everyone was distracted, he picked up his grandfather and he, along with the other fairy tale mages, hauled ass back to the guild. It had been a day since the Lullaby indecent. Despite all that went down, Makarov couldn't be more proud of how strong his mages had become. He also noticed that Urza seemed to finally get over her dislike of Naruto. On the trip back to Magnolia, she didn't glare at Naruto through the whole trip. He also noticed his grandson was getting closer to the guild's newest member. Flashback. The guild members were all inside of a spare with Gray driving. Makarov was sitting next to Urza with Happy sitting between them. Natsu, who Urza knocked out, was sprawled out on the floor. As for Naruto, he was laying his head in Lucy's lap, with Sora asleep on his chest, as she was running her fingers through his hair. They didn't know the master was discreetly watching them with a smile. Say Lucy, total shot in the dark here. You wanna go out sometime? Naruto asked, catching the attention of everyone in the hell. Even Sora popped an eye open to see what was going on. What? Was her intelligent reply. Lucy wasn't really paying attention to anything as she was watching the scenery go by, so when Naruto had asked his question, Lucy was convinced he didn't say what it sounded like he said. Chuckling a bit to himself, Naruto said, I asked if you would go out with me. Now Lucy was in quite the bind. On one hand, Lucy had just been asked out by her crush, who was probably one of the most popular and powerful people in Magnolia and in Fairy Tale. On the other hand, what could someone like him see in someone like her? She was nothing special, as far as she thought anyway. Sure. She managed to stutter out. Great, we'll work out the details when we get out of this death trap people call transportation. Of course, with the way Gray drives, that may be a while. Naruto said, getting an indignant hey from Gray. Flashback end. Based on what he saw, Makarov figured he'd have some blonde, blue and brown-eyed great-grandchildren to spoil in the future. Oh, he couldn't wait to tell Perliuzuka when he got home. He had to remember to thank Naruto for setting up a teleportation rune from his cottage to Perliuzuka's in the East Forest. Of course only he, his wife and Naruto knew it existed. Makarov would have continued this line of thought if not for the commotion going on in the guild. As he looked up, he wasn't surprised to see Natsu and Gray starting a brawl that grew as they pulled in Elfman, Jet, Droy, Nab and Vegeta. He noticed Kana, Jumped in as well when they made her spill her drink. He continued to look around to see Lucy at a table along with Levi and Biska. Looking to another table, he saw his grandson talking with Alzak. If he had to guess, he would say they were talking about Naruto's date with Lucy later tonight. Ought to be young again. Makarov muttered as he sipped his beer, reminiscing of his youth when he asked Perliuzik out. With the girls, Lucy was nervous as hell. Today was her date with Naruto, and if she was honest, she was a little scared. She had never been on a date before. All the guys that would ask her out before she instantly turned down because she knew they only wanted to get to her fortune or just to get into the Heartfilia heiress's pants, or both. Naruto on the other hand was different. He didn't have a clue as to who she really was. He asked her out, not as Lucy Heartfilia, heiress of the Heartfilia Corazon, but as Lucy, stellar spirit mage, and member of Fairy Tail. Lucy was brought out of her thoughts by Levi. Even though Lucy had only been a part of Fairy Tail for a short time, Levi had quickly become one of Lucy's best friends. I'm sorry, Levi, what were you saying? I was asking if you knew what Naruto had planned for you tonight. Levi asked, smiling. Don't know, he just told me to dress classy yet casual and meet him outside the guild at 7. Lucy answered, a little disheartened. Hey, what's wrong, Lucy? You don't sound too excited about your date tonight. Biska commented, noticing Lucy's mood. Biska's right, Lucy. I thought you liked Naruto. Levi stated, concerned. I do, it's just, well, I've never done this kinda thing before. Lucy said, a bit embarrassed if the pink that lined her cheeks was anything to go by. Ah, Lucy, you've got nothing to be ashamed about. I mean, I've never been on a date either. Biska said to reassure her, although you'd have to be blind to miss the look of longing she sent to a certain poncho-wearing gun mage. And I have to say, Lucy, as far as first dates go, I don't think you could have chosen better than Naruto. Levi said as she and the other girls looked to Naruto as he talked with Alzak. No matter how scared she was, Lucy couldn't help the small smile that appeared on her face. With the boys, Naruto and Alzak were currently in a deep conversation about women. Come on, Al, what's the problem? All you gotta do is go up and ask her, it's easy. Naruto said, trying to get his point across. That's easy for you to say, not everyone has your charm and way with words. Alzak snapped back, way with words? Dude, I just asked Lucy right out. Hell, she could have easily said no, which is the worst that Biska could do if you asked her out. Naruto retorted, oh, you don't get it. Biska and I have been friends since before we joined Fairy Tail. I'd hate to ruin our friendship over this. Al whined. You know they say a person tends to regret the things they didn't do as opposed to the things they did do. Naruto said sagely while Al looked at him. I mean, how would you feel if she found herself in the arms of another when that could have easily been you? Naruto said, as he got up to get ready for tonight. But before he left, he turned to his friend to address him one last time. And if that don't light a fire under your ass, how about this? If it doesn't work out between me and Lucy, I'll try my luck with a certain cowgirl next. And with that, Naruto took his leave. If he stayed a little longer, he would have noticed Al's eyes go wide with horror before narrowing with determination. Alzak stood from his seat and walked with purpose over to the object of his desires and tapped her on the shoulder. When Biska turned to look at she smiled before she noticed a look in his eyes she's never seen before, and if she was honest, it excited her. Al, what's the mat? She started to say before he interrupted. Biska, will you go out with me? Later that day, Lucy was waiting outside the guild like Naruto had said, waiting for said person to show up. Lucy was wearing a low-cut black dress with white frills going from her shoulders down toward her impressive bust and around her chest and the bottom of the skirt. Her hair was in a bun with two long strands framing her face. Lucy kept replaying what happened in the guild after Naruto left. Alzak had walked up to Biska and out of the blue asked her out. Lucy couldn't help the grin on her face when she remembered the look on Biska's face. Her face went blank as it turned a dark shade of red that contrasted with her hair. When she finally came to, she had a 1,000-watt smile on her face, screamed out the word yes, grabbed Alzak's hand and rushed out of the guild. No one had seen them since. So caught up in her thoughts, she didn't notice the arrival of another person until they started speaking. Hey, sorry I'm late. Lucy was jostled out of her thoughts by Naruto's voice. When she turned to greet him, she herself had gained a dark blush as she stared at Naruto. Naruto was wearing a black dress shirt with the top 2 buttons undone and the sleeves rolled up to his forearms. A pair of dark blue jeans, a pair of classy but casual dress shoes, and to top off the outfit, he was wearing his fur-lined leather coat. Naruto also had his normally unruly hair slicked back and his goatee trimmed into a soul patch too. All in all, Lucy thought he was gorgeous. Little did she know these very thoughts were being mirrored by the blonde staring at her, except he was more vocal about it. "You're gorgeous," Naruto muttered. Lucy must have heard him because now her blush had become darker, if that was even possible. Clearing his throat, Naruto said, "We should probably get going. Our dinner reservation is for 7:45. After coming back to her right mind, Lucy agreed with a small cute smile. Naruto extended his arm out and Lucy gladly looped hers with his and they were off. Completely oblivious to the rest of the guild. Watching through the windows. After a delicious, and quite expensive meal in which Lucy couldn't believe Naruto paid without doing a double take, we find the 2 blondes walking around Magnolia looking for an ice cream parlor, arm in arm, talking about random things and getting to know one another better. After a while, Lucy finally had to ask the question that's been bugging her since Naruto first asked her out. "Hey Naruto," Lucy called, getting Naruto's attention. "Why'd you ask me out?" "What do you mean?" Naruto asked, confused. "Well, you could probably have any girl in the world, why pick me?" Taking a moment to think, Naruto answered. "It's kinda hard to explain, but here goes. Since the first day I met you, there was something about you that drew me to you. Like I said, it's hard to explain, but I feel at ease when you're around, like there's nothing in the world that can affect me. That just looking at you brightens my whole day. That's why I asked you out." Lucy thought she was going to cry. That was the nicest thing anyone had ever said to her. Giving him a heart-warming smile as she looped her arm with his as laid her head on his shoulder as they continued to look for the ice cream parlor. As Naruto was walking Lucy home, he noticed she was getting chills. Removing his arm from her hold, gaining a questioning look from the doe-eyed blonde. Before shrugging off his jacket that was essentially acting as a cape and placed it over her shoulders to warm her up, then wrapping his arm around her as they continued walking. After a few more minutes, they finally arrived at Lucy's apartment. "I had a great time tonight, Naruto. We should do this again sometime," Lucy said, standing a step higher, looking Naruto directly in the eye as opposed to when she has to look up. "Definitely," Naruto replied. "So, guess I'll see you tomorrow, right? Don't know about the rest of you, but to me the goodbye of the first date is the most awkward part to me." "Right," Lucy said as she turned to enter the building before she turned around and kissed Naruto on the cheek and then ran inside, leaving Naruto outside blushing with a dopey smile on his face. After righting himself, he disappeared in a flash of gold. The next morning, Lucy was sitting at her desk writing a letter to her mother about the guild, the Eisenwald incident, and her date with a certain blonde-haired dragon slayer. When she finished the letter, she stretched and thought about what she was going to do today before a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Wow, for 70,000 jewel a month. You got this place dirt cheap," said the voice. "Intruder alert," Lucy yelled when she saw Gray had broken into her apartment, then delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Had knocked the wind out of Gray when she saw he was practically naked. "And no stripping in my house." 3. Whoa, you got the wrong idea. I stripped before I came inside," Gray said matter-of-factually. "Get out," was Lucy's reply. Besides, Gray started ignoring Lucy's order. "I came to remind you that was happening today." "That?" Lucy questioned. "See, I knew you forgot. Remember had Natsu said before we took that mission a couple of days ago. He challenged Naruto and Urza to a fight, and he chose to fight Naruto first. It's about to start." Outside the guild, the entire guild was outside surrounding Naruto and Natsu, cheering as the two stood across from each other. "Wait, they were serious about fighting," Lucy exclaimed as she appeared in the crowd. "Oh, hey Lucy, glad you could make it," Mira said, noticing Lucy's presence. "They'd better be serious, they wouldn't be real men if they weren't," Elfman said from behind Mira. although Naruto's more like a monster than a man. Mikao commented. Won't it cause problems down the road if two people from the strongest team fight? Lucy asked worried. Strongest team? What are you talking about? Gray asked quizzically. You, Natsu, Urza, and Naruto. You're the strongest members of Fairy Tail. Lucy said. What dumb ass told you that? Gray said, not realizing Mira was right next to him and heard what he said, causing her to start bawling. Oh, it was you, Mira. I didn't know. Gray said nervously. You made her cry, Gray. Lucy scolded him. I can understand Naruto being one of the strongest, he's a real man after all. But Natsu and Gray aren't even in his league. Elfman commented. Of course, I can agree to Urza being the strongest female. Levi said. But for strongest in general, you also have to consider Laxus and Mistogen. Jet said. Not to mention that geezer, Gildarts. Droy added. Urza just stood to the side quietly. Even though she didn't show it, she was a bit miffed that Natsu chose to fight Naruto instead of her. How long has it been since we last fought Natsu? Naruto asked his brother in all but blood. I was just a little kid back then, I won't lose this time. Natsu said determined. Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled. Well said, but since you're not a kid anymore. Naruto's eyes snapped open and this time his pupils were dangerously slitted. I have no reason to hold back. Naruto said as a gold outline appeared around him as his magic energy increased. Happy and Sora, who were watching the two intently, saw the change in Naruto's demeanor. The humans wouldn't notice but they certainly did. Naruto's whole being spoke of power. With that in mind, the two cats did the only thing that could in this situation. Put it all on Naruto in the first round. The two cats bet at the betting pool run by Kana. How can you bet against your own partner like that? Lucy yelled to Happy. I could never do something like this, I don't want either to lose. Lucy said, though if you looked closely, you would see Lucy handing money to Kana behind her back with a note attached saying, put it on Naruto. Get in the spirit, Lucy. Gray commented. What's the master gonna say about these two fighting? Lucy asked in general. As if to answer the question, Makarov appeared between the two dragon slayers with his arm raised. Let's fucking do this. 4. And with that, Natsu shot off with his fist ablaze. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Much like when they first met, Natsu sent a multitude of punches toward Naruto and just like when they first met Naruto bobbed and weaved through each punch before vanishing in a gold flash. Natsu, who was hit with a sense of déjà vu, put up his left arm to guard. No sooner had his guard been put up did a huge impact in the form of Naruto's leg hit his arm, almost making him buckle. It did however make his arm go numb. Natsu managed to throw Naruto off his arm before firing a fire dragon's roar at the blonde mage. Naruto, after landing on his feet, quickly moved out of the way of the approaching fire that followed him around the makeshift arena and torched some of the crowd. Wow, Lucy quietly exclaimed in awe. This is a great fight. Elfman exclaimed. Where? Gray said, trying to hide his jealousy over Natsu keeping up with Naruto so well. Naruto and Natsu were face to face again, trading punches before backing off, about to clash again. Gold Dragon's breakdown fist. Fire Dragon's iron fist. But before their fists could collide, a loud gong sound rang out, catching everyone's attention. When everyone turned to look, they all saw a frog, toad, something or other. Bottom line, it was a messenger from the council. This fight is over. Nobody move. I am a messenger from the Magic Council. 5. Everyone was shocked by the arrival of the messenger, except for Lucy, who was more shocked by its appearance. For 11 crimes committed during the Eisenwald incident including collateral damage, Naruto Dreyar, you are hereby under arrest. The messenger said, much to the shock and horror to everyone present. That means I win, right? Natsu asked despite the situation. Fiore's Magic Council branch, Naruto, who was handcuffed, and the messenger from before were walking down the hall toward the courtroom, when suddenly they were stopped by someone. The messenger immediately bowed before the person while Naruto merely narrowed his eyes. Ultir. 6. The now revealed Ultir smiled seductively as she walked over toward Naruto. Hello Naruto-kun, it's so wonderful to see you again, she said. Naruto just narrowed his eyes more. Ah, why so glum? I remember we had a very strong bond once. No, You and I had very strong drinks once, Naruto said as Ultir stood right in front of him. For his part, Naruto remained calm in front of the councilwoman. Even though a very small part of him wanted nothing more but to tear off her clothes and have his way with her. Like once before, the rest of his mind wanted nothing to do with her. Hell, even his inner dragon was telling him that this woman was dangerous and to keep his guard up around her. Why am I here, Ultir? I don't sense the other council members anywhere. While I'm on the subject, I don't sense you either, Naruto said, growing annoyed. That's because neither I or the other council members are here. We're all in Era. There was no reason for us to come here for such a ridiculous trial, Ultir said with that same seductive smile on her face. GCH, I knew this was a mock trial. The council doesn't want the blame to fall on them, so they're using me as a scapegoat. HMPH, I suppose that's politics for you, Naruto growled out. Ultir didn't confirm or deny his accusation, just continued to stare at him with that smile before she got closer and wrapped her arms around his neck and got real close to his face. She couldn't actually touch him, being a thought projection and all, but it didn't deter her, nor did having to stand on her toes since Naruto was a good head taller than she was. I hope you know you've ruined me for other men, Ultir said quietly as she stared into narrowed sapphire eyes. I love how cold and focused your eyes are. Before long, he released him and made to leave. I do hope you and I can meet over drinks again sometime, Naruto-kun. And with that she vanished. The messenger, who was still kneeling next to Naruto and had heard the entire conversation, looked up at Naruto as if she were looking at a deity. Why, you had a relationship with one of the council members? HMPH, no. Believe me when I say, she's nothing but trouble. Yuto said as he continued on to the courtroom to get this ridiculous farce over with. This is total bullshit, Lucy cried. Naruto had certainly rubbed off on her. We were there too. Can't we give a testimony or something? She asked the master. Unfortunately no, the master started. These elected officials, seem to think Naruto should be held responsible for the destruction of Clover. Alright guys, let's just calm down and think about this rationally for a moment, said Natsu, who had been turned into a salamander and had a glass over him. The entire guild went quiet when they realized what he said. Natsu suddenly started to sweat under their piercing gazes before Makarov spoke. You're not Natsu, he said before he fired a blast of light at the imposter. When the blast hit, the imposter became none other than Macau. Macau, everyone in the guild exclaimed. Sorry guys, I kinda owed Natsu a favor, Macau explained. Oh crap, Natsu went after Naruto, didn't he? Gray spoke. Why would he do that? He'll just make things worse, Elfman complained. Oh relax, what's the worst he can do? Steal some of Naruto's clothes, dye his hair blonde and pretend to be Naruto. Ha 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 tilde. Oh god, he didn't, Makarov said as he realized that's exactly what he would do. Naruto Drayar, for your crimes during the Eisenwald incident, we of the council find you, before Councilman Ord could finish delivering the verdict, the door to the courtroom exploded open. Naruto turned to see who the moron was that would be stupid enough to break into a council room. When the smoke cleared, Naruto had to do everything in his power not to blow a gasket, because standing before the council dressed in his clothes was Natsu, screaming that he was Naruto. You may be wondering how Naruto can. Those were his clothes and not copies. Well, for one thing, Naruto is a good bit taller and bulkier than Natsu, so the clothes he was wearing were barely hanging onto his smaller frame. The moron dyed his hair blonde but left his roots pink, not to mention the crudely drawn beard on his chin in black marker. If that wasn't bad enough, while he was screaming, he was breathing fire. Anyone who had heard of Naruto knew he wasn't a fire mage. Naruto calmly walked up to his brother and when he got his attention, beat the hell out of him, still in handcuffs mind you. What the hell are you doing here, you moron, and why are you wearing my clothes? Naruto bellowed as he beat Natsu to a pulp. Later that day, after the fiasco that Natsu caused, both dragon slayers were tossed in a cell for the rest of the night. Hot. You mean to tell me that whole trial was a farce? Natsu exclaimed. That's right, they would have just given me a slap on the wrist and I could have been home today. Naruto growled out, irritated. Sorry, Natsu muttered meekly. Naruto took a deep breath. Forget it, at least listen to Gramps next time. Fairy Tale Guild Hall the next day. Freedom, Natsu yelled as he ran around the guild. Everyone in the guild was in high spirits since they found out Naruto's trial was just a formality. Ah, I got worried for nothing, Lucy said as she sat next to Naruto. Well, at least you were worried. Naruto said. Hey Natsu, what about your man-to-man fight with Naruto? Elfman said to Natsu. This stopped him right in his tracks as he turned to his brother. That's right. Come on Naruto, let's continue where we left off. Natsu, I feel I should warn you that I'm still a bit peeved at you for that stunt you pulled yesterday, so fighting me now may not be your best interest. Naruto said dangerously, making a shiver run down everyone's spine, including Urza, except Natsu. I said fight me, Natsu charged with fist ablaze. If he were smart he would have seen the way Naruto's eyes narrowed at him. Faster than. Nearly everyone could see Naruto was out of his seat and had punched Natsu so hard in the face, it squished in before he was sent flying back into a pill. Where he would stay with his comically wide eyes, possibly broken nose and mouth open with his soul floating out. The brutality frightened a few people. Can't say I didn't warn him. Naruto shrugged, causing everyone to laugh. It was then Master Makarov grunted. Master, you okay? Mira asked concerned. Sleepy. He's back, Makarov answered. When those words left the master's mouth everyone in the guild started falling asleep. Naruto, who was still standing, quickly turned and caught Lucy before she hit the ground, then sat down with her in his lap. Before long only the master and Naruto were awake. It was then a man with a dark blue cloak and a staff walked in. Must you knock everyone out when you come, Mistogen? Naruto asked the cloaked man. The now named Mistogen looked to the blonde with the woman in his lap. And just by looking at the way his eyes crinkled, Naruto knew he was smiling. Of course, how else would I keep up my mysterious persona? Mistogen said. You already wear a mask, do you need to be more mysterious? Quote, Naruto said as he chuckled. Not to mention you draw more attention to yourself when knock everyone out. Mistogen, I have a job for you. Master Makarov led Mistogen over and handed him his job. With that out of the way, Mistogen counted down from 5 as he headed for the door. When he reached 1 he disappeared and everyone woke up, except Natsu. He was knocked the fuck out. As Lucy was coming to, she realized she was incredibly comfortable. When she opened her eyes she was looking at the side of Naruto's face. When she finally cleared her head, she realized she was sitting on Naruto's lap. When this clicked in her head, she blushed. Hey there sleepyhead, welcome back to the waking world, Naruto said as noticed Lucy was awake. Lucy for her part blushed a little more before smiling and in yet another bold move that the old her would never do made herself comfortable in Naruto's lap, a move that didn't escape the notice of the other members of the guild. That date must have went well, the guild thought as a whole. It was then Lucy asked why everyone suddenly fell asleep and was told by Naruto, Gray and Elfman about how mysterious Mistogen was. That's why no one but Master and Naruto know what he really looks like. Gray told Lucy. That's not true, I know what he looks like too, said a deep voice that came from the second floor. Everyone looked up and to the shock of everyone, except Naruto and the Master, saw Laxus smoking a cigar. Another candidate for strongest member, Gray told Lucy as they looked on. Lucy also heard what sounded like growling and realized it was coming from Naruto as he looked at Laxus with loathing, something that scared her a little. The only negative emotion she had seen from Naruto was annoyance. Mistogen's just shy, don't be so nosy, Laxus said in a condescending manner. As if awakened by his voice, Natsu's eyes shot open, as he quickly stood up and challenged Laxus to a fight. ONL. Why for Gray to remind him he just got knocked out. That's right, if you can't beat Naruto, then you can't beat me. Hell, I bet you can't even beat someone like Urza, Laxus said, though no one missed the way he sneered Naruto's name. What's that supposed to mean? Urza said, getting pissed. HMPH, it means I'm the strongest, Laxus said, cocky. Come down here and say that, Natsu yelled. You come up, Laxus goaded. Fine by me, Natsu yelled as he hopped over the bar headed for the stairs before a light bullet shot past his head, almost hitting him. He turned around to see Naruto with his arm outstretched with his finger still smoking. Stay off the second floor Natsu, you're not ready yet. Naruto said with narrowed eyes. Lucy, who was still in his lap, was beginning to wonder about the second floor. Ah, you got scolded. Laxus mocked Natsu. Laxus, that's enough out of you. The master said, I won't let anyone take the title of strongest, not Urza, not Mistogen, not that geezer, and especially not you, Naruto. Laxus said as he walked out of sight. Asshole. Lucy heard Naruto whisper. Naruto, I need you to go on a job. Master said. Truthfully, Makarov was reluctant to send Naruto on this mission since it was from the Magic Council. Granted, it wasn't the first council mission that Naruto was requested to go on, but more often than not council missions were akin to suicide missions. When Naruto received the report, he immediately wasn't happy. After the stunt they just pulled, the Magic Council seriously wants me to do this. They asked for you by name. Makarov said sadly. He knew how Naruto felt about the council. Naruto sighed. It's fine. Come on Sora, let's go. Sora, who was at the bar the entire time drinking a milkshake, hopped onto Naruto's shoulder and they were off. Naruto had just left Fairy Tail with a scowl on his face. He was getting tired of the Magic Council and their bullshit. They'd put you on trial one moment, then expect you to worship the ground they walked on the next. One day they were going to piss off the wrong person. Sora didn't like seeing Naruto so upset. He knew how he felt about the council, more specifically that Ultir woman. Sora wasn't sure, but every time he was near that woman his fur would bristle. As the man and cat duo rounded a corner headed out of the city, who should he see but his best friend, whom no one had seen for a few days, Alzak. No surprise he was with Biska, and judging by their close proximity, they were finally together. As he got closer, he picked up on a change in Biska's scent, the type of change a woman's scent go through when her flower has been plucked. Naruto couldn't help the smirk that appeared on his face. Hey guys, haven't seen you for a while, how's it going? Naruto asked once he was in speaking distance. Great, can't complain. Biska and Alzak replied respectively before Alzak continued. How about you, where ya headed? Scowl instantly back. The council in their infinite wisdom has decided to send me on a mission after they gave me a bogus-ass trial. Naruto replied with barely contained venom. Knowing how Naruto felt about the council, Alzak was instantly serious. You gonna need a hand. Alzak said with a seriousness Biska hadn't heard from her boyfriend before. If you're not busy, I'd rather not intrude if you two were on a date. Naruto said. You ally, we were just headed for the guild since we've been absent a couple days. Biska said with a small blush that mirrored by Alzak. Yay, no worries, I've got your back. Alzak said. Well, if you're sure, alright. Naruto replied. I'll head to the guild and let the master know you're going with Naruto. Biska said to Alzak, kissing his lips chastely before walking to Naruto. Keep him safe for me, okay? She said, gaining a nod from Naruto. With a kiss to his whiskered cheek, and a pat to Sora's head she left. Well then, if you can pry your eyes from her rear, let's get moving. Naruto said to Alzak, who blushed having been caught. With that the two men and one cat left the city of Magnolia. By the way, how was it to finally get the girl and cash in that V card? Naruto said, a perverted grin like his grandpa's in place. Naruto. Alzak yelled, his face bright red. Meanwhile back at the guild, Biska had just entered to see everyone in a somewhat poor mood. This confused her as she had never seen the guild in such a state. What happened in here? Did I miss something? She asked as everyone turned to her at the sound of her voice. Biska, the guild cried as they saw her. They hadn't seen her for a few days and knew she wasn't on a mission. Not to mention it was easy to tell when she wasn't in the guild, as no one else in it, or the city of Magnolia for that matter, had green hair. They also knew that if Biska was gone, Alzak was with her. Speaking of which, hey, where's Alzak? Asked Jet. That's the other reason I came back. Alzak and I ran into Naruto and Sora on the way here and he told us about the mission he was going on, so Al went with him. She said, more directed toward the master, who nodded at her and made a note of this. With that out of the way, Biska made her way to a table where she was immediately grilled by Lucy and Levi. Sue, you and Alzak were gone for quite a while. Anything happened that you would like to tell us? Lucy started. Yay, Like, are you two finally together? Levi continued. Or if you can explain that glow about you. Lucy finished. Biska didn't have to say anything, her blazing red face said everything. Well, that face tells all. Levi said with a chuckle. Yeah, laugh it up. Bottom line is, Alzak and I are finally together. Lucy has basically laid her claim to Naruto. K blush from Lucy. All we need to do now is get you a man, Levi. Biska said. Actually, I'm already seeing someone. Levi said, shocking her two friends. Really? Who? Lucy and Biska asked together. You don't know him, but you will soon. I want it to be a surprise to the guild. Levi said, hiding her blush from the others. The rest of the time the friends just talked while thinking about the men in their lives. So, I probably should have asked this before we left. But where exactly are we going? Alzak asked after an hour of talking. The small team had been on a train headed for a far place called Clover Town. As they rode, the pair had been talking about Alzak's new love life while Sora had curled up on Naruto's lap and fallen asleep. Right, sorry. Well, you know about the disbanding of the guild Devil's Gate, right? A palish Naruto said, gaining a nod from Al. Well, since then, it seems that some of the more angry members have turned it into a dark guild. Their leader, Shadowbane, is said to be a powerful dark mage looking for recruits. The information on him says that he kidnaps people and uses their life essence to sustain himself. The mission is to destroy the guild and take Shadowbane out. Naruto explained. What? But I thought assassination missions were illegal. Alzak exclaimed. They're only illegal when the Magic Council isn't assigning them. Naruto said. Alzak took a second to process what was said, and he thought about the number of missions they had sent Naruto on. They've sent you on missions like this before, haven't they? Alzak asked his best friend. Naruto closed his eyes and shrugged. Almost every mission they send me on. Granted, not everyone I go on ends up with someone dead, but for the ones that do, there was no other option. They were too dangerous or couldn't be redeemed. I mean, think about this. What would you do if you met a dark wizard who sacrificed children to gain some type of power, or one who kills for fun? Alzak didn't know what to say. I know you want to be an S-class mage someday. A little heads up. These are the types of decisions you'll have to make. Urza knows it, Mira knows it, Laxus lives for it, hell, even Sora here knows it. Sometimes horrible people avenue to die in order to save the innocent, and as long as you don't start enjoying it, you can still keep your humanity intact. It's a shit job, but someone has to do it. Alzak thought hard on this the rest of the ride. When the train finally reached the station, Naruto shot off the train. Finally, I thought this thing would never stop. Ha ha ha, you really hate trains, man. Alzak laughed. Screw you, Al. So where are we going? Al asked. While normally we would head for the mayor's office to clear things up, this entire mission is supposed to be a covert operation. The less people know the better. Naruto said as he headed for where the guild was supposed to be. Alzak followed behind with a look of contemplation on his face. Do you think I'll need them? He asked Naruto. More than likely. These guys won't be messing around and will be trying to kill us. Most of them are said to be pretty strong. Not to mention it's just you, me and Sora. Naruto said. True. Alzak agreed. Speaking of which, does Biska know I gave you those? No. Do you plan on telling her? Not yet, but soon. Alzak thought about something for a minute. How'd your date with Lucy go? Good. Just good. Yup. Not real good. Alzak said, trying to get a rise out of Naruto. Alzak wisely shut up. No matter how he tried, he just couldn't get a rise out of Naruto. After a few more minutes the guild came into view. It looked just like a giant building shaped like a gate. Listen, Alzak, before we go in there you need to know that Shadowbane isn't the only dangerous character in there. The new ace, Nightmare, is said to be just as strong. He uses blood magic. If I'm not mistaken, it allows him to turn blood into weapons. A very dangerous ability for sure. Alright, I'll be careful if I run into him. Alzak said confidently. Good. 'Cause I don't want to have tell Biska why I'm carrying you back in a matchbox. Naruto said with a small smirk. I'd rather not tell Lucy the same. Alzak said with a matching smirk. If you two are quite done, can we get this over with? There's a chocolate vanilla swirls milkshake at the guild with my name on it. Sora said, trying to get everything back on track. Sorry, the two men said before Naruto pointed his finger at the gate while Alzak re-equipped two new guns that Naruto had found on a mission and given to Alzak. They were twin pistols that had a peculiar design on them and were very powerful. Coyote Stark's pistols, time to go, Los Lobos. Gold Dragon's bullet, Naruto said as he shot a bullet at the door of the guild door, causing an explosion. Almost immediately after the smoke cleared, they were attacked by members of the Dark Guild, but between Sora's kung fu, Alzak's shooting, and Naruto's overwhelming speed and strength, they made short work of the grunts and proceeded inside. Taking down a few more grunts, they found themselves at fork in the pathway. Without looking at the other, they already knew which way to go. Naruto took the left while Alzak and Sora took the right. Alzak and Sora ran down the corridor and ended up at a red door. Opening it and going in, they were surrounded by hundreds of, well, they didn't really know what they were. They looked like men, but they were all crimson red and looked to be dripping some sort of liquid. Sora took a whiff and realized they were all made of blood. Alzak, these things are made out of blood, Sora warned. What? How's that possible? Alzak exclaimed, alarmed. It's due to my magic, said a deep menacing voice. Sora and Alzak turned toward the source and saw what could only be described as something from a horror movie. The man didn't have skin. He was just muscle and blood. It looked like it would hurt for him to even move. I hope you didn't plan on leaving alive, because when I'm done I'll skin you alive and add your corpses to my army. Nightmare said, waving his arm over his vast army. You're not human, are you? Alzak asked, deeply disturbed. Nightmare just let out a deep laugh. Far from it, I am a creation of Lord Shadowbane. I feel no pain, for I am not alive, therefore I cannot die. Fighting me is useless. Nightmare said as he let out another bellow of laughter, only to abruptly stop as his head exploded. Damn, that laugh was annoying, Alzak said, gun still smoking. He however noticed the blood soldiers still stood. Then to his disgust, Nightmare's head began to regenerate and the laughter continued. Then the blood soldiers attacked. Sure hope Naruto's having a better time, Alzak thought as he and Sora started fighting Nightmare and his men. Naruto was charging down his hallway and beating the shit out of any poor soul that got in his way. When he finally came to an open room, he was surprised to see it resemble a throne room mixed with a control room. And in the center, seated in the throne, was whom Naruto assumed to be Shadowbane. He was a tall, muscular man who appeared to be middle-aged, as he had straight white hair that went down to his back and a full white beard. He was shirtless and had fingerless gloves and black baggy pants that tucked into red boots. So, you finally arrived, Shadowbane said, his head resting on his fist. When I sensed an intruder inside my guild, I had no idea it was none other than the Gold King of Fairy Tale himself. Listen, there's so many places I'd rather be right now. So can you just take the easy way out? Where give up so we can move this along? Naruto said. Shadowbane chuckled. And what's the hard way entail? The hard way entails me beating your ass so hard that anything you've done pales in comparison, Naruto said with a dead serious tone. Ooh, that's quite the threat, quite a good one as well. I haven't heard one like that in over 200 years. Hate to say it, but I'd like to see how you plan to do the hard way, Shadowbane said with a laugh, only to widen his eyes as Naruto suddenly appeared in front of him. Listen to Headstrong by Trapped. Like this, Gold Dragon's breakdown fist, Naruto cried as he punched Shadowbane so hard he broke through the back of his chair and was sent flying into the wall at the end of the room. I say again, take the easy route. No good will come from the hard one, Naruto said, quickly growing bored of this fight. Shadowbane slowly started to chuckle before it gradually increased in volume before he was laughing madly. Finally a worthy opponent. I can finally use my true power. Dark energy suddenly encased Shadowbane as he began to yell as his power increased. Before long his hair turned black and shy like a mane, and his muscles began to expand as his body got bigger. The man looked rejuvenated. Shadowbane finally looked up and Naruto noted that his incisors looked longer. Impressed. You should be. This is my dark revival magic. It uses dark magic to rejuvenate my body to its prime. When this battle is over, I shall be the victor, and you Shadowbane suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto, much to his shock. With an orb of darkness in his hand. Will be dead. Dark ball. Shadowbane shoved the orb into Naruto's back, causing an explosion that sent him flying into the wall. Naruto had to admit that one had hurt. He struggled slightly to get back to his feet. He realized when he felt a slight breeze that his clothes had been shredded, so he shed what was left of the torso, leaving him in just his pants and boots. "Alright tough guy, let's see what you got," Naruto said as he powered up and charged at Shadowbane, who met Naruto halfway. When they met in the middle, the two traded punches before Naruto got the upper hand and began unloading with strong punches and kicks that would break a lesser man. When he finished, he cocked his arm back and unloaded his Rasengan sending Shadowbane into a reactor in the room. The resulting explosion shook the guild hall. "HMPH, not so tough now, are ya?" Naruto said. When the smoke cleared, Shadowbane was revealed covered in bruises and covered in blood. However, he began to chuckle again as his body contracted and began to fix itself. "Ha ha ha ha. Did I forget to mention that my dark revival magic heals all wounds I sustain and makes me that much stronger? Face it. You can't stop me," Shadowbane said as he went on the offensive and punched Naruto, sending him flying only to appear where he would have landed, and proceeded to pinball him across the room a few times before he axe kicked him down toward the ground, causing dust to fly high in the air. "Damn it, this guy's really pissing me off," Naruto thought, making his way to his feet. "If I can just figure out a way to disable that ability of his, I could. Wait, that's it, I just have to shut down his magic coils. And I've got just the move to do it. I just have to mark him and this battle is over," Naruto thought with a smirk as he looked at Shadowbane, who was a bit unnerved by that smirk. "This is your last chance, give up or die," Naruto said. Shadowbane regarded Naruto for a moment before he began to laugh again. "You must have hit your head pretty hard. Clearly you don't realize you're in no place to be telling me to give up." Naruto's smirk turned into a predator's smile. "Don't say I didn't warn you," Naruto said as he suddenly disappeared and started trading blows with Shadowbane again. Due to his increase in speed and strength, Naruto had a much tougher time trying to gain the upper hand. Finally, opportunity presented itself as Shadowbane overextended a punch which allowed Naruto to land a powerful palm strike to his sternum, which sent him back and into a coughing fit. "Damn you, enough of this. This is over, it's time for you to die," Shadowbane said as he gathered more dark energy. "You're right about one thing, this fight is over," Naruto said as he held out his hand and charged up another Rasengan, only this one was bigger and shined a bright shade of gold. "Ha, do you think you can hit me with that again?" Shadowbane laughed until omething on his chest glowed and Naruto appeared in front of him in a flash. "Yes I do, Gold Dragon's Rasengan. 2, Naruto cried as he slammed the orb into Shadowbane's gut. Shadowbane screamed as the orb threw him into the wall and exploded into a giant golden blast that continued to harm him. When the blast finally stopped, Shadowbane was revealed to have turned into a decrepit old man, and he seemed to still be aging. What have you done to me?" Shadowbane said in an old raspy voice. "My attack severed your magic coils. I figured from the information I got from your file that you somehow kept yourself alive throughout the years. When I saw your magic, I figured that was what you were using to keep yourself young. That also explains the kidnapped people. Having a power like that has to have a drawback. To put it simply, you can't cheat death anymore," Naruto said as Shadowbane began fading away. Damn you." With that, Shadowbane turned into dust. Naruto stared for a moment longer before turning and leaving the room. Alzak and Sora were tired. They'd been shooting and fighting respectively the entire time, but everything they hit got back up. "This shit has got to stop." Alzak thought out loud as he kept firing from the air as Sora had shrunk and grabbed Alzak, allowing him to give an aerial assault, tremble, and become part of the nightmare. Nightmare started to say only to scream as a light appeared in his chest. "What is this? Your end," Alzak yelled as he aimed at the light. He figured that if Nightmare was wary of it, it must be bad for him. His gun charged up. "A blue bullet, Sero," Alzak cried as he shot off a blue beam from his gun. The beam shot the light in Nightmare's chest, causing him to explode, taking his men with him. Good thing Al and Sora were so high up. They didn't get any blood or guts on them. Well, that was messy. I don't know about you Sora, but I say we get out of here. Al said. I agree, Sora said as he flew Al out of the room. Alzak and Sora ran into Naruto heading for the exit. Hey, how'd it go? Naruto asked. Messy. No matter how much I hit him the bastard wouldn't go down. Well at least it's over now. Let's check into a hotel and head home on the morning. Naruto said as he, Alzak and Sora headed back to town. Later that day after Naruto had contacted the Rune Knights for cleanup and gave his report, Naruto was in a fresh new outfit and was about to meet Al and Sora for lunch until he felt a tingle on his left arm. When he lifted his sleeve, he saw an SOS had lit up on his arm. This confused him as he didn't remember marking any of his friends or loved ones until it finally dawned on him who it was that had set off this rune. Without another thought, he teleported. Gildarts Clive has been the ace of fairy tale for some 20-odd years now. This was because as long as he was a member, no one had been able to match him in strength. So powerful was he that his strength rivaled that of the 10 wizard saints. Not to mention he was classified as a SS rank wizard, a title reserved usually for the wizard saints, some guild master and a few others in the world. However, no matter how strong he was, nothing could prepare him for facing the Black Dragon of the Apocalypse, Acnologia. He was actually close to completing his 100-year quest, 3 in the Zonia Mountains when it came out of nowhere. Try as he might, nothing he did could harm the damn thing. He was going to try again when it suddenly charged him. He figured he was done for until suddenly there was a flash of light, then he felt something collide with him. Then in another flash, he was gone. Naruto had flashed to Gildart's location. He didn't know what he was facing since he didn't look, just grabbed Gildarts and flashed him back to his room in Zephyr Town. What the? Where am I? Gildarts asked as he looked around before his gaze landed on Naruto. Naruto smiled. Hey Pops, been a long time, how's it going? My boy, gee, Gildarts exclaimed as he pulled Naruto into a hug that Naruto wholeheartedly returned. What happened? 1 minute I'm fighting a dragon, the next I'm in a hotel room. Remember that paper I gave you before you left? Naruto asked, getting a nod from his father. Well, it had a rune on it that would alert me if you got into more trouble than you could handle in one of my teleportation runes so I could get you out of it. Naruto explained. Gildarts laughed at that. Isn't it the parents' job to protect their child? Maybe so, but we're not your average family. Naruto said, smirking. True. Now what were you saying about a dragon? The father and son spent an hour catching up on the last 3 years. So this girl Lucy, will I have to worry about little blonde-haired children running around? Gildarts said with a lecherous grin on his face. If Alzak were here, he'd be taking notes since Naruto was currently blushing. We only had one date. Naruto grumbled. Sometimes that's all it takes. I remember when first started dating my wife. Gildarts began telling Naruto about Cornelia, about how much in love with her he was and how it broke his heart when she left him. But it was when he was describing her that something began to click in Naruto's head. As he was describing Cornelia, Naruto couldn't help feeling that he was describing someone else as well. Long brown hair, long legs, and a tolerance for alcohol that could rival any mons. That sounds suspiciously like Kana. Naruto thought. Then his mind began to wander back to when he first met Kana and he noted her scent smelled kinda like Gildarts. Hey Pops, did you and Cornelia ever have children? Naruto asked. No, I was hardly ever around so we never really had time to, well you know. Gildarts explained. Are you sure? Maybe around the time she left. Why are you asking? Gildarts asked, getting suspicious. Well, while you were describing Cornelia, I couldn't help but think about someone else who fit that exact same description. Naruto explained. This got Gildarts' attention. Who? Kana. Gildarts remembered Kana, the little girl he met right outside the guild as he was leaving and then again periodically when he was at the guild. Now that he thought about it, she did look a lot like Cornelia. Just because she looks like Cornelia doesn't mean she's my daughter. It's not just her looks. A person's scent is unique and no two are the same, however the scent between parent and child is very similar but different. When I first met Kana, I met you first and I noted that her scent smelled suspiciously like yours. Naruto explained. Could I have had a child so close to me this whole time? Gildarts began to think out loud. Don't beat yourself up over it, just figure it out when you get back. Naruto comforted the man who had taken him under his wing and had become his father in all but blood. Sigh, you're right. The father and son visited for a while longer before Gildarts had to leave to keep his schedule. With a promise to be back at Fairy Tail in a few months, he left. Now alone, Naruto went to find Al and Sora. Around the afternoon of the next day, Naruto, Sora and Alzak had finally got home to Magnolia and were now headed for the guild. Man, it's great to be home, Alzak said, stretching. You saying that to be truthful, or are you really saying you're glad to be back to Bisca? Naruto teased. Shut up. A few minutes later they noticed people were staring at them in what looked like pity. Both men and cat gaining a sinking feeling, they shot off toward the guild. However, when they got to the guild, their eyes widened in horror as all they saw was a pile of broken wood and rubble. What the hell happened to the guild? All three yelled. How the hell could this have happened? We were only gone for a couple of days, who could have done this? Naruto thought as he approached what was left of the guild and examined the cuts in the wood and realized something. These cuts are too clean to have been done with a blade. There's still a bit of residual magic on them, but I can't tell who it might belong to. And if there was a scent, I can't smell it. Naruto thought. It was then that he heard Natsu screaming down in the basement. He stood up and looked to Alzak and Sora. Come on, I can hear Natsu yelling in the basement, Naruto said as they headed for the basement. As they got closer, Alzak could hear muffled yelling. As soon as they opened the door to the basement, they were welcomed to the sight of somber guild members and a shouting Natsu. Hey, what's going on? Naruto asked, gaining everyone's attention. Welcome back Naruto, Sora, Alzak. The guild said back, thou, with much less enthusiasm. Given the circumstances, no one could blame them. Although Alzak got a very warm welcome in the form of a green missile impacting his chest and capturing his lips. Ignoring the two lovebirds, Naruto approached his grandfather who was surrounded by Urza, Mira, Natsu, Gray, Happy and Lucy. He wasn't surprised when he saw his grandfather was completely shit-faced drunk. Hey, Naruto my boy, you're back. How was the mission? Makarov slurred. Naruto was also assaulted by the alcohol on his breath but shook it off. The mission was fine, but forget about that. What happened to the guild? Naruto questioned. Before the master could say, Natsu beat him to it. Those bastards from Phantom Lord attacked the guild. Natsu exclaimed. Oh, quit making such a fuss. There's no need to get bent out of shape over Phantom attacking an empty guild. The master said. Empty guild? Naruto asked. Mira was the one to answer this time. Phantom attacked last night after everyone went home. Oh well, that's a relief, not much to worry about then. Naruto said as he breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, see, someone is thinking rationally. The master slurred again. Natsu slammed his hand down on a table, breaking it in the process. How the hell can you two be so calm about this? We should be down there beating the shit out of all those Phantom bastards for what they did. Natsu roared. Calm down Natsu, Naruto said, though everyone, except Natsu, who was too far gone in his rage, felt a chill go up their spines as they heard the underlying danger in Naruto's tone. How can I calm down wh? Natsu was suddenly cut off by a fist-smashing int. Oh, his face sending him to the other side of the basement where he slammed into a wall. Looking up, he was surprised to see Naruto with his fist still outstretched. What was that for? Natsu asked as he nursed his cheek that had a rapidly forming bruise on it. 2 reasons. 1, because there's no reason to retaliate. They destroyed the guild hall. This is true, however they didn't harm any of our friends or comrades. That being said, why should we attack a bunch of cowards that can only brag about destroying the guild hall? All they did is prove how weak they are. Not to mention, the old Mons wanted to renovate the guild for a while as it's been falling apart. Now he finally has an excuse to do it. Naruto explained. The other members seemed to think hard about what Naruto said. What's the second reason? Natsu asked, still holding his cheek. Naruto's stern look grew sterner. It was also your punishment for taking an S-class mission. Gigi sent me a message telling about what you did. Which reminds me. Naruto trailed off as he turned quickly and punched Gray in the face, sending him into a wall as well. He then turned to Lucy. Seeing Naruto turn toward her, Lucy suddenly became fearful. The feeling became worse as he approached her. When he was within striking range, she tightly closed her eyes expecting to feel pain. She was shocked, however, when she felt something soft press against her forehead. Opening her eyes, she realized Naruto was kissing her forehead. When this realization sank in, she blushed, not as badly as she was prone to before they went out, but still. When he pulled away, he smiled down at her as he placed his forehead on hers. As disappointed as I am that you went on such a dangerous mission. I'm glad you're safe, he said, getting a cute blushing smile as a reward. They were in their own little world and didn't realize they were currently gaining the guild's attention with their intimacy. Seriously, are they together yet or not? Was the guild's collected thought. This thought was interrupted as Levi walked up to the two of them with an envelope in her hand. As much as I hate to interrupt you two's budding romance, but this came for you this morning, Naruto. She said, handing Naruto the envelope. Opening it and taking out the letter inside. He immediately recognized the messy scrawl and already knew who the letter was from. Naruto, meet me at the edge of town. It's about time I take you up on your offer. BSG. Naruto read the letter a second time just to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Lucy saw the contemplative look on his face and was a bit worried. Problem? She asked. Not a problem per se, just something I need to take care of. Naruto said as he turned to the master. Gigi, I'll need to speak with you later, so please lay off the alcohol. He got a grunt in reply. Feeling a tap on his arm, he turned back to Lucy. Can we meet up someplace later, to talk about, us? She asked, blush in place. Naruto gave her a heartwarming smile. Sure, I'll stop by your place later, I'll bring food. See you later, Lulu, he said as he bent down and kissed her forehead again, then in a flash of gold, he was gone. As far as their relationship went, they were together, but they hadn't had the chance to talk and make it official. At the edge of town, Naruto reappeared and looked around to see if anyone was there. He didn't see anyone at first, but he did smell a familiar scent. Following it for about 10 minutes, he came to a bridge over the ocean outside of Magnolia. When he got there, he saw a person, completely covered by a cloak, looking at the ocean. Approaching the person, Naruto stood next to them for a moment before he began speaking. So, did you find something to protect? He asked. The fig. Ewer was quiet for a moment longer before it answered. Yes, thanks to you. It answered in a deep masculine voice. Well then, I guess you'd like to join the guild now. If the offer still stands. Always. We'll wait till later and see the master when everyone else leaves to avoid a scene. Fine with me. With that, the two men continued to talk for a couple hours before heading back toward the guild, or what was left of it. When they arrived, the sun was down and the master was the only one left in the basement, and thankfully, he was sober. Gigi, I've got someone here who wants to join the guild. Naruto said. Makarov scrutinized the cloaked man before looking at his grandson. Well, if you're vouching for them, I don't see a problem. Although I would like to see the face my newest child, the master said, looking back at the cloaked man. The cloaked man was silent for a moment before he raised his hands to his hood and took it off to reveal. Lucy was walking home on the ledge overlooking the river with Plu. She was in deep thought about her relationship with Naruto. Every time she wanted to talk with him about their relationship, something got in the way. She wanted to talk with him the day after their first date. Unfortunately, he got arrested under stupid charges. Then when he got back the next day, she wanted to talk to him then. Unfortunately, the council sent him on a mission. If that wasn't bad enough, the guild wound up being destroyed when they got back. If they were going to have a relationship, he deserved to know who he was really getting involved with. I suppose, say the saving grace is that I don't have to worry about anything getting in the way this time. Lucy thought as she approached her apartment and went upstairs. By the end of the day, I'll have my man, nothing's gonna get in my way. She thought as she opened her front door only to be greeted by Gray, Urza, Natsu, Sora and Happy. What the hell are you all doing here? Lucy roared as she threw her suitcase at Natsu. Gray and Urza were the ones who explained that Phantom might know where everybody lived and that it would be safer if teams stayed with each other. Besides, you are an attractive young woman. I wouldn't feel right if I left you alone with Natsu and Gray. I thought I could only relax if I stayed here as well. Urza added with a smile. So it was already decided that these two would stay with me. Lucy stated with disbelief. Well, actually the original plan was to stay with Naruto since he has the room, but someone said no. Sora said as he side-eyed Urza, who was obliviously drinking her tea. Not surprising, Lucy thought as she side-eyed her as well. Urza was nice enough, but her attitude toward Naruto left much to be desired. It wasn't long before everyone started going through her stuff. While put off, Lucy initially didn't mind until Happy found her more alluring undies. If that wasn't bad enough, Urza saw them as well. You guys are taking this make yourself at home thing a little too far. Lucy whined. It was then there was a knock at the door, that suddenly had everyone on edge. Hell, Urza had re-equipped a sword. Lucy walked to the door and looked out the peephole only to see the object of her earlier thoughts. Smiling her cute smile, she opened the door to see Naruto with a bag of takeout. Hey there cutie, I brought takeout, he said as he looked around and saw the others. Gigi told me you all would be here, luckily I brought enough for everyone, he said putting the bag down. Everyone was eating their own dish except Sora who was happily sipping a milkshake and Lucy who was sharing a big bowl of ramen with Naruto. Sharing that bowl accidentally led them to their first kiss. They were slurping up noodles in their own little world that they didn't notice one of the noodles were connected until it had pulled them to each other's lips. They were going to pull away, but something stopped them. Instead they to close their eyes and enjoy it. Or at least, that was the plan until a certain prude decided to clear her throat, shocking the two apart. I see it was a good idea I decided to stay, lest you two get out of hand. Urza commented before she flinched back when she received glares from the two blondes. They were so close. After a while when everyone had wound down, Lucy, who was sitting comfortably in Naruto's lap, asked about why Phantom might have attacked out of the blue. HMPH. Well, it's no secret that Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord don't exactly have the best history with each other, not to mention we've had a few scuffles, but this is something completely out of character. Naruto said, if Gramps wasn't so afraid of them, we could wipe those bastards out and be done with it. Natsu grumbled from the table. That's not true and you know it. The master is one of the 10 wizard saints. He just knows that the consequences that would come with starting a guild war wouldn't be worth it. Gray said as he was reading Lucy's manuscript, which she promptly snatched from him. You can't read that. I promised Levi she would be the first one to read it. Lucy said as she clutched the manuscript to her bosom and walked back toward Naruto. Anyway, what's the deal with these wizard saints? She asked. The wizard saints are 10 wizards that have been recognized by the Magic Council as being the strongest. Though honestly it's just a title. Naruto explained. Just a title, huh? You sure that's not jealousy speaking? Urza said with a smirk. Why would I be jealous? I can't stand the Magic Council, and besides it's only 10 wizards. There are plenty of other wizards out there that are just as strong if not stronger than the wizard saints. So I'll say it again, it's just a title. Naruto said unaffected by Urza's attempt at a jib. Phantom Lord's master Jose is also a wizard saint. Naruto said with a sneer. Lucy thought about what Naruto said about Phantom. If, hypothetically, we got into a war with Phantom, who would win? Urza was about to answer but Naruto beat her to it. That's a tough question. Phantom generally has a lot more members than we do. But our members have a lot more skill and heart, not to mention we have a bigger penchant for destruction. In my opinion, I would say that in the end we would probably come out on top. Naruto said. But, like I said earlier, the consequences wouldn't be worth it. Besides the guild hall can be replaced, it's not the end of the world. Naruto added. Urza snorted. Are you so arrogant that you purposely left out the element 4 in their ace Gajil the Iron Dragon Slayer? That got Lucy's attention. There are more dragon slayers than Naruto and Natsu. Are you so full of yourself that you don't believe in your comrade's abilities? I factored the element 4 in when I was thinking. As for Gajil, he's not a problem. Last I heard, he left Phantom Lord 2 years ago. Naruto said. Arrogant ass. Urza said quietly, but not as quietly as she thought as everyone heard her and glared at her. Noticing the looks she was getting, she uttered an intelligent, "What?" And with that asinine comment, "I believe Sora and I shall take our leave." Naruto said, standing up. "Wait, you're leaving? But what about Phantom?" Lucy asked, concerned. "Don't worry about me. If one of those bastards manages to get the drop on me, I deserve it. Besides, it's a bit crowded in here. I'll be fine," Naruto assured her as he kissed her forehead, then leaned down to her ear. "When this blows over, we'll have a nice little sit down and talk about us," he whispered as he grabbed Sora, who had passed out from milkshake overdose, and ported home. They all had no idea of the horror they would find in the morning. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Team Shadow Gear could be seen headed toward Jet and Droy's shared apartment. It was Levy's idea since she didn't want to split up their team. Unfortunately, the team had no idea of the danger they were in. The last thing they were aware of was a shadow appearing over them before the wind picked up and they knew no more. When morning came, the strongest team were headed toward the South Park. Apparently there was a problem that had to deal with some of the guild members. When they finally pushed through, they came upon a sight that shocked them all to their cores. Tied to the tree was Team Shadow Gear, covered in cuts that were still slightly bleeding, as well as being deathly pale, signifying their magic energy being dangerously low. To top it off, painted on Levy's stomach was Phantom Lord's guild stamp. Lucy was in tears, Urza, Gray, happy, and Sora were horrified. Natsu was angry. As for Naruto, everyone suddenly felt they were being crushed by gravity. The civilians were down on all fours. The members of Fairy Tail felt the air leave them. They looked around, looking for an enemy, until they pinpointed it coming from Naruto. His gold energy was circling around him violently, and the oppressive feeling that was crushing everyone was coming from him. It was official. Naruto was pissed. As quickly as the weight appeared, it vanished, but Naruto's energy still circled around him. What had everyone more scared was when the master arrived. Based on Naruto's reaction, they didn't want to think about his reaction. When the master walked toward the tree and saw Team Shadow Gear, he placed his hand over his face. "Wrecking our shoddy old bar was one thing. But for them to spill my children's blood," the master trailed off as he crushed his staff in his other hand as his own magic spiraled out of him. "This means war," the master roared. "Naruto," he called, getting his grandson's attention. "Take them down." "Yes, sir." Levy, Jet, and Droy were quickly untied from the tree and rushed to the hospital. After they were examined, the doctor deduced that had they not been found when they would have died due to their injuries and lack of magic power. They were out of danger but still weak as they rested in their hospital room. Lucy was the only one with them. Levy, Jet, Droy. "This is too cruel. How heartless could Phantom be?" Lucy asked herself sadly as she stared out the window to where the guild hall once stood, her mind taking her back to the first day she met Levi and her team. It was the day before the Eisenwald mission. Flashback. "Hey Lucy, I heard that you're writing a novel," Levy said as she slid into the table Lucy was sitting at, being flanked by Jet and Droy. Lucy sighed. "So words got out already, huh? I knew I shouldn't have trusted the cat and that Pyro to keep a secret," Lucy said, exasperated. "Oh, I'm being rude. I haven't introduced myself. I'm Levy McGarden, but just call me Levy. For all intents and purposes, I'm Naruto's little sister," Levi said with a wink. "My friend in the hat is Jet." She pointed at Jet. "Hey there," Jet said. "And that's Droy," she said, motioning to the other boy. "Oh wow, you are so cute," Droy said as he blushed and drooled, looking at Lucy. "And together, we're the awesome Team Shadow Gear," Levy started as she and her team introduced themselves. "Oh, well that's cool," Lucy said, sweat dropping. "Anyway, I'm a horrible writer myself. But I love to read. Do you think I could read your novel sometime?" Levy asked sweetly. "Oh, it's not something I planned on people reading," Lucy said, embarrassed. What's the point in writing a book if no one's ever going to read it?" Jet asked. "You know, people say that being a writer is like showing your butt to the world," Droy commented, causing Lucy to freak out and cover her butt. "Ah, you don't have to be embarrassed," Levy said, getting Lucy's attention. Come on Lucy, please show it to me. And I'm not talking about your butt, so don't get weird. My brother may want to see it though. Levi added mischievously, ignoring Lucy's bright red face. The thing is, I'm not exactly finished with it. Lucy replied meekly. Okay, so when you are finished with it, I want to be the first one to read it. Sure. Yay, I can't wait. Flashback end. Lucy was shaking in her chair as tears fell from her eyes. Unforgivable, they're gonna pay. Naruto, make them pay. Wah. Lucy didn't notice was the cloaked figure on the roof of a building across the street looking in the room before it turned and disappeared. Meanwhile in Oak Town at the Phantom Lord Guild, the members of Phantom Lord were basking in their victory over Fairy Tail. A few of them were heading out to clip more fairy wings when the door exploded open, sending the three men closest across the room, while simultaneously alerting the rest of the guild. When the smoke cleared, it showed all of Fairy Tail with Naruto and Natsu up front. All the members looked pissed. Fairy Tail has come calling, bellowed Master Makarov. Listen to war by sick puppies. Some of the Phantom members charged at Naruto, who was the closest. Naruto merely narrowed his eyes before he vanished with a flash. Suddenly a flash appeared near all the Phantom members that charged at Naruto, sending them all flying. You losers picked the wrong guild to start a war with. Messing with Fairy Tail is the biggest mistake you could have made. Natsu then stepped forward. Alright, who wants to play with fire? He cried as he jumped into the fray. Fire Dragon's wing attack. Natsu cried as he hit the members of Phantom Lord with whips of flame. The onslaught didn't stop there. As members of Phantom Lord charged at Fairy Tail, the fairies charged back, and even though Phantom Lord had superior numbers, Fairy Tail's members were stronger and more skilled. Most of them were partnered up with other members, most notably are veteran members Mikao and Wakaba, showing their years of partnership by using their fire and smoke magic respectively. Kana took out members of Phantom with her card magic, while Loki backed her up with his ring magic. Also, with them were the resident gun mages turned lovers Alzak and Biskashuden. Every mage that wasn't from Fairy Tail. Elfman was showing why they called Beast Arm Elfman by changing his arms into monster arms and beating the crap out of other wizards. Some of the Phantom members saw Master Makarov standing alone with his eyes shut. The foolish phantoms thought they would get the drop on him. They didn't realize he was just gathering his magic until his eyes snapped open. They glowed yellow as he used his Titan magic and became a giant. He's a monster, a monster. One of the members said as he and a few others were crushed under the master's hand. You bastards had the audacity to attack this monster's children. Do not think for a second that human laws will save you from my wrath. The master bellowed in his Titan form. The Phantom members were quickly overwhelmed by the Fairy Tail mages. The more cowardly members attacked Happy and Sora, thinking they were easy targets. They were proven wrong when Sora used his battle mode transformation and Happy pulled a huge fish out of nowhere, and they bashed all the fools that thought they were weak because they were cats. Jose, show yourself, Makarov bellowed. Tell me. Urza started as she re-equipped into her Flame Empress armor. Where can I find the element for? For the most part, it appeared that Fairy Tail had the upper hand during this conflict. Naruto, Makarov called out to his grandson. When he had his attention, he continued. I'm going after Jose, I leave you in charge. Understood, Naruto replied as he blasted some more Phantom members. Jose must be on the top floor, he will pay for this. Makarov thought angrily. Meanwhile back in Magnolia, Lucy was walking down the street toward a store to get groceries. I can't believe everyone left without me. Although, Levi, Jet and Droy need someone to look out for them. I guess it's up to me, Lucy thought to herself. Next thing she knew, it was raining. Rain? That can't be, the sun is still out. She thought before her attention was drawn to a woman in blue walking toward her. Who are you? Drip, drip, drop. Juvia is the rain woman. It's always with me, the woman named Juvia said as she approached. And what type of woman are you? She asked Lucy. Just the regular kind. Lucy answered nervously as the woman passed. Suddenly, Juvia opened an umbrella that she pulled from nowhere. Pleasure to meet you, I'll be going now, she said as she kept moving. Okay, that was random, Lucy said to herself. When she turned around she saw the ground begin to rise before it formed into a man. Nom, nom, nom. I bid you bonjour madam. The man said in a French accent. Now what? Lucy said. You shouldn't walk away from your mission dear Juvia. The man said to the Rain Woman. Monsieur Saul. Juvia acknowledged the man. The now named Saul continued. I do believe that this lovely young madam is none other than her Sybil. Sybil? That means target. Lucy said as she tensed up. Oh how rude of me, I've never formally introduced myself. I am a member of Phantom Lord's Element 4, Saul of the Desolate Earth. Saul said. Juvia is also a part of the Element 4, Juvia of the Vast Sea. Juvia said. Hearing this, Lucy immediately went to her keys, fury was in her eyes. You're the ones that attacked my friends, she said before suddenly water appeared around her and trapped her. Nom, nom, nom. A good guess, but wrong. The one who destroyed your guild hall as well as attacking your friends belongs to the strongest of the Element 4, Arya of the Great Sky. Saul told her. Why are you doing this? Let me go. Lucy demanded as she tried to break out. Her voice distorted by the water. Don't bother. Nothing can break Juvia's water lock. Juvia commented. Lucy began to feel faint before she finally blacked out. Worry not. Juvia will not kill you. You are needed alive, Lucy. Heartphilia. Nom, nom, nom. Capture complete. Let us return to headquarters. Saul said as he, Juvia and Lucy disappeared. All that was left were Lucy's keys. Back at Phantom's guild hall. Fairy Tail had Phantom on the ropes. Phantom got a few lucky hits in but overall Fairy Tail had the advantage. It was then that they all felt an oppressive power shake the entire building. The Phantoms were frightened by the smug looks on the fairies. They knew that this power was their master's giant's wrath. With Master Makarov, Makarov had been getting angrier and angrier as he grew closer to where he knew Jose to be hiding. Finally he approached a door. He would have opened it, but his power had been circling him and it destroyed the door when he grew close enough. Inside the room he saw Jose sitting at a throne in a jester's outfit with a smug look on his face. Jose, look what the cat dragged in, was Jose's reply. Why are you attacking Fairy Tail? Tell me, Makarov bellowed. It's been a long time since we've seen each other Makarov. 6 years ago at the Guild Masters meeting if I'm not mistaken. I was quite a mess, I never could hold my liquor. Jose said nonchalantly. Makarov grew sick of Jose's games and grew his arms to gigantic proportions and sent a punch at Jose that completely destroyed his throne. I didn't come here for small talk damn it, I want answers. Makarov said angry as the smoke cleared and showed Jose distorting in and out of view. A thought projection, I should have known a coward like you would flee with your tail between your legs. It's not cowardice, I'm simply trying to avoid a fight between the wizard saints. In lieu of that mess, I prefer a sensible victory without all the commotion. Jose replied. Why are you hiding? Come and face me like a man. Makarov could feel his anger growing again. It was then an image of a bound Lucy appeared, much to Makarov's shock. Lucy. But why? He knew if Naruto was here, he'd throw a fit. Why you ask? You mean she's a member of your guild and you don't know? I'm surprised the Ms. Lucy Heartphilia didn't tell you who she really was. Jose said as he led a knife from his sleeve and raised his hands to attack Lucy. No don't, Makarov cried as he moved to stop Jose. Unfortunately, he didn't notice the man behind him until it was too late. Where the hell did he come from? I didn't even sense his presence. Single quote. The man had tears streaming down his face as he spoke. Sad, sad, it's so sad. The man said as he activated his magic which hit Makarov. He attack made a hole in the ground that he fell through and headed straight for the battlefield. When he hit the ground, all fighting stopped. There was a pregnant pause as everyone waited, with bated breath for the dust to clear. When it did, all Fairy Tail mages were horrified to see their master on his knees, extremely pale. It was then they all realized something, they couldn't sense his magic. Gramps, Master, Gigi. They all called. My magic, it's gone. Makarov gasped out. Things got worse as the Phantom members took advantage of the distracted fairies and started attacking them, injuring quite a few of them. Noticing the chaos, Naruto came to a quick decision. Retreat. Fairy Tail members retreat back to the guild. Naruto called out, much to the shock of the others. He was met with cries of disagreement. Everyone was too focused on vengeance to think straight. Naruto had no choice. Flaring out his energy, he yelled, "This is not open for debate. We need to focus on getting the master to safety. Do what I say, or so help me, I will beat the ever-loving crap out of all of you." Naruto bellowed, shocked and frightened. The fairies reluctantly did as Naruto said. Some were wondering who was scarier, him or Urza. They decided it was Naruto. Seeing the fairies fleeing, the phantoms tried to press their luck and attack, but were quickly cut off by Naruto flashing in front of them with his arms out. "Gold Dragon's shockwave," he called out as he clapped his hands, creating a shockwave that blew back some of the phantoms. "If you want them, you gotta get past me first," Naruto said. Arya watched the fairies retreat from th rafters. The fairy's spirit has been broken, and the one called Lucy has been taken to headquarters. "It's a dark day for Fairy Tail. It's so sad," he said as he cried, then disappeared. He didn't know that Naruto could hear every word he said. "No, Lucy." Naruto looked around before he saw Sora coming toward him. "Sora, take Master to my grandmother's." "But what about you? What are you going to do?" Sora asked, worried. "They've got Lucy. I'm going after her," he said. Sora nodded before he went off after the others. Naruto saw more of the phantoms coming after him. "Gold Dragon's roar," Naruto called out as he shot out a blast of light from his mouth that knocked a bunch of phantoms down. Looking around, he saw one trying to sneak away. Flashing in front of him, Naruto grabbed him by his neck. "Where's your headquarters?" "At Phantom Lord's headquarters." Lucy was locked inside of a room at the top of the headquarters of Phantom Lord. When she finally came through and opened her eyes, she didn't recognize where she was. "What? Where am I?" "So you're finally awake," a cold voice said from behind her. "Who's there?" she said as she turned to see who was there. "I am Master Jose Porla, of Phantom Lord." "You're with Phantom," Lucy exclaimed. "I apologize for putting you in this jail cell. I imagine it's quite degrading, but that is how you treat prisoners. You're the ones that attacked Levi and the others. Why do you keep attacking us?" Jose laughed as he told Lucy attacking Fairy Tail was a means to an end and how her father had hired them to bring Lucy home. "I'm never going back there, so you might as well let me go," Lucy said vehemently. "I'm afraid I can't do that," Jose said. "Please, I really gotta use the bathroom." Lucy squirmed. "Go right ahead," Jose said as he pulled out a bucket. "A bucket?" Lucy exclaimed. "I'm ready for whatever little old trick you might throw at me." "Well, I guess it will have to do," Lucy said as she tried to lower her panties. "You're actually going to use it?" Jose exclaimed. "Why, I've never met such a vulgar young lady. I'll turn my back since I'm a gentleman," Jose said as he turned around. Unfortunately, that's exactly what Lucy wanted him to do. The next thing Jose knew, pain exploded up from his crotch due to the ball-busting kick Lucy delivered. "You know there's a reason why old tricks are still around, because they still work. Bye," Lucy said as she ran toward the opening, only to stop when she realized she was 10 stories up. "I forgot to mention that this room is several stories from the ground. You did a number on me, young lady, but you're not going anywhere. Your actions require punishment. I'll show you how terrifying Phantom can really be," Jose said. Lucy, however, would have none of it as she did something that shocked Jose to his core. She jumped. As she was falling, she thought to herself, "I heard him in the distance, I know I did. He's always there." "Naruto," she cried. Her eyes were closed tight as she fell. Suddenly, she felt herself stop. Opening her eyes, she came face to face with cerulean blue eyes staring at her in worry. "You okay, Lucy?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, I knew you'd save me," Lucy said with a beaming smile. "Always," Naruto replied. It was then that Lucy noticed that they were still in the air and Sora wasn't holding onto Naruto's back. Naruto was using his magic to stay afloat. "And Naruto, you're flying," Lucy said, bewildered. "Oh yeah, it takes up a lot of magic, but yeah, I can fly," Naruto said as he floated toward the ground after he untied her. "Okay, now let's get back to the guild," Naruto said. However, Lucy kept her back to him. "Lucy." It was then that he heard her whimpering. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault," Lucy said as she turned to Naruto, revealing her tear-stained face. "The attack on the guild, To Levi and the others, it's all my fault. Lucy said as she clung to Naruto like a lifeline. Lucy, what's wrong? How's it your fault? Lucy couldn't answer as she kept crying. Knowing he wasn't going to get anywhere, he scooped her up in his arms and made his way back toward Fairy Tail. Back up in the jail cell, Jose was angry. So angry in fact that his magic spiraled out of him like a raging inferno. How dare that little bitch do this to me? Reward or not, her fate's been sealed, Jose roared. An hour later in the East Forest, Perliusha's cottage. Sora had done as Naruto had asked and taken Makarov to Perliusha to heal. Naruto had ported there after taking Lucy back to the guild and making sure she was okay. How is he? Naruto asked his grandmother. Perliusha scrutinized her husband before slapping him soundly. Naruto's sweat dropped. He'd been around his grandparents long enough to know that meant he would be okay. Old fool, pushing yourself at your age. You just won't be satisfied until you kill yourself. Perliusha sighed before turning to Naruto. The spell he was hit with was Drain. A powerful wind spell that siphons out an individual's magical abilities. That must be the same spell used on Levi and the others. Naruto commented. The individual's magic will dry in the wind before dissipating completely. If you got your grandfather's magic when it was initially taken, he'd recover quicker. As it stands, it will take a bit longer. Perliusha informed. Naruto sighed. All right, I'll tell the others. They're probably worried sick. Come on Sora, Naruto said as Sora, who had been next to him, hopped on his shoulder as Naruto ported back to the guild. Poorly, USCIA looked to where Naruto once stood before smiling to herself. He'll make a great master someday, she thought. Back at the guild basement, Naruto ported just outside the guild before he went down into the basement. What awaited him were his fellow fairies licking their wounds and planning a counter-attack against Phantom. Looking around, he saw Lucy over in a corner with Natsu, Gray, Elfman and Happy. As he walked over, he overheard her telling them about her father and why she ran away. He clearly wasn't the only one that had daddy issues, and he didn't mean Gildarts. Everything will be okay and go back to normal if I go home, right? Then that's what I'll do. He heard her say. No, everything will not be okay, you'll be miserable. Naruto said as he approached, gaining Lucy's attention. Locked in a mansion pretending to be happy sipping tea and whatnot, that's not you. You're meant to be here, in this shoddy old bar, laughing and doing missions with us. You're not Lucy Heartfilia, heiress of the Heartfilia Corizon. You're Lucy of Fairy Tail, stellar spirit mage and super rookie extraordinaire, as well as the girl whom I want to be with. Naruto said with a beaming smile. Luke, why had tears sting her eyes at what Naruto said? He knew who she was and he still accepted and wanted to be with her. Not even realizing what she was doing, she was on her feet and hopped into Naruto's arms, kissing him with everything she was worth. Natsu, Happy, and Sora turned away with smiles on their faces. Gray looked uncomfortable with the open display of affection, and Elfman was crying what he called manly tears. When she pulled away, she saw Naruto had a dazed expression on his face. Thank you, she whispered softly as she hugged him tightly. Yeah, don't mention it, Naruto said, still dazed. They didn't notice Loki look sadly their way. When Naruto came to finally, he could hear Mira and Kana speaking to Laxus through a lacrima. Lucy, our comrade is being targeted. Mira said. Lucy, do I even know who that is? Oh wait, you mean the big boobed newbie Naruto is so fond of. Tell you what, if you can get Blondie to agree to being my woman, I'll do anything she wants. Laxus said with a sick perverted grin. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes slit. Laxus, you pig, Kana yelled. Laxus would have continued had Naruto not stepped in. Don't bother Kana, Mira. We don't need the help of a dog who'd rather stay hidden with his tail between his legs. Naruto said. What was that? Laxus seethed. You heard me, we don't need your help, little doggy. Why you little she? Laxus was tee off as Naruto shot a light bullet from his finger, breaking the lacrima. Bastard. If we didn't share the same father, I'd swear one of us was adopted. Naruto said. Mira and Kana stared at him worried. It was then that the door to the basement opened and a cloaked figure walked into the room. Everyone had their eyes on him and they were all tense. Urza, who had returned from a shower, requipped a sword and pointed it at the stranger. "Who are you? Identify yourself," she ordered. Naruto quickly got in between her sword and the cloaked man. "Calm down. He's with me. This is an old friend of mine who just joined the guild yesterday," he said. Urza glared at him with her sword still pointed at him. Everyone was waiting with bated breath to see what the volatile redhead was going to do. Li Shi lowered her blade and allowed Naruto to continue. He turned to the cloaked figure. "Perhaps it's time for you to remove that cloak." "I think you're right," the figure said as he pulled of the cloak, revealing none other than Gajeel Red Fox. "What the hell is he doing here?" Urza roared, about to bring her sword back up before Naruto grabbed her wrist, stopping her abruptly. "Unhand me, he's one of Phantom's." "No, he isn't. He's a member of Fairy Tail. Or did you not hear what I said before?" Urza was about to retort, but Naruto cut her off. "And before you try to say he's a spy or something stupid like that, remember that I told you yesterday that he hasn't been a member of Phantom for 2 years now. He has my complete trust as well as the Master's," Naruto said. Hearing this, the others calmed down, but Urza still glared at Naruto. Before anything else could be said, the guild hall started shaking. Everyone wondered what was going on. "It's coming from outside," Alzak said. Everyone rushed outside to the back of the guild. What they all saw made them sweat. "What is that?" someone asked. "It's Phantom's mobile headquarters," Gajeel commented. When the base got closer, an opening A.P. paired and a giant cannon appeared and started charging. "Oh shit, everyone get down," Naruto said as he ran toward the cliff with his hands clasped together. "Naruto, what are you doing?" yelled pretty much the entire guild. "Protecting my family," he said as he kept charging his magic. Just then the cannon fired. "Naruto!" Lucy cried as Natsu held her back. Naruto opened his hands so his index fingers and thumbs made a triangle. In his palms were runes. All of a sudden a magic circle appeared in the path of the blast and swallowed it. On the other side of Magnolia in the outskirts, an explosion rocked it. Naruto had redirected the blast. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, however they also stared worriedly at Naruto. He was slumped over, his head was bowed and he was shaking in anger. And no one saw was a diamond appear on Naruto's forehead before his power exploded as he raised his head. "Joss, you just crossed the fucking line." The sheer magnitude of Naruto's magic, whipping around, nearly knocked his guild mates off their feet. It was obvious to all of them, if Naruto wasn't pissed before, he sure as hell was now. It was bad enough he was already pissed about the initial attack and Lucis kidnapping. But Jose just had to piss Naruto off even further by trying to kill everyone with a Jupiter cannon. What agitated Naruto even more was Jose's voice calling out over a loudspeaker. "I'm impressed. I didn't think you'd be able to deflect that attack. I was convinced that after Makarov fell you'd all be pretty useless. It seems you deserved the title of Gold King. However, this is your last warning. Hand over Lucy Heartfilia right now, or I'll destroy you and the rest of Magnolia." Jose shouted at the end. He was met with disagreeing yells from every member of Fairy Tail. "I won't ask again." Lucis' hair was shadowing her eyes. She could hear everything that her guildmates said in her defense and it made her tremble as tears fell from her eyes, but not from sadness like some would assume. No, Lucis' tears came from anger. She was angry that her guild had to go through all this because of how selfish her father was. She was gone for a year, and now all of a sudden he wants her home. She would have continued on her thoughts if Naruto's anger-filled shout hadn't broken her from it. "You go straight to hell. We would rather die than hand over Lucio or any of our comrades," Naruto shouted to Jose. "You can quit asking because we're not gonna change our minds," Natsu added. Jose only got angrier. "If that's your answer then fine. Tremble in fear for 15 minutes as the Jupiter cannon charges to shoot an even bigger blast. And to make sure you're all entertained in that time, attack my phantom soldiers." Jose yelled as shadowed figures burst out of the Phantom Guild Hall and raced after Fairy Tail. "He's bluffing. He wouldn't fire that cannon with his own men out here," one of the Fairy Tail members said. "Yes he would," Gajeel said, shocking the others around him. "Those are shades. They're ghost soldiers that are made from Jose's magic. They're not alive, so Jose won't think twice about firing on them." he explained. Naruto chose to speak this time. I could easily redirect another shot, but with those shades running around, I doubt I'd be able to concentrate enough to do it. Naruto commented. Then I'll go destroy it. Natsu said, then tuned to Gajeel. 15 minutes right? He asked as Gajeel nodded. Happy, let's go. Natsu called as he and Happy were about to leave before Gajeel spoke up. Salamander, be wary with how you use your flames. There's a member of the Element 4 who can control flames. That includes flames from other wizards. Gajeel warned. Then I'll kick his ass with my bare hands. Natsu said as Happy grabbed him and flew him toward the cannon. We'll storm the place too. Gray charged with Elfman behind him. Storming forts as man, Elfman yelled. Naruto turned back to Gajeel, revealing the diamond on his forehead to everyone. We should go as well. Naruto said while Gajeel nodded. Sora, carry Gajeel. Naruto said as he took to the sky, followed by Gajeel being carried by Sora. Urza wanted to go with, but ultimately decided to stay behind and help the others with protecting Magnolia. Alright everyone, prepare for battle. We have to defend Magnolia and Lucy at all cost, she said as she re-equipped her heaven wheel armor and readied her blades as everyone else readied their magic. Mira walked up to Lucy. Lucy, come with me, we've got a safe house where you can hide until this is over. Mira said as she tried to move her. But Lucy wouldn't budge. No, Lucy said as her hair still shadowed her eyes. Lucy, please. Mira was cut off as Lucy raised her head and looked at Mira, who flinched back when she saw the fire in her eyes. Not gonna happen. I'm not going to run and hide while my friends risk their lives to protect me. Lucy started as she raised her left hand. I'm a member of Fairy Tail, and if my family is going to fight, I'm fighting with them, Lucy said with conviction. Mira stared at Lucy in disbelief. She was different than when she first arrived. Did Naruto have this much of an effect on her in such little time? If I run away now, I'll never be able to call myself a mage again. I'm staying. Mira sighed. Alright, fine. I guess I have no choice but to make sure you don't hurt yourself. Mira said as she activated her magic and changed her arms into her Satan Soul arms. 1. But what are you going to do? I thought you lost your keys. She asked, concerned. I still have. This new one I got from Galuna Island as well as my whip. I'll be fine. Lucy said as she took the new key out of the pocket of her skirt and unhooked her whip. I know we don't have a contract yet, but it will have to wait. Open. Gate of the Archer, Sagittarius. Lucy called. A spirit of a man with a bow and arrows in a horse outfit appeared. I have arrived, yes indeedy. Sagittarius said as he saluted to no one. We'll have to discuss a contract later, for now I need your help protecting my family. Lucy said. Of course madam, I'll help you as best I can. Sagittarius said as he drew his AR. Rose and prepared himself as Lucy readied her whip. It was then that the shades began their attack. Happy had flown Natsu to the cannon and they entered the guild through it. When they got inside, they saw a giant lacrima. That's a big lacrima. What's it doing in here? Natsu asked. The Jupiter cannon doesn't shoot bullets or cannonballs, it shoots out pure concentrated magic. That lacrima Saint be used to charge the magic before it fires. Happy answered. So all we gotta do is destroy the thing and we stop Jupiter, right? Natsu said as he ignited his fist in flames and moved to break the lacrima before a voice sounded. I can't let you do that. The voice said calmly. Suddenly Natsu felt the flame on his hand trying to force his arm to bend toward his face, quickly cutting off the flow of magic before he hit himself. Natsu looked to where the voice came from only to see a man with black and white hair and dressed in a red shinobi outfit. Who the hell are you? Natsu asked the ninja. I'm a member of the Element 4. Totomaru of the Fierce Flame. But as far as you need to know, I'm the one that's gonna stop you. Totomaru said calmly. So you're the one that can supposedly control all fire. Natsu stated. Indeed. Allow me to show you what I mean. Blue fire. Totomaru cast as he shot a blast of blue fire at Natsu, who easily ate it up, much to Totomaru's shock. Wow, I will admit I've never eaten blue fire before, it was cold. Natsu said with a smirk. The smirk disappeared when the intercom said the cannon would fire in 5 minutes. Guess I don't have time to deal with you. Let's see if your magic can really control all fire. Natsu said as he burst into flame and controlled it to become a huge fireball. What part of I can control all flame did you not understand? Totomaru stated as he tried to make Natsu's fireball explode, however he was shocked to realize that his magic didn't affect Natsu's flame. What's going on? I can't control your magic. That's because this is my flame. I am its master, no one but I am allowed to control it. 2. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Natsu roared as he lobbed the giant fireball at Totomaru, who managed to get out of the way just in time before the fireball hit him. Unfortunately for him, Natsu wasn't aiming at him as the fireball kept going and collided with the giant lacrima that had been charging the Jupiter attack. The resulting explosion took out not only the lacrima but destroyed the room and knocked over the cannon in the room. Totomaru would have reacted until the guild hall started tilting. He's unleashing it now, but there's no stabilization in here. Totomaru cried out as he started sliding. What Natsu didn't know was that the guild hall was changing into a giant golem. Happy give me a lift, Natsu said as he jumped in the air before his motion sickness could rear its ugly head. Finally the guild stopped changing and became a full golem. Totomaru was regaining his bearings when he heard it. Hey flame face. Totomaru turned around only to see Natsu falling toward him with a flaming fist cocked back. Fire Dragon's iron fist. Natsu cried as he punched Totomaru so hard in the face that he flew through the hole made from the cannon and outside the guild. TCH, after all that guy had a glass jaw. Natsu stated. That's so pathetic. Happy added as he landed on Natsu's shoulder. What do you expect? That guy was the weakest of the element 4. A voice said from behind them. Turning to where it came from, they saw Naruto with Sora on his shoulder, Gajiel, Gray and Elfman. Gajiel was the one who spoke. However, we've got bigger problems. The golem is riding a magic circle for the Abyss Break spell. Its power is tied to the element 4, if we can take them down, then the spell will cease. Gajiel explained. Natsu took one of them down, which leaves us with 3 more to take down. Gray said. Not to mention their unmanly boss Jose. Elfman added. Alright, listen up. Our biggest priority is the remaining members of the element 4. Let's split up. You guys try to find the last 3 members. If you find a member and take them down, head back the guild and help out the others. Natsu, you and Happy head back down and help the others with the shades. Sora, go with them. Naruto ordered. What about Jose? Gajiel inquired. Leave Jose to me, Naruto said. With everything figured out, they split up. Meanwhile in the East Forest, Makarov slowly opened his eyes. When his vision cleared, he realized he was home in his cottage he shared with his wife. Looking around he aim face to face with the aforementioned woman with a disappointed look on her face. Great, now I'm in trouble, he thought as he sat up. You should be resting, Perliusha said sternly. My children need me, I have to help them, he replied as he got out of bed. You could just leave it to Naruto, he can more than handle the situation, she said, concern creeping into her voice. Maybe so, but I am the guild master. I have to see this through to the end. Besides, what's life without risk? Makarov said as he got dressed and left. Between his grandfather and his mother, it's a wonder Naruto never gained a thick skull, Perliusha thought as she sighed before looking toward where her husband just left. Please be careful, Maki, Naruto. In the Phantom Guild Hall, Elfman was running through a corridor searching for a member of the Element 4 when suddenly Monsieur Saul busted through the ground. Bonjour, I am Saul, Monsieur Saul. Elfman tore off the sleeves of his jacket. Don't care, I already knew what I needed to know. That you're a member of the Element 4, and I need to beat you to stop the cannon. Beast arms. Black bull. Quote. Elfman called out as he crossed his arms as both turned black, furry and packed with muscle. Oh, well, this is surprising. I had heard that you could only change your right arm. It seems some rumor are false, still it's not the same as a full body takeover. Saul cackled. Elfman just grunted. I don't need a full body takeover to kick your ass, he said as he charged Saul with speed that surprised Saul as he slugged him in the face. A lucky hit, but you won't get another, non. Saul said as he wiped his lip. We'll see about that. Beast arms, Iron Bull. Elfman called as his arms turned into metal versions of the previous ones. He cocked back to throw another punch, but stopped and stared in horrified astonishment as a stone copy of his baby sister listened. I hope you don't mind, I took the liberty of reading your mind when you stepped on me earlier. And I thought it would be nice for you to have a reunion with your baby sister. After all, you haven't seen her since you killed her, correct? Non. Saul cackled. Elfman looked at the stone form of his sister. His greatest regret was right in front of him, and that bastard had the nerve to laugh. Elfman's whole body started shaking. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you laugh? Man roared as his whole body started glowing, becoming bigger and bigger before he towered over Saul. When he stopped glowing, he was reveled in his full-body beast soul takeover. What impossible, you can't have a full-body takeover. Saul said frantically. I'm going to crush you. Elfman roared. I think not. Plater Sonata. Saul called out as a giant fist of earth appeared out of a magic circle and collided with the giant Elfman. A giant smoke cloud was erected. Saul thought it was over. He thought wrong. A giant hand flew out of the smoke and slammed into Saul and knocked him to the ground. He would have gone up if not for the fact Elfman was a lady upon him and raining down blows that bedded Saul further in the ground. Finally he stopped. Saul was down and didn't look to be getting back up, if he ever would again. His job done, Elfman changed back. He looked at the beaded form of Saul, then looked to the heavens. Listen, forgive me, he thought, remembering the day that forever changed his life. When he swallowed his pride and asked Naruto to help him with his full-body takeover. No time for dramatics, gotta help the others. Helping others is man. Meanwhile with Gray, here's no point in me actually writing this, if you're reading the story you obviously know fairy tale. This particular fight happens exactly the same way it did in the anime, so I'm just gonna skip to the end. It was over. Juvia felt herself falling off the edge of the guild. She didn't have the strength to catch herself. At this point she didn't want to. It would finally be over, the pain of loneliness would disappear. Death would be her escape. She closed her eyes and waited for the inevitable. However, death's cold embrace never came. She felt something grab her hand. Opening her eyes she saw her opponent. Hang on, I won't let you fall. He ate as he pulled her up and laid her down on the ground. So have you finally calmed down? He asked her. Juvia had a light dust ng of pink on her cheeks. But her attention was taken away as the clouds parted and the sun shined through. Hey look, the sun's out. Gray commented. I've never seen the clear sky before, it's beautiful. Juvia said tearfully. So, you want to go another round? Gray said, oblivious to the double meaning. Juvia was not and passed out with hearts for eyes, freaking Gray out as he tried to revive her. Naruto and Gajeel were heading up the tower. They knew they would find Jose and Arya near the top, Jose being the master and Arya being the ace. They had to be close. As if summoned by the thought, a jet of air rushed toward them. Acting quickly, the dragon slayers jumped out of the way. Suddenly Arya appeared from nowhere. Look what we have here, 2 dragons in a castle. All we need is a princess and the storybook plot would be complete. It's so sad. Arya said with tears pouring down his face. Arya, I got a bone to pick with you. Gajeel growled out. You put your filthy hands on my levy. I'm pretty sure you can handle this. I'm going on ahead. In a flash of gold, Naruto was gone. It's so sad. 2 former allies forced to fight each other. The tragedy is so sad. Arya cried. Spare me the melodramatics. I'm gonna kick your ass all over this room. Gajeel growled. Arya stopped crying and became unusually serious. You were a fool to leave Gajeel. I'm not the same as I was 2 years ago. I'm twice as strong as I was then. Arya said cockily. Gajeel shook his head. That's where you're wrong. Leaving Phantom Lord was the best decision of my life. 3. It was after I left when I discovered what true power was. Besides, 2x0 is still 0. He finished with a smirk. Enraged, Arya activated his airspace. Zetsu, Arya said as he launched giant pockets of air at Gajeel that exploded on impact, throwing up a bunch of smoke. All that talk and yet I blew you away with 1 attack. You're pathetic. Arya laughed. Who exactly did you blow away? A voice said that shocked Arya. When the smoke cleared, She revealed Gajil covered in steel scales. You still suck, Gajil said with a smirk. Perhaps I should remind you why I was once the ace of Phantom Lord. I should have known magic of that level would have no effect on you. Arya said as he removed his blindfold and opened his eyes to reveal purple eyes with X's in them. I will have to use my strongest spell to kill you. 0. Arya called as the wind picked up as Arya launched several air pockets at Gajil who charged forward. Iron Dragon's sword. Gajil called as he changed his right arm into a spiked blade and cut through Arya's air pockets. What? Impossible. You can't cut through my wind. Arya yelled. Gajil continued moving forward before he reached Arya. Iron Dragon's roar. Gajil called as he launched his breath attack at point-blank range. The air from the attack countered Arya's wind body while the shrapnel cut into him. The attack sent Arya flying into a wall where he was embedded and knocked out. HMPH, don't mess with Fairy Tail, Gajil said as he took his leave. The rest is up to you. Naruto. Outside the guild, the giant's hands had been steadily slowing down since the Element 4 had been defeated one by one before with Arya's defeat. The giant finally ceased moving. The fairies cheered when they saw this. It made the battle easier, especially when the others inside showed up to help fight, between the dragons of fire and iron. The ice alchemist and the beast, the battle against the shades was becoming a chore. Urza, realizing that Jose was the only one left, quickly rallied everyone and gave them a boost in morale. Though she didn't want to admit it, it was all up to Naruto now. After leaving Gajil to handle Arya, Naruto continued going up before he found himself in an open area at the top of the tower. Where the hell am I now? He asked himself. Suddenly he felt a dark and dread-filling magic fill the area. He flared his own to block out the feeling. Looking around for the source, he pinpointed it to the other side of the room where a very angry-looking Jose appeared. I've had just about enough of you fairies, Jose said as his skull turned black as his irises turned amber. His magic grew and made the guild hall shake and made the room fall apart. Though he didn't pay it any mind, he unknowingly broke apart a wall which caused all the fighting outside to stop as everyone. He could feel Jose's dark aura and traced it to that opening where they could see everything happening inside. Naruto snorted as he continued to raise his own power to shake off the effects of Jose's magic. You've had enough of us. You attacked our guild. You lit the flame that started this war and you've had enough of us. Naruto stated, getting louder as he spoke. Why the hell did you attack us in the first place? He yelled at Jose as the diamond on his forehead started glowing. Jose merely chuckled. Why, you ask? For as long as I can remember, Phantom Lord has been the #1 guild in Fury. But then in recent years, people have began to call Fairy Tail our equals, some have even said you were #1. From what was once a garbage guild, the names Urza, Mistogen, Laxus, Naruto A.N.D. Guildarts gained fame and stole our thunder. Why you started a guild war? Because of some petty jealousy? Naruto asked Tring to wrap his mind around the foolishness that was Jose's thinking. U.T. raided my guild and the people of Magnolia with death just because you were jealous. You don't even care about getting Lucy, do you? She was merely an excuse for you to attack the guild, wasn't she? Of course she was. She proved to be just the pawn I needed to destroy Fairy Tail and reclaim Phantom Lord's rightful place as #1. Though don't get me wrong, the money her father offered for her return was certainly hefty. However, once I'm through with Fairy Tail, I'll hold her for ransom and bleed the Hartfilia family dry. But before I do that, I'll enjoy killing you, Jose said as he rose his power to maximum. I'll admit, I was impressed that you came to challenge me, but you don't have the power to take me on and win, boy. Really now? And who said that this was my full power? Naruto said as the diamond on his forehead glowed as runes began to form around it and travel the length of Naruto's body before they suddenly shattered along with the diamond on his forehead. Gold drive, Naruto yelled as his power shot through the roof and matched Jose's as his body was covered with a golden aura. Jose's eyes widened in shock that Naruto's power had matched his own at maximum. He wasn't the only one, as the members of Fairy Tail watching the fight were shocked as well. Jose's shock bled away as a manic grin grew upon his face. So young yet so powerful, your death will be my greatest accomplishment. You'll never know, Naruto replied. Die. Death wave. Jose bellowed as he launched a purple beam at Naruto, who dodged to the left and retaliated. Gold Dragon's bullet. Naruto shot a bullet of light at Jose that pierced through his shoulder and spilled his blood. Despite the pain he was in, Jose's hand gained a black aura as he pointed at Naruto. All of a sudden, some of Jose's shades appeared and latched onto him. Unable to move, Naruto was a sitting duck and Jose immediately capitalized on it. Dark Pulse, he called as he waved his hand in Naruto's direction as the area exploded. Jose smirked until Naruto ported behind him. Though he escaped, he wasn't totally unharmed as he was missing his jacket and slightly burned on his left arm. Taking advantage of Jose's momentary stunned expression, Naruto jabbed a Rasengan in Jose's unprotected back, blasting him into a wall. Jose showed off his durability by standing back up. I'm impressed, not only are you keeping up with me but you're actually doing damage to me. Though I digress, you can't beat me with this level of magic. Jose said cockily. Naruto regarded Jose for a moment before taking a deep breath as his golden aura left him. What's this? You're not giving up, are you? And after all that talk? Naruto shook his head. I'm done wasting my time on you, Jose. I admit, I could easily overpower you, but there's no point. Instead, I'm going to do something Gigi would do if he were here instead of me. It usually works around the guild, so let's try it. I'm going to give you till the count of 3 to do exactly as I say. Give up. What? Jose asked, smirking. 1. Naruto started as he cupped his hands in front of his chest as a ball of light appeared. You expect me to give in to a brat like you? Jose asked incredulously. 2. Naruto said as he started charging the ball. Hey, no way in hell. Jose exclaimed. 3. Naruto closed his eyes as he nearly finished charging his attack. The day I give in to a snot-nosed brat like you would be the day hell freezes over. Jose said as he readied an attack. Now die, as he fired a death wave from both hands. Time's up, Naruto said as his attack K shined and destroyed Jose's attack before it hit him as the room light up. Fairy Law. Invoke. Quote. Naruto called out as he clasped his hands together, causing a bright light to overtake the room and shine outside the guild, destroying the shades outside. What's going on? One of the random members asked. Urza was the one to answer. This is Fairy Law, one of the 3 ultimate spells of Fairy Tail. This particular one attacks all those that the caster sees as the enemy. She explained, putting everyone in awe that Naruto knew such a spell. Finally the light died down and vanished. Naruto stood up straight as the diamond on his head repaired itself, then sank into his skin. Naruto looked over at Jose, who appeared to have aged several decades as his hair had turned white and his skin had wrinkled. The man was currently on his knees cowering before Naruto. Pathetic. I warned you. You and your petty jealousy have brought on your current appearance. You've no one to blame but yourself. Leave, and never come before me again, or I will destroy you. Naruto said, making Jose cower even more. Naruto was about to turn and leave when all of a sudden he heard a familiar voice. Woo, I missed quite a party, didn't I? Looking toward the voice, Naruto saw his grandfather. 4. Gigi, you're okay, Naruto exclaimed happily. I am, and I'm so proud of you. You took charge and led the guild in my absence. For that I thank you. Makarov said. Forget it, let's just get back to the others. Naruto said as he and his grandfather walked to the edge of the destroyed guild hall where all the Fairy Tail mages were looking at them as if waiting for something. Makarov stepped forward and yelled, Naruto has won. That was all they needed to hear. Yeaaaaah, we beat Phantom. All of Fairy Tail yelled out as they celebrated their victory. When Naruto and Makarov touched down on the ground, they were immediately assaulted by the others with hugs and pat on the back. Naruto, however, was looking for a familiar head of blonde hair when suddenly it slammed into his chest. Looking down, blue met brown, as Lucy stared up at him with love and admiration. No words needed to be said in that moment as the chi-rs of their guildmates became background noise as they leaned forward to kiss. That is until. Hold it right there, Fairy Tail, came a gruff voice. Fairy Tail as a whole turned to look and saw a whole battalion of Rune Knights had shown up and surrounded them. Naruto summed up the situation with 2 words. Well, shit, it had been a week since the battle between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord. Magic Council had subjected Fairy Tail to daily interrogations, but in the end all hands pointed to Phantom Lord starting the fight, although there would be a hearing regarding Fairy Tail's actions at a later date. Thankfully Fairy Tail had already started to rebuild the guild. More good news was that Team Shadow Gear was well enough to walk around, but they still needed time before they fully healed. Needless to say, Gajiel was keeping a very close eye on Levi. After all was said and done for, Naruto and Lucy finally got back to that kiss that was interrupted. Lucy was sitting in her apartment writing another letter to her mother with a small heat lacrima against her stomach to help with a bruise on it. She had been contemplating why her father suddenly wanted her back home. Can't imagine why he suddenly wants me back. Not like he cared before. She was brought out of her depressing thoughts by a knock at her door. A smile broke out on her face as she knew only one person actually knocked on her door. Opening her door she looked up at the equally smiling face of her boyfriend. She loved that she could call him that. Naruto. Jumping into his arms, she wrapped her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist and kissed him as he hooked his arms under her legs to keep her up. He walked into her apartment and kicked her door shut as they came up for air. "I think I've gained an addiction to your lips," she said with half-lidded eyes as she still held onto her boyfriend. Naruto chuckled. "That's my line," he said as he touched his forehead to hers. "Geez, I'd tell why. Oh you guys to get a room, but I think that would make the situation worse," Sora said as he floated in from a window. "Just you wait Sora, one day you're gonna get a girlfriend and I'm gonna grill you about it," Lucy said mischievously before Naruto put her down and Sora flew into her arms. She really loved the little orange furball. He was much easier to get along with than his blue counterpart. Naruto reached inside one of the inner pockets of his fur-lined coat cape and pulled out a jar. "Here, this bomb should help with that bruise on your stomach," he said. "Thanks." She gratefully took it before she noticed something about Naruto. There was something different about him but she couldn't quite put her finger on it before it hit her. "You shaved your beard," she realized. Naruto chuckled. "Yeah, truth be told, as much as I liked it, I only grew it because I was on an S-class mission in a really cold place a couple months back." Naruto said with a smile until he noticed Lucy's eyes had a sad tint to them. "What's wrong?" he asked concerned. What do you mean?" she asked turning away before he gently grabbed her chin and turned her head to face him. "I can see it in your eyes sweetie, something's wrong," he said. Lucy didn't answer immediately as she turned to look out the window and saw a mama bird feeding her baby. Taking a deep breath, she turned to Naruto with a determined look. "There's something I have to do. Something important, can you help me?" she asked. Naruto looked at Sora before looking back at Lucy. "Just tell me where we need to be," he said. At the fairy tale construction site. The construction of the guild was going well, other than the fight between Natsu and Gray that was about to commence with Happy instigating it before Urza put her foot, or rather brought her lumber down upon their heads. After they managed to pull themselves they got back to work only to stop a few minutes later due to hunger. No sooner had they complained had the silhouette of a woman darted past as a lunchbox appeared on Gray's lap. Opening it, Gray was a bit disturbed to see his own face made from veggies. Natsu however was drooling. Not willing to eat something that came out of nowhere, Gray gave the box to Natsu who happily scarfed it down. "Hey guys, can you do me a favor?" an exhausted voice said from behind them. Turning to look, they saw Loki who by the way looked extremely pale. "Can you give Lucy these?" he asked holding up Lucy's keys. "Hey man, haven't seen you in a while," Gray commented. "You spent this entire time looking for her keys?" Natsu asked. "You feeling okay? You're looking paler than usual," Happy asked concerned. "Yeah I'm fine, don't worry just a bit tired." "Have you guys seen Naruto?" Loki asked. "Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in a few days," Gray commented. "If I had to guess, he's probably with Lucy," Happy said with a pervy voice and smile. Ever the prude, Urza chose that moment to pop up. "He's what? That bastard. He's probably taking advantage of poor Lucy in her vulnerable state, damn him too," she said with feminine fury burning in her eyes. "No thanks, you know how I am with celestial spirit mages. I'll catch up to Naruto later. See ya around." Loki said as he left. Suit yourself. Let's go Happy. Aye sir. At Lucis' apartment, Natsu, Happy, Urza and Gray proceeded to break into Lucis' apartment and to search for the aforementioned girl as well as her boyfriend since Natsu could smell Naruto's scent. They checked all over the place for them in the apartment, even her underwear drawer. Gray, Natsu and Urza were blushing while wondering where she could wear underwear like this. 3. Bet Naruto likes this drawer. 4. Happy commented. Damn Naruto, I like this drawer. Natsu commented. 5. Gra, why even? Reluctantly, checked the bathroom, his imagination running wild about what he might find. 6. Unfortunately for him he only found Natsu who somehow beat him inside. Happy was looking through ca. Bonnets when he knocked over a box with a bunch of sealed letters inside. Opening one, Natsu realized it was addressed to her mother, as were all the other ones. They basically detailed her life since she ran away to when she joined Fairy Tail. Most of the Fairy Tail letters had Naruto written in them. They all went straight to panic a few moments later when Urza found a letter from Lucy saying she was going home. On the train headed to the Heartfilia estate, Lucy was sitting calmly in her seat in a private section of the train looking out the window while running her hands through Naruto's hair as he laid on her lap with Sora sitting across from them curled into a ball. You're sure you want to do this? Naruto asked. Looking down at her boyfriend who looked drowsy from her ministrations, Lucy replied. Yes, I need to make it perfectly clear to my father that I'm not his heir anymore. And what a mistake it was that he attacked the guild. Lucy said. Well, if you're sure. Naruto trailed off as he fell asleep. Lucy merely smiled down at him. When they got off the train, they started the long trek toward the Heartfilia mansion. Lucy held tightly to Naruto's hand as the mansion came into view and old memories surfaced. When the trio got to the mansion, they saw a short older woman in maid garb sweeping the grounds. Lucy recognized her instantly. Ms. Sepetto, she exclaimed. Hearing her name, the woman turned to see who called her. Seeing Lucy, she teared up before letting out a loud cry which alerted all the other employees in the mansion who cried out, Ms. Lucy has returned. The staff members swarmed around Lucy, cutting her off from Naruto and Sora. They all started asking questions about where she had been and how she was. The cook's comment however made her blush. Look at you all grown up now. Probably got a boyfriend, maybe two. No, just one, though I couldn't have asked for a better one. She said as she looked back at Naruto who hearing her comment looked at Way with a small smile as he scratched the back of his head while Sora made kissing noises from his shoulder. Looking to where she was, the servants all noticed Naruto standing there, and after they processed what she said, they swarmed him too asking a bunch of questions and whether or not he had been treating Lucy well. After a few minutes of being grilled another servant came up. Ms. Lucy, our father has requested your presence in his study. Lucy glared up at where she knew her father's study to be. His runaway daughter returns home after a year, and he sends a servant to request my presence. She thought bitterly. Feeling a hand on her shoulder she looks up at Naruto and Sora's concerned eyes. I'll be fine, don't worry. You know what to do, she asked as she plucked Sora off Naruto's shoulder and held him in her arms. Yeah, now that I know where to come back to, I'll get right to it. Be back in a flash, Naruto replied as he vanished in a gold flash, much to the shock and awe of the servants. I forgot how uncomfortable these dresses were. Lucy thought as she was squeezed into a full dress. It was a few sizes too small, especially around her bosom. I guess I've grown since the last time I've worn one, she thought. That looks a little small for ya, Lucy, Sora said as he floated beside her. Yeah, I guess it is. Come on Sora, let's get this over with, she sighed as she sat him on her shoulder as she headed for her father's study. When they got there, they found Naruto waiting for them. In his hands he had a bouquet of flowers. Nice dress, he said as they approached. Thanks. Do you mind if I have Sora with me when I confront him? She asked. Not minding in the least bit, Naruto gave his consent while receiving a peck on the lips before with a deep breath she knocked on the door to the study. Father, it's Lucy. May I come in? Yes, you may, replied a gruff grumpy voice that made Naruto frown. As soon as Lucy entered and shut the door, the servants all came from nowhere and placed their ears to the door. Naruto leaned back against the opposite wall and listened in with his dragon hearing. If you watch episode 29 of the anime or read chapter 68 of the manga, the talk between Lucy and Jude happens like either a mix and match different parts. Either way, I'm not writing it, you decide how you want it. Hearing what her father had in store for Lucy really had Naruto peeved. What kind of asshole father pimps out his own daughter? As much as he wanted to storm in there and beat the fool man senseless, he was extremely glad he didn't. As the tongue-lashing Lucy unleashed on her father was well worth the wait. Inside the study, Lucy was headed for the exit, Sora still on her shoulder when she suddenly stopped and turned toward her stunned father. And on the off chance that I do ever get married and have a family, I already have someone in mind for a husband. 7. With that she spun on her heel and made for the door. Sora turned toward the man from her shoulder and blew a raspberry at him. When she walked out the door, she was met with the servants who had shit-eating smiles on their faces and a blushing Naruto with a far-off look on his face. She suddenly remembered his Dragon Slayer hearing and a tiny dusting of pink lit up her face. Taking a deep breath, she walked past the servants, grabbed Naruto's hand and pulled him along. We find Lucy, Naruto and Sora in front of the grave of Lucy's mother Layla. Lucy had placed the bouquet that Naruto had gone to retrieve for her earlier on the grave and said her goodbyes. Naruto had walked up and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind and Sora hugged her legs. Lucy smiled at her two favorite boys as they tried to comfort her. Naruto's mind was going a mile a minute as he stared at Layla's grave. July 7th, X777. Her mother died the same day that the dragons left. Maybe I'm overthinking this, but that seems too convenient to be a coincidence, he thought. The moment was interrupted by the rest of their team showing up. That led to the explanation of Lucy only going home to say goodbye. Urza, Natsu, Gray and Happy all felt like morons. With the misunderstanding resolved, they all returned home. 1 week later, Master Makarov had just got out of court with the Magic Council. It was decided that Phantom Lord was to be disbanded while Jose was stripped of his title as one of the 10 wizard saints and needed to be replaced. Thankfully Fairy Tail was found innocent. Makarov was currently in conversation with his longtime friend, old team partner and member of the council, Yajima Shito, about ramen. 8. I swear Yaj, your ramen addiction was bad enough that you had to go and get my grandson addicted to the stuff, Makarov said. Oh, don't blame me. The lad just has good taste in food. Besides, if I recall, his mother was addicted to the stuff too. He must have inherited it from her, Yajima replied with a smile. Ah yes, Tsunade. There wasn't a mage alive who could match her in medicine or strength. Naruto is so much like her it's scary, especially when he's angry, Makarov said, remembering his wife's apprentice. It's funny, Naruto reminded me a lot of Gildarts when he was younger. Then again, Gildarts probably would have been Naruto's father had he met Tsunade before Ivan. 9. Yajima commented. Makarov could only nod. By the way, Maki, have you given any thought to retiring? He asked, catching Makarov's attention. You're not a young man anymore, you shouldn't have to put up with the stress of running a guild. Believe me, you're no good to anyone dead, he said. Makarov kept his thoughts to himself on the matter. Later at the guild site. Listen up everyone, we're taking job request again. You'll have to excuse the mess while we're under construction. But at least you can get back to work, Mira exclaimed happily while the rest of the guild hollered in joy as many of them crowded around the job board. Well, they're all excited. Most of the time these guys are just loafing around the guild hall, Lucy commented from her place at the bar. Naruto was next to her eating a bowl of ramen while Sora was sitting on the bar in between them sipping from a milkshake. By the way, have you seen Loki? She asked Mira. Oh, does Naruto have to worry about some competition? Mira said with a sinfully sweet smile. It's not like that, he's just the one who found my keys. I wanted to thank him. Besides, she paused as she wrapped an arm around a smiling Naruto who had finished his lunch. I've already got my man, she said as she Eskimo kissed Naruto. You two make me sick, Sora commented as he went back to his drink. Mira giggled at their cuteness before a thought struck her. Hey Lucy, were your celestial spirits angry at you for dropping your keys? She asked. Lucy blushed a bit while Naruto smiled a smug smile. You see, what had happened was, Aquarius wasn't exactly angry at Lucy, she was pissed. So pissed in fact, that she was going to spank her with a riding crop. Unfortunately for Aquarius, Naruto was there and took her aside where Lucy couldn't hear them and told her that if she threatened Lucy again or attacked her the next time she summoned her to fight, he'd skin her, fry her up with butter and serve her too. Happy. Needless to say, Aquarius was thankful she had a fish tail or she would have wet herself. She quickly apologized to Lucy and congratulated her on getting such a devoted boyfriend before she scurried back to the spirit world. Mira giggled when Naruto and Lucy told her that. Why don't you tell the others how you feel? A voice full of anger said. Everyone in the guild quickly turned toward the commotion only to see a pissed off Urza glaring daggers at a smirking Laxus. Hey, I got no problem repeating myself. This guild is full of losers and weaklings, he said as he turned to look at Jet and Droy. Especially you two, you were Phantom's personal punching bags. I'm glad I never learned your names, he said before turning to look at Lucy as a sick smile appeared on his face. And don't get me started on the blonde bimbo Naruto's screwing who started this whole mess. As soon as the words left his mouth, his jaw exploded in pain as Naruto suddenly appeared before him in a flash and delivered a breakdown fist to his face, sending Laxus through a few tables. It spoke of Laxus' durability that he immediately stood up as normally that punch would lay a person down for a few moments. Wiping his bloody lip, lightning raged around Laxus as he glared murder at his younger brother. You're gonna regret that runt, he said through gritted teeth, as his pupil vanished and the white of his eyes glowed, intimidating several people in the guild. Naruto popped his knuckles as he glared right back, his own eyes flashing gold as his pupils slit. My only regret is that I didn't do it sooner, Naruto growled as gold magic energy outlined his body. The two stared at each other for a brief moment, sizing each other up. The members of Fairy Tail watching all took a few steps back as the very ground was cracking under the combined weight of these two's magic energy. It frightened a few members that these two men, related by blood, seemed to only want to spill the others when they were in the same room. The atmosphere was tense before in the blink of an eye, light and lightning charged at one another. Before they could clash and potentially destroy the construction zone and possibly a good chunk of Magnolia, a giant hand slammed down between the two powerhouses, stopping them in their tracks. That's enough. I'll have none of this nonsense, Makarov said as he stood between the two. Though he was glaring more at Laxus, he knew that between the two of them that Laxus would ultimately instigate any potential fight. Laxus glared at Makarov before his gaze drifted to Naruto. You're safe for now, little brother. But I warn you now, the old man won't always be there. One of these days I'll inherit this guild, then you and I are going to have our reckoning. And when that day comes, you'll know where your place is, under my boot. Count on that, Laxus said as he vanished in a flash of lightning. Everyone started to calm down and go back to what they were doing, but Lucy was thinking of something. Did he just call Naruto, little brother? She said quietly to herself. Thou Mira still heard her. You didn't know. Unlike his relationship with Natsu, Naruto and Laxus are actually brothers. She said. What? Lucy exclaimed. Lucy couldn't believe that. She remembered the animosity she saw in Naruto's eye when she first saw Laxus right before she went on that mission to Galuna Island. Naruto didn't glare at anyone like that, so she knew there was bad blood between them. But to hear that those two were brothers who shared blood, if that were true, then why did they seem like they hated one another? If that's true, then why do they seem like they hate each other? Lucy asked. Mira shrugged. To be honest, no one really knows why. Since the day they met when Naruto first arrived at the guild, Laxus has borderline hated him. Wait, they first met when Naruto joined? Lucy asked disbelievingly. Mira nodded. Naruto was born and raised in a village outside of Fury. And what about Laxus inheriting the guild? Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, Mira said as she leaned in to whisper. It's been rumored that Master Makarov has already selected Naruto to be the next master when he decides to retire. Mira said. Oh, that's a relief. With How much he cares about the guild and its members, he'd be the perfect candidate for the next master. Lucy said with a smile. She got up and walked over to Naruto, who still looked angry at his brother's comment. Getting his attention, she smiled up at him. Ignore him, we know it's not true, she said. Taking a deep breath, he slowly smiled back at her. She pulled him over to a table that held the rest of their team and sat him down before she took her spot on his lap as they all started talking about their next mission. The guild, however, was once again interrupted from its usual rowdiness. This time from a messenger from the council. Excuse me, I'm looking for Naruto Drar. Damn, what the hell did I do now? Naruto exclaimed as he scooted Lucy off his lap as he stood and approached the messenger. When he was close enough to the messenger, the frog woman bowed to him. Mr. Drar, due to the unfortunate incident and imprisonment of Jose Porla, the Magic Council in their wisdom have decided to name you the newest member of the 10 Wizard Saints. The messenger said as she pulled out a blue ring with the Wizard Saint logo on it. WWWHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHH entire guild exclaimed loudly. Naruto wasn't entirely sure if he heard the messenger correct. It sounded like she said the Magic Council had decided to name him the newest member of the 10 Wizard Saints. But see, considering she was still kneeling with the ring in her hand holding out to him, that's exactly what she said. Taking the ring out of her hands, he examined it, still in awe that the Magic Council would name him a member. Honestly, he had an idea as to who suggested his name. She'd be disappointed if she expected something in return. Naruto Drar, do you accept the title of Wizard Saint? The messenger asked. That's a good question, Naruto thought. Should he accept it? It would help Fairy Tail's reputation to have 2 members of the Wizard Saints in the guild, not to mention help keep the council off their backs. Ultimately nothing would change, though he would gain more popularity. He shrugged. What the hell? I, Naruto Drar, S-class mage of Fairy Tail, accept the title of Wizard Saint. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ring as well as Naruto's coat cape glowed slightly as the ring turned into a lacrima and inserted itself into his body. When his coat stopped glowing, it showed the Wizard Saint logo on the back too. Congratulations, Sir Naruto. I shall inform the council. Good day to you all. The messenger Toad said as she spun on her heel and made for the carriage that would take her back to Era. Getting over his initial shock, Naruto turned to look at the others in the guild only to see shocked and odd looks all aimed at him, even on the newly arrived Godzilla Levy, who arrived when the messenger did. Feeling a little awkward under everyone's gaze, Naruto nervously scratched his head and muttered, "What?" This seemed to snap everyone out of their stupors, and once that happened, they all let out a loud cheer as they swarmed Naruto. Even Urza reluctantly sent him a smile. Since the fight with Phantom Lord, Urza had been cutting Naruto a bit of slack. Lucy got to Naruto first and hopped into his arms and kissed him in congrats. Makarov got there next, grew with his Titan magic, and engulfed Naruto and Lucy in a bear hug. "Ah, Naruto, my boy, congrats. You know I was twice your age when I became a Wizard Saint. This new promotion requires a celebration. Everyone, let's party," he exclaimed as every partied in true Fairy Tail fashion. The party lasted well into the night and early into the morning. There was a lot of booze, a lot of brawling, and a lot more booze. But in the end, that's Fairy Tail. In the East Forest, Makarov was sitting comfortably on the roof of his cottage home, looking up at the stars deep in thought. Retire. With the new guild hall, I suppose the master should be new as well. But who to choose? Laxus has far too many issues to work out. Mistigan is silent and reclusive, Urza's a tad domineering. 3. That just leaves Naruto and Gildarts. Both are good candidates, though Gildarts is always gone on missions and Naruto is rather young. Makarov thought, rubbing his chin. I'll think more on it later, he said as he hopped off the roof and went inside to bed. Back in Magnolia, the next morning found Naruto waking up in his condo in his bed with a banging headache. That's the last time I let Kana talk me into a drinking contest. Oh well, at least I won. 4. He thought with his eyes closed. Cura's passive ability was helping with his headache, but not fast enough. He went to place his hand on his chest as to cast its full effect, however instead of his chest, his hand landed on something smooth. Scrunching his eyebrows, he ran his hand up and down the smooth surface trying to figure out what it was until it started to moan. Snapping his eyes open, he looked down only to see a head of blonde hair on his chest. Closing his eyes and waiting for his headache to subside a little more. When he felt it had dwindled a bit more, he turned his head to the side and stared across the room at the mirror on the wall. He absently noted the clothes strewn across the room but focused solely on the mirror. What he saw made him blush. Lucy was having the best sleep in her life. This full-length pillow she was lying on was great. Though she didn't recall getting a full-length pillow, she ultimately let it go as she had a small headache. She went to rearrange herself when her bottom brushed against something long and hard. However, her attention was taken away from the rod-like object she brushed against when she heard a groaning sound in her ear that sounded like it came from her pillow. Opening her Yes, she lifted her head only to come face to face with a pair of blue eyes staring back at her in apprehension. She blinked her half-lidded eyes a couple of times before they widened when her waking brain registered that she was lying on top of someone. Unwrapping her arms from the person, she pushed herself up a bit so that she was straddling said person and wound up brushing against. Naruto's apprehension slightly wavered when he saw Lucy relax, though he was still slightly fearful. Lucy. I'm sore. Naruto was cut off as Lucy placed a finger on his lips, then leaned forward and replaced her finger with her lips, giving Naruto a gentle kiss. A few minutes later they both left his bedroom, Naruto wearing a pair of shorts and Lucy in one of his dress shirts. As they looked around, they found that they weren't the only ones who slept at Naruto's place. They saw Natsu asleep in the living room on the couch upside down with his legs over the back and his head hanging off the front. Gray was sprawled out in the middle of the floor with only the rug keeping his dignity. Kana was passed out in the kitchen where Naruto left her after their drinking contest surrounded by beer bottles. Eel was sleeping in the bathroom hugging the toilet and Levi was in the tub with a book over her face. Alzak and Biska were asleep in the closet completely naked. Elfman knocked out in the hallway with Mira using him as a pillow. Sora and Happy sleeping upside down with their tails around the hanging light in the living room like opossums. 7. And surprisingly, they even found Urza in the laundry room with her head in the dryer. Yep, Fairy Tail certainly knew how to throw a party. A week later, life had essentially returned to normal after Naruto's promotion to Wizard Saint. The guild was close to being finished, and Team Shadow Gear had completely healed, and it seemed that they added Gajeel to their ranks, much to Jet and Droy's chagrin. Nothing had changed for Naruto like he thought. He and Lucy did have an encounter with a young dragon slayer a couple days ago. Flashback. Naruto, Lucy and Sora were just returning from a short mission a few towns over. The mission required him to take out a few Vulcans that had come down from the mountains. Considering the other members of Team Chaotix were doing solo missions, Lucy decided to tag along with Naruto and Sora. As they were turning a corner heading to the train station, something hit Naruto's leg. Ow! Watch where you're going, you jerk. A tiny voice said. Looking down, the three fairy tale mages saw a red cat with a blue vest. Another talking cat, they thought as one. Before they could question the odds of finding another talking cat, they heard a voice. Lecter, where are you? Looking to where the voice came from, the three fairy tale mages saw a boy with pale skin, light blonde hair and light blue eyes and a scar crossing through his right eyebrow. Lucy thought she was look NG at a bleached version of Naruto minus the scar. Hearing the boy's voice, the red cat turned and ran toward him. Sting-kun. The little cat cried out as he ran to the boy who they assumed was called Sting. Naruto could sense the boy had a large amount of magic power. Not to mention he smelled similar to him, Natsu and Gajeel. Don't tell me this kid's a dragon slayer too, Naruto thought. The kid looked up at Naruto when his CA was situated on his shoulder and his eyes widened. Hey, you're the Gold King of Fairy Tail, the boy exclaimed. Despite his earlier thoughts, Naruto chuckled at the boy. That's what they call me. To be honest, kid, I don't know where that nickname came from. I'm Naruto Drayar, and you are? Naruto asked as he held his hand out to the kid. The kid shook his hand, I'm Sting Newcliffe. Is it true what they say? Are you a dragon slayer? He asked excitedly. Naruto looked the boy in the eyes before he smirked. I think you already know the answer to that, don't you, little dragon? He replied. Lucy looked at Naruto wide-eyed at what he was inferring. Sting gave him a beaming smile. Yeah, I guess I did. And I guess you figured out I'm just like you. Sting said happily before he smirked up at Naruto. It's been my dream since I've heard about you to get stronger, join a guild, and one day defeat you. Seeing the challenge, Naruto smirked back while Lucy stood back with Sora in her arms and smiled. She loved how good Naruto was with kids. Is that so, kid? Well, in that case, you'd better find something to protect. Naruto told him. Sting looked confused. Something to protect. Naruto sm'd down at him and kneeled to his level. Yup, you see, when a person has something to protect, they get much stronger than they would if they didn't. And when you're older and think you're strong enough, come and find me at the top. Sting looked thoughtful for a moment. Do you have something to protect? He asked. Naruto smiled and looked over his shoulder at Lucy and Sora. I've got a lot to protect, he said as he stood up and took Lucy's hand. As they made to leave, Naruto called over his shoulder. See ya at the top, kid. Sting and Lecter watched as the three fairy tale mages left. That's my goal, Lecter. Naruto the Gold King. One day I'll find something to protect and I'll defeat him. Flashback end. After that encounter, Naruto began wondering if dragon slayers and talking cats was a given. We currently find Naruto on a mission with Loki. Sora was decided to stay with the other members of Team Chaotix. That's what he said, but what he meant was he wanted to take a nap on Lucy's bosom, while she held him to her chest. What made it worse is that the little traitor knew Lucy would be more than happy to oblige him. Naruto and Loki were heading toward Hosenka village when Naruto heard someone call his name. Turning, they both looked and saw Team Chaotix with Lucy waving at him with one hand while holding a napping Sora to her chest with the other, unknowingly proving his earlier point. Loki spoke up when they drew near. Hey guys, what are you doing here? He asked. Taking names, kicking ass. You know, the usual. Natsu replied as he and the rest of the team drew closer. As soon as he saw Lucy, Loki suddenly got nervous. Lucy ignored Loki for the moment and headed straight toward Naruto. Hey sweetie, she said as she got on her tiptoes to chastely kiss her boyfriend before turning to Loki. Hey Loki, glad I ran into you. I wanted to thank you for. She was abruptly cut off. Well, this has been fun, but Naruto and I are in the middle of a mission, so, bye. Loki said quickly as he hauled ass out of there, leaving all members of Team Chaotix to sweat drop, including Sora, who was awakened by his outburst. What the hell was that? Lucy growled. Did you do something to him? Yeah, he avoids you like the plague. Gray and Natsu inquired respectively. I didn't do anything, did I? She asked, looking at Naruto. It's not you, Lucy. Loki has some deep-rooted issues. I can't say why, cause he swore me to secrecy. Just know that it's nothing personal. Naruto replied. Anyway, I should probably go too. I'll see you guys around. With that, Naruto kissed Lucy's forehead and disappeared. In a golden flash. Later that day, Lucy was walking around Hosenka with Clue and Happy. She had to get away from the rest of the team, who decided to have a pillow fight, of course a pillow thrown by Urza, Natsu. Gray, or Sora, was equivalent to throwing a brick. As they were walking, they were intercepted by two guys. One dressed like a hoodlum and the other had a more femi. Nine looked to him and couldn't stop shaking his head. Yo, what up, foxy lady? How'd you like to spend some time with us? They said. No thanks, I've got a boyfriend, and besides, I've already got company. Lucy replied as she continued walking without so much as a backwards glance at the two weirdos. Yo, wait minute baby. Surely you can't be serious. They said as they made a grab for her. Unfortunately for them, someone had them in their sights and chose that moment to pounce. Before they knew what hit them, something grabbed their heads and slammed them into the ground, knocking them out. Hearing the commotion, Lucy, Happy, and Clue turned around only to see the two morons on the ground and Naruto standing over them, dusting off his hands. Sweetie, what are you doing here? And sure, those guys were annoying, but you didn't have to knock them out. Lucy said. Naruto looked at her confused for a moment but then remembered she didn't know about the specifics of his mission. Oh. No, nothing like that. I've been after these two. They're a couple of renegade mages that have been preying on the girls around here. Loki and I have been hired to catch them. He explained. Oh, well, where is Loki? She asked as she looked around before. Naruto pointed at the bamboo orchid where she saw Loki hiding from her, much to her annoyance. Hey Lucy. Naruto, we really should drop these guys off. Loki said quickly as he walked toward the guys. Actually, I was hoping you could keep Lucy company while I go and drop these guys off. Naruto said, getting in front of Loki. Seeing what Naruto was doing, Lucy got involved. Yeah, it will give us a chance to get to know each other better, she said with a smile. Loki looked back and forth between the two blondes before he gave in. Fine, he said with his head down. Wonderful, you two have fun and I'll see you tomorrow back at the guild, Naruto said, and with a quick kiss from Lucy he and the two weirdos vanished. He had no idea how bad the night would turn out. The next day, Naruto with a bandaged up Sora on his shoulder were heading to the guild feeling pretty good about the day. Naruto had hoped Lucy and Loki managed to find some common ground. Truthfully, he was hoping she would get Loki to open up about who he really was. When he reached the guild site, he found Natsu and Gray about to start a fight over who won the pillow fight. Dread suddenly filled him when he saw Lucy with her back turned to everyone as she sat at the bar. Even though he couldn't see her face, he just knew something had irritated her as her should. RS were tense and she sat ramrod straight, completely unrelaxed like usual. He inwardly thought it was her time of the month, but quickly counted the days up and realized that wasn't right. He thought about what could be the problem when suddenly Natsu and Gray started bugging her about who won the pillow fight. Lucy didn't move for a moment, but when she did, Naruto swore it was like looking at a blonde Urza. Shut up, and go away. She said it with such venom and coldness that Naruto was afraid. 9. We're sorry, we'll be quiet now, Natsu and Gray said as they hugged each other in terror and slowly backed away. Everyone else in the guild gave Lucy a wide berth. Naruto was the only soul brave enough to approach the angry blonde. A few of the men bid a silent prayer for his damned soul. Pussies, he thought when he saw the other men. Hell, even Sora had ran and hid behind Mira. Naruto knew he had to do something, he just hoped it worked. He came up behind her, wrapped his arms around her stomach and kissed her head. 10. The guild as a whole breathed a sigh of relief as the blonde woman visibly relaxed in his arms. What's wrong, love? Who's got you in such a foul mood? He asked as he laid his head on top of hers. Taking a deep breath, Lucy stood up, took Naruto's arm and pulled him to her place. As they were leaving, Mira noticed Sora hadn't moved to follow them. Sora, aren't you going with them? Sora quickly shook his head. Nope, Lucy kinda scares me right now, he replied as he flew up to the bar while Mira made him a shake before she was blindsided by a bunch of girls demanding to see Loki. When Lucy and Naruto arrived, she sat him down, took up residence in his lap and told him everything that happened when he left her. With Loki, from going to the restaurant, to her slapping him after he made that horrible joke. She vented for a while, well into the afternoon. I mean, can you believe he made a joke about dying? Who does something like that? A jerk, that's who, she vented. When Naruto didn't speak for a while, she looked back at him to see him deep in thought. The problem is, he wasn't joking, he said, shocking Lucy greatly. Loki really doesn't have much time left. What are you talking about? Lucy asked, shocked. Naruto wouldn't joke about something this serious. Naruto sighed. I suppose since he told you that much, I don't really need to keep his secret anymore. Loki isn't who you think he is. He's not even human. You would know him better as Leo, the lion spirit and leader of the zodiac of the 12 golden keys, he said, shocking Lucy more. What is? Why is he? How do you know that? It was about 3 years ago when Loki first joined the guild. We got along well enough, I suppose, but I always felt there was something not quite right about him. About a year and a half later, I realized that as time was moving forward, Loki wasn't exactly aging like everyone else. In fact, nothing about him was changing. No one else noticed because they really weren't paying attention. One day I confronted him about it and he told me who he was and why he was no longer in the spirit world. Do you know about a celestial spirit wizard named Karen Lilica? He asked. Lucy nodded. She was a member of Blue Pegasus that was killed on a mission 3 years ago. Naruto nodded. What you may not know is Karen was a very cruel and sadistic wizard who often abused her spirits. More often than not was the ram spirit Ares. One day Karen went too far and Loki got involved. Being the leader of the Zodiac, Loki has the power to pass through the gate of his own free will as well as shut the gate for the other spirits under the same master. Loki kept Karen from summoning any spirit and demanded that she release Ares from her control. When she refused, He left with her ability to summon spirits. As time went on, Karen started to get desperate and beg forgiveness, but Loki would have none of it. Finally she couldn't take any more and went on a job. Without her power, she was killed. The Celestial Spirit King blamed Loki for Karen's death and he was exiled from the spirit world. Sadly, spirits can't survive in our world for long and will one day vanish. Luckily for Loki, he was the spirit of light and met me. I've been able to pump some of my magic inside of him to keep him alive for as long as I can, but recently his body has begun to reject my magic. I don't know how much longer he has now. Naruto finished sadly. Lucy didn't know what to say. She felt tears sting at her eyes. Before more could be said, Sora flew in through the window. Guy's trouble. Loki just quit the guild. Everyone's out looking for him. What? Why would he do that? Lucy inquired. It seems his time may have been shorter than we thought. Naruto said. Where could he have gone then? He could be anywhere. Sora asked. There's only one place he would go. Karen's grave. It's on the outskirts of Magnolia on a ledge overlooking a waterfall. Naruto said. Then we have to go get him. Lucy said. You go. I think you're the only one Loki will actually listen to since you're a celestial spirit wizard. Naruto said seriously. If you think it will help then okay. Sora, I need a lift. She said. Got it. Sora grabbed Lucy and flew out the window. Good luck, Naruto said as he flashed toward the guild to call everyone off. Recap. Sora flew in through the window. Guy's trouble. Loki just quit the guild. Everyone's out looking for him. What? Why would he do that? Lucy inquired. It seems his time may have been shorter than we thought. Naruto said. Where could he have gone then? He could be anywhere. Sora asked. There's only one place he would go. Karen's grave. It's on the outskirts of Magnolia on the ledge overlooking the waterfall. Naruto said. Then we have to go get him. Lucy said. You go. I think you're the only one Loki will actually listen to since you're a celestial spirit wizard. Naruto said seriously. If you think it will help then okay. Sora, I need a lift. She said. Got it. Sora grabbed Lucy and flew out the window. Good luck, Naruto said as he flashed toward the guild to call everyone off. Fairy tale construction site. What? You're a celestial spirit? Natsu exclaimed as he and Happy looked awestruck at Loki. Yup. Sorry I didn't say so before. Loki replied sheepishly as Natsu examined him from different angles. I gotta say, if you never told me, I would have never guessed. Gray commented. How come you're not a cow or a horse, you're just some dude? Natsu asked suspiciously. We're not all animals. You've seen Virgo, she's human. Loki explained. Yeah, but I've seen her turn into a gorilla. Natsu shot back, and Loki could only agree. Loki actually a lion spirit. Lucy said from her spot at the bar. A lion? Really? Natsu exclaimed. A lion's like a grown-up cat, right? Happy asked excited. Yup, that's right. Loki replied while Lucy rolled her eyes at his answer. You are like the coolest spirit. Happy said as he drooled over Loki's shoulder. By the way, shouldn't you be resting in the celestial spirit world? Gray inquired. I'm doing a lot better than I was. The last couple RS of Naruto pumping his magic into me expanded my magic core, so the healing process is going a lot faster. Besides, I wanted to see Lucy. Loki replied while Lucy blushed slightly with a small smile on her face. That smile quickly vanished when Loki, taking full advantage of Naruto not being in the area, scooped her up in his arms. Excuse us while we go and plan our future together, he said as he walked away. Lucy struggling the whole time. Of course a well-placed punch to his jaw had him setting her down. Listen Lucy, before I go, I wanted to give you and the guys these tickets to this awesome resort. You've done so much for me that I figured it's the least I can do. Loki said as he handed a ticket to Lucy, Natsu, gray and happy as they all danced around. I already gave one to Urza, but I couldn't find Naruto or Sora. You'll have to give them theirs. Call me whenever you need me, see ya soon. With that, Loki vanished in a poof of smoke. Lucy smiled knowing that not only had she saved Loki's life, but in doing so gained another invaluable partner to call during battle. Lucy then gained a thoughtful expression when she realized she hadn't seen Naruto since last night. Looking around the construction area, she didn't see Naruto anywhere. Turning to Natsu and Gray she asked, "Hey, have either of you guys seen Naruto or Sora today?" The two looked at each other for a moment before Gray spoke up. "No, I haven't seen him since last night. I haven't seen Sora either." Happy spoke up. "You should probably check Naruto's place, that's usually where you'll find him when he's not here or on a mission," Natsu said. "And be quick about it, we don't want to miss the train," a voice said from behind her. Turning, Lucy saw Urza, in a sun hat, a blue Hawaiian shirt, red short shorts and sandals. Behind her she had her cart full of beach things. Choosing not to comment, Lucy left to find her boyfriend and favorite flying cat. Arriving to his place, Lucy took a good look at it. The last time she was here it was last week during his promotion. She was slightly tipsy so she didn't get a good look at the place before. She blushed lightly when she remembered what almost happened that night too. The house was big as it sat at the edge of Magnolia overlooking the East Forest. It was a long walk from the guild, but since Naruto could teleport just about anywhere as long as he's been there before, the distance of places probably didn't matter to him. It was 2 stories, and from what she remembered Naruto saying, it had a master bedroom and 3 guest rooms. Naruto had given her a key to the place after the incident so she could drop by at any time under the condition that she never tell Natsu she had it. Entering her boyfriend's home, she found herself in the foyer, which had stairs on one side, leading to the bedrooms, an upstairs bathroom, and a hallway which led to the rest of the house. Following the hallway she saw the turn off to his luxury kitchen but kept moving into his living room. She hadn't gotten a good look at the place before and looked around. He certainly kept the place clean. Then again, from what she heard, Naruto was hardly ever home. Looking at the fireplace she saw a few pictures on the mantel. Getting a closer look, she saw that the pictures kinda gave a glimpse of Naruto's history at Fairy Tail. The first picture showed a much younger Naruto with a beaming smile on his face, but to Lucy's surprise his hair was black and he had a blonde streak in his hair. In the picture he was with his grandfather, who had a matching smile on his face, and an elderly woman with pink hair and red eyes who had a small smile on her face. Must be his grandmother, Lucy mused. The next picture showed the same Naruto, but this time with a young boy, with a bigger smile and pink hair that was clearly Natsu, but there was also a man with orange hair and a fatherly smile on his face as he ruffled both the boy's hair. Who could this be? His dad maybe. The one next to that showed a slightly different Naruto, as the top of his head was all blonde but the sides were black. He was covered with scratches and one of his eyes was closed, but nevertheless he had a beaming smile on his face. A smaller Sora was on his head as well as the man from the last picture, whose clothes looked scuffed up. He had his hand on Naruto's shoulder and the master had a proud look on his face. This must be when he became an S-class mage, so that makes him 14 in this picture. The last 2 must have been when he was 13 and had just joined. The one after that had Faye, matured and all blonde Naruto, but still too young to be her Naruto. If she had to guess, she would say this was probably 4 years ago. Naruto had Natsu in a headlock while both brothers had beaming smiles on their faces. I wonder what this picture is about. 2. The next picture showed what was probably a 16-year-old Naruto with his arm around a white-haired girl in skimpy clothing. Both of them had predatory smiles on their faces as they sent peace signs to the camera. Lucy did a double take when she realized that that girl was Mira. What the hell? Mira looks so different, nothing like the innocent Mira I know. Wait a minute. Did they used to date? Lucy shook her head as she looked at the other couple in the picture. The male was clearly Natsu, but she didn't recognize the girl. She noticed he girl bore a striking resemblance to Mira. I wonder who that is. The last picture is the one that captured Lucy's attention. This one seemed like the oldest picture. In it was a beautiful pale blonde woman with her hair pulled back into 2 long pigtails. She had amber eyes, a purple diamond on her forehead, like she saw on Naruto, and a serene smile on her face. Lucy saw the woman was also quite top-heavy, even more so than she was. But what really had her attention was the bundle the woman was holding. In her arms was a baby with short blonde streaked black hair, whisker marks and bright blue eyes. As this, Naruto's mother. She's so beautiful. Lucy was shaken from her thoughts when she heard a loud animalistic roar followed by the house shaking a bit. It sounded so close she actually screamed. Looking to where the roar sounded, she saw a door that she hadn't noticed before. Hesitantly, Lucy walked to the door and opened it to find a set of stairs. Suddenly he heard another roar followed by a yell that vaguely sounded like Naruto. Thinking her beau was in trouble, Lucy rushed down the stairs. When she got to the bottom she found another door, but this one was made of thick metal. She noticed the door was also locked with a wheel lock. Testing the wheel, she was pleasantly surprised to find the door was easy to unlock. Opening the door and going inside, Lucy felt her breath catch at what she saw. Listen to Animal I Have Become by 3 Days Grace Monster by Skillet. The area Lucy found herself in was like a rocky terrain with small rock formations here and there. The roar sounded again, shocking her out of her stupor before she saw Naruto flying overhead and crashing through a rock formation, knocking it down. As soon as Naruto's back hit the ground, he flipped himself so that he was scrunched down on his hands with his legs bent toward his body before he kicked his legs out and he pushed himself off his arms and launched himself in the air. Naruto did a few backflips before he landed in a crouch on another rock formation as he was bathed in his magic power as it raged around him. When he lifted his head and looked at whatever it was he was fighting, Lucy caught a glimpse of his face. Naruto had a few scuff marks on his face as well as some blood dripping from the side of his mouth. She also noticed the diamond on the center of his forehead. But what scared her was his eyes. It occurred to Lucy at that moment that every time Naruto was in a real fight, she really wasn't close enough to truly see how Naruto reacted physically to those fights. When she saw his eyes, she knew that wasn't her loving boyfriend Naruto. This was the Naruto that his enemies saw. This was Naruto the Gold King, the wizard saint and slayer of dragons. Don't get her wrong, she knew it was there. She had seen it when he fought Jose, when Naruto easily matched his strength. She had felt his strength then but had been too far away to truly feel its overwhelming presence. Now here she was, a lot closer to the action, but Naruto wasn't using any of the power he had when he fought Jose, and yet the power he was currently using was suffocating. It made her wonder just how stupidly powerful was her boyfriend. Were humans even supposed to have this kind of power? Now that Lucy thought about it, what did that say about the rest of Naruto's family? His older brother Laxus had claimed that he was stronger than Naruto. Even after hearing about him defeating Jose, he still claimed to be stronger. What made it worse was the fact that he proved he was at least as strong as Naruto when the two almost went to blows in the middle of the guild. Lucy had sensed both of the brothers' power and they were both equal and still growing before the master stepped in. Speaking of which, Naruto had told her after the Phantom incident that despite how strong he was, he couldn't hold a candle to his grandfather. Which, in theory, made sense. Makarov Drayar had been the guild master for some 40+ years. Surely there had to be a reason that he remained in power for so long. Just how much power did this family have? If she had to paint a picture with words, then she'd say that Laxus and Naruto were gods while Makarov was the titan that gave rise to them. Lucy finally snapped out of her thoughts and followed his gaze, and she froze when she saw what he was fighting. It was at least 8 feet tall and jam-packed with muscle. The beast looked like a bipedal tiger but with the mane of a lion. Its fur was crimson red with black stripes while the mane was fiery orange. Its claws looked sharp enough to tear through flesh with little to no difficulty. Its fangs looked like they could bite through solid steel and not so much as crack. But the most terrifying thing was its eyes. The entire thing was blood red except for the pupil, which was a long slit in the eye. The beast let out that same terrifying roar that dropped Lucy to her knees. Lucy watched as the monster reared its head back and shot a projectile of condensed magic from its mouth at Naruto. Naruto crossed his arms in front of him and called out, "Light commandment. Barrier." All of a sudden a golden barrier surrounded him as the blast hit and caused a large explosion that destroyed the rock formation Naruto was standing. Lucy looked on worriedly as the dust cleared and showed the barrier had held up. As soon as Naruto, who was floating, uncrossed his arms, the barrier vanished as he pointed his arms out, palms up and fingers with the tips glowing pointed at the monster. "Light commandment. Flash bomb," he called as bullets of light shot out of his fingers at a rapid rate. The monster, however, got on all fours and shot off at a speed which contradicted its massive frame. The beast continued running as Naruto kept firing. Before long, Naruto realized this was a fruitless endeavor and stopped firing for a moment. He crossed his arms over his chest again. "Light commandment. Clones." 4. Naruto's bod. Y gained a gold outline before two golden silhouettes of him split from the outline before the real Naruto stopped glowing and flew higher in the air. While the glowing clones continued to open fire on the monster. That was when it did something that shocked Lucy to her core. It sprouted wings. Sora. Lucy muttered. That cute little furball had become this monster that was fighting evenly with Naruto. 5. Sora had flown straight toward the clones that were firing on him and shaking off some of bullets that hit him as he slashed through them before making a beeline to the real Naruto. Naruto had flown up high and was ready to charge an attack. He and Sora had decided to get some hardcore training in. As he looked down to get ready for Sora, he saw something else, something blonde. "Shit, that's Lucy," he thought, frantic as he saw Sora coming in fast. "Sora, stop," he exclaimed as Sora came to an abrupt halt. "We need to call it quits now," Naruto said as he looked down. Sora followed his line of sight and saw Lucy on her knees watching them. Both dragon and cat reigned in their magic as they flew down. Naruto activating Cura while Sora reverted to his small form. When they touched down they ran to Lucy. When he got close enough, Naruto froze when he saw her eyes, and they nearly broke his heart. While her face was blank, her eyes showed fear, pure fear, and it was aimed at him. Lucy hadn't realized it, but as she was watching the two fight, she had been shaking like a leaf as tears had been streaming down her face. The part of her brain that focuses only on survival instinct had been telling her she should be afraid, that she should be turning tail and running. But the thing that kept her rooted to the spot was another part of her brain telling her that she was excited and aroused by Naruto's power. The two warring sides of her brain had made her catatonic, so she completely ignored Naruto shaking her. "Lucy, Lucy baby, snap out of it," Naruto called to his unresponsive girlfriend. Sora had curled in her lap and nuzzled her to try and get her to come to. Out of ideas, Naruto scooped her up in his arms and carried her upstairs. He was incredibly worried about that fear in her eyes, but more so for the bit of admiration he saw behind that. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that they really needed to talk. Recap. Naruto had flown up high and was ready to charge an attack. He and Sora had decided to get some hardcore training in. As he looked down to get ready for Sora, he saw something else, something blonde. "Shit, that's Lucy," he thought, frantic as he saw Sora coming in fast. "Sora, stop," he exclaimed as Sora came to an abrupt halt. "We need to call it quits now," Naruto said as he looked down. Sora followed his line of sight and saw Lucy on her knees watching them. Both dragon and cat reigned in their magic as they flew down. Naruto activating Cura while Sora reverted to his small form. When they touched down they ran to Lucy. When he got close enough, Naruto froze when he saw her eyes, and they nearly broke his heart. While her face was blank, her eyes showed fear, pure fear, and it was aimed at him. Lucy hadn't realized it, but as she was watching the two fight, she had been shaking like a leaf as tears had been streaming down her face. A part of her brain that focuses on only instinct had been telling her she should be afraid, that she should be turning tail and running. But the thing that kept her rooted to the spot was another part of her brain telling her that she was excited and aroused by Naruto's power. The two warring day of her brain had made her a bit catatonic, so she completely ignored Naruto shaking her. Lucy. Lucy baby, snap out of it. Naruto called to his unresponsive girlfriend. Sora had curled in her lap. ND nuzzled her to try and get her to come to. Out of ideas, Naruto scooped her up in his arms and carried her upstairs. He was incredibly worried about that fear in her eyes, but more so for the bit of admiration he saw behind that. He knew without a shadow of a doubt that they really needed to talk. Lucy was incredibly confused. She had just felt fear unlike any she had felt before. She thought it was due to Naruto. But on account of the fact that she was in his arms and subconsciously snuggling into his embrace, it clearly wasn't him. And it couldn't have been of Sora since he was curled up in her arms and she wasn't freaking out. His transformation had startled her, but ultimately he was still Sora. So what the hell was it that frightened her so badly? It was a strange type of fear. It was different from the fear she felt when she thought Naruto was in trouble. That was fear for someone she loved, cared for deeply. The fear she had felt in that room was odd. She was perfectly fine, until she felt Naruto's power slam into her. Wait, could that have been it? Was she afraid of his power? But that made no sense. Wouldn't that be the same as being afraid of Naruto? She knew what fear of a person felt like. She had feared her father for years. But this felt different. Whatever it was gone now, but it left her with a different feeling, a feeling that she had been having about Naruto for a while now, lust. Naruto had sat Lucy down on the couch. The fear had vanished from her eyes, but that left the glazed-over look in her eyes that said she was deep in thought. As Naruto walked toward a closet, he told Sora to go stay with one of the others for a bit while he talked to Lucy. He walked into his bathroom and grabbed a cloth out of his towel closet, wet it, and went back down to tend to his girlfriend. When he got to her, he kneeled down to her level and wiped the tear tracks from her face. As he was wiping her face, she blinked and seemed to come to. As her eyes moved to stare into his, he noticed that she stared at him with not an ounce of fear, but with love and admiration, and if he wasn't mistaken, she had lust in her eyes. Lucy, he called. All the warning he had was the sexy grin that wormed its way on her face before he found himself on his back with Lucy straddling him as she kissed him while grinding herself on him. Naruto was rightly shocked. 1 meter. Moment she was afraid of what he assumed was him, and the next she was dry humping him. Of course his brain finally caught up to the situation and he kissed back before his other head called dibs on the blood supply. His last thought before his attention went solely to Lucy was that they still needed to talk. He knew he should have put up a fight and stopped this, but he couldn't. He had wanted Lucy sin. That day he woke up with her on top of him. And she said when she was ready, he'd be the first to know. He figured he might as well enjoy this and talk later. If she wanted to stop, she'd let him know. 1. As the kissing became more heated, he growled lightly as he felt Lucy's hands slip under his shirt and her nails rack up and down his body. He ran his own hands up and down her back before the Y glided down to grab her ass under her skirt, causing her to gasp. With the chance to breath, Naruto quickly teleported them to his bedroom where he flipped them over so he was on top. He lifted him's LF to his knees and pulled off his shirt so only his necklace was on. Lucy leaned forward to take her own off as well as undoing her short skirt, showing off her frilly light blue bra and matching boy short panties too, before pulling Naruto back down into a kiss. Naruto managed to push himself up just a bit. Are you sure about this? We don't have to go all the way, he asked. Lucy smiled up at him as she ran her hand along his face, mapping out his face from his whisker marks to his strong jaw. Of course I'm sure. I've wanted this for a while now. I can't imagine being here with anyone else but you, she said with so much emotion in her eyes. Naruto was about to open his mouth before she placed a finger to his lips. I love you. I know we've only been together a few short months, but I can out for a fact that my feelings for you are real. I love you, she said as she rubbed his face lovingly. Naruto stared at her in disbelief. She loved him. Truth be told, Naruto held strong feelings for Lucy as well. Feelings that went deeper than his feelings for Mira during the short time when they dated. Those feelings had been there since the day he met her. He knew he had fallen in love with her, but didn't wish to say anything so soon for fear of scaring her off. But here she was, telling him she loved him. He knew then that she was definitely the one. He leaned down and chastely kissed her before looking right in her eyes. "I love you too," he said with a gentle smile. Lucy felt happy tears sting her eyes as she heard Naruto reciprocate her feelings for him. Leaning forward, she whispered in his ear, "Take me." That's all he needed to hear. "So, how ya feeling?" he asked. Lucy smiled lovingly at him. "Comfortable and very tired," she said as she snuggled into Naruto's chest. Naruto smiled and wrapped his arm around her. Normally he'd have done more than one round, but on account of his sparing session with Sora, he was tired too. "Then rest, we can talk later." With that, Lucy and Naruto drifted off to sleep, neither caring that they were stark naked on top of the bed. Little did they know, Naruto had opened his bedroom window earlier that day and forgot to close it, so a toy orange cat that had come back to bring Naruto his ticket for the resort had heard all of Lucy's screaming and saw what the two were doing. With a shit-eating grin, Sora left Naruto's ticket on kitchen table along with a note saying he would stay with Natsu and Happy, as well as telling him to close his window next time. Later that day, Lucy was awoken from her sleep by the delicious aroma assaulting her nose. She realized she was alone on the bed and that the sheets were different. How'd he manage to change the sheets with me still on the bed? She thought to herself. She sat up to stretch when suddenly she winced when she moved her legs. She then remembered that she just lost her virginity. She smiled when she remembered the beautiful act that caused that ache. Lucy sighed happily before she looked down and saw her robe sitting on the edge of the bed. "He must have ported to my place and got it for me," she thought, smiling. Slowly getting out of bed and standing on shaky legs, she put her robe on. No sooner had she tied her belt had Naruto entered the room with a robe of his own. He smiled seeing her awake. "Hey there, beautiful," he said, embracing her. "Hey yourself," she said as she kissed him. "Hungry?" he asked. "Very," she replied. She squealed when Naruto scooped her up into his arms bridal style as he teleported her downstairs to the kitchen. Sitting her down, he handed her a vial with some type of red liquid along with a glass of water. "Drink this, I'm pretty sure your lady parts are aching," Naruto said as Lucy took the vial and downed it before she had the urge to spit it back up. She quickly grabbed the glass of water to wash down the taste. "Yeah, it tastes like cat piss, but at least it works," Naruto said as he placed a plate of food in front of her. When they finished eating, they headed to the living room and snuggled on the couch. Naruto knew now was the time to talk to Lucy, considering she was in a great mood now, thanks in no small part to him. He also had time to think and realized that the fear that Lucy displayed vanished too quickly for it to be fear of him. Naruto had an idea of what it was that frightened her, but he needed to be sure. "Hey Lucy, when you came downstairs to the training room, what exactly happened?" he asked. Lucy sighed. She figured this was coming. "I'm not sure. I heard a roar coming from behind a door followed by you yelling. I thought you were in trouble, so I ran down there to help. When I got inside, I was shocked about the room, but then I saw you get tossed through that rock formation then hop up like nothing happened. That's when I felt your magic and well, I don't know, I was afraid but I don't know of what." Lucy said. If I had to guess, I'd say your instincts went into overdrive when you sensed how much magic power I had." Naruto said. At Lucy's confused look he explained. "Human beings have a primitive spot in their brains that cares for only survival, more commonly referred to as your fight or flight instinct. When you sensed my power, that part of your brain is what caused the fear you were feeling in hopes you would run away." 6. However, something kept you rooted to the spot. While she understood now, Lucy blushed when she realized what kept her rooted to the spot. 7. Shaking her head and snuggling back with her boyfriend. "So how do I make sure that doesn't happen again?" she asked. Naruto shrugged. "I don't know. A person's magic has more on an effect on people whose magic power is lower than theirs. Take Jose for instance. His magic has a nasty aura that causes people with lower magic than him to get sick. Because my magic was equal to his when we fought, I cancelled it out. So as you get stronger, the effects of my magic should stop affecting you," he said, while Lucy nodded before she thought of something else. Turning to straddle Naruto, she looked him right in the eye and asked, What happened to Sora? Why did he look like that down in your training room? And now that I think about it, why do you have a giant training room under your house? Naruto sweat under her gaze. Lucy could be very intimidating when she wanted to be. I'll answer the second question first. I have a training room under my house because I don't want to destroy a bunch of stuff and wind up with the council up my ass about some bullshit. As for Sora, you know about his battle mode transformation. That was his monster mode transformation, a transformation that got him a promotion to S class. Sora's a S class mage. Lucy exclaimed. Yeah, he became one 2 years after I did. 8 Naruto said. Lucy knew Sora was strong, but not that strong. But the more she thought about it, the more it made sense to her. Sora was always with Naruto. He was so loyal he'd probably follow Naruto to hell and back. And since Naruto was so powerful, Sora probably had to get stronger so he didn't have to worry about Naruto leaving him behind. Lucy came to a conclusion right there. He wanted to be by Naruto's side as long as she could. She doubted she could truly reach Naruto's level, but as long as she could stand by him through whatever, she'd be satisfied. Lucy looked into Naruto's eyes and said, I want to get stronger. Naruto was slightly startled by the determination burning in Lucy's eyes. After a moment, Naruto smiled. All right then, let's make you stronger. As soon as we get back from that resort, Naruto said as he pulled his ticket from his robe pocket along with the note from Sora. Naruto handed the note to Lucy before she could ask how he knew since she forgot to tell him. When she read the note, her face turned the same color as Urza's hair. Naruto chuckled. Come on, let's get cleaned up then head to your place so you can pack. Lucy nodded, still red. The next day, Team Chaotix met up at Naruto's place early in the morning, packed and ready to go. Since Naruto had been to the area before, he was gonna teleport the entire team to the resort. When they got there, they quickly checked in. Natsu, Gray and the cats would share a room. Urza had a room to herself and Naruto and Lucy would have a room to themselves. They spent the entire day at the beach. Naruto had purchased a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses with W-shaped temples 9. Along with his black and gold shorts, he was turning several heads. Lucy was wearing a green bikini with a small gray sarong and had her hair pulled back into pigtails. Urza had on a black bikini and had her hair in a ponytail. Natsu and Gray had on fire and ice-themed shorts respectively while Natsu wrapped his scarf around his head. Happy was still in the buff while Sora was wearing yellow polka dot shorts. The team had split up and went on to do their own thing. Natsu and Gray had various competitions. Happy and Sora hit the snack bar. Urza went to lounge somewhere on the beach. Naruto and Lucy walked along it and enjoyed themselves. There was a small altercation when the two ran into a group of women who told the Spirit King to ditch the girl and come party with real women. Before Naruto could say anything though, Lucy growled at them. Literally growled, teeth bared in all, but that wasn't all. Sai's yellow magic appeared and scared the cows off. Lucy blinked when she realized what she did and blushed when she saw Naruto stare at her surprised. Naruto then smiled and pulled her into a kiss and a sweet embrace. Neither noticed the flash that went off a few feet away. Later that day, Lucy, come on, the gambling hall's awaiting. Naruto called. Naruto was wearing a gold dress shirt with the top 3 buttons undone under a black suit vest with dress pants and expensive dress shoes. His new glasses kept his hair slicked back. Just a minute, I'll be right out. Lucy called from the bathroom. You said that half an hour ago. Naruto muttered before he heard the bathroom door open. When he turned to look, all the blood in his head rushed south. Lucy was wearing a backless gold sequin dress that wrapped around the shoulders and stopped mid-thigh. 10. She had on gold heels and was wearing her hair in an elegant bun. What do you think? She said as she struck a pose. Naruto stared open-mouthed for a moment before he spoke. I think this is your way of saying you want a repeat of yesterday. Lucy giggled at her boyfriend. Before she walked up to him and pecked his cheek. You real eyes, of course, that I might end up killing a few men down there, right? Lucy shrugged as she placed something on Naruto's chest that he quickly grabbed. At least they'll die happily, she said before she strutted off. Naruto looked at what she handed him and saw it was a pair of her panties. Naruto took a deep breath before following after her. I hope she didn't have plans for the rest of the week. He thought as he imagined locking the door to the room and not opening it again until they had to leave. Too bad for Naruto that shit was about to hit the fan. Naruto the babysitter to the egg sitter. Magnolia East Forest. Magical creatures walked peacefully around, enjoying the feeling of peace. Several black cat-like bat creature flapped about, while below them a family of creatures that could only be described as a cross between a possum and a stegosaurus. In a lake creature that resembled a blue sea turtle and had a mohawk sat enjoying the sun. It was a beautiful day in the forest. It was on this day that several wizards from Fairy Tail decided to take a break. By a large lake, Natsu and Happy were fishing. There was a third wooden pole. Lucy was busy with a book while Plu sat next to her. Naruto was busy reading a book that listed prime date locations. He wondered which one he should take Lucy to, while his partner Sora sat in a tree above him sleeping. The peace was broken by a complaint from Lucy. "Ah, come on, I've got a novel to write, you know," she complained. "Why did you have to drag me along on your stupid fishing trip?" she asked. "Ah, stop your complaining," replied Natsu. "Besides, you just said you had writer's block, didn't you?" he asked back. "I and nothing, to get your creative juices flowing like a change of pace," added Happy. Lucy closed her book and turned to face the two. "Yeah, but why'd it have to be fishing?" she demanded. "'Cause fish is my most favorite's food, of course," answered the blue cat as he drooled. "You're missing the point," said an irate Lucy. "I'm asking why I did this for your favorite food," said the celestial wizard. Suddenly there was a tug on Natsu's pole. "Whoa, I got one," he yelled as he jumped up. "Watch out, it looks like a whopper," warned Happy. "Leave it to me," said the fire dragon slayer wizard. With a mighty yell he pulled a gigantic fish from the lake. "It's huge," said a bug-eyed, slack-jawed Lucy. "Oopa," said Blue Cat, as the fish was pulled on shore. "What does that even mean?" asked Lucy. "Ha ha ha, look at that, just like the good old days." Redis Jonah commented at their antics as he worked on a picture he was doing. Naruto put away the book and laughed at the antics of the two. "Don't sweat it, Lucy. Happy has always been a ball of energy. As for Natsu, he always lets his emotions get the better of him," said Naruto. "I," said Sora. "Hey, are you mocking me?" yelled Happy. "Yes," replied Sora. "All right, cut it out, you two," said Naruto. Sora stopped the teasing, returning the forest to its tranquility. Happy then began to sing, dance and jump up and down. "Fishy, wishy, yummy, yummy, get in my tummy," he sang. "Oopa, yum, yum. I knew you were immature, but this is a new low," commented Lucy. Sora shook his head at the immaturity of his counterpart. "Geez, is he ever going to grow up?" Then Happy let out a shriek. "Whaaa," he yelled, startling everyone. Natsu had spiked the fish and then grilled it. "Oh yeah, that looks tasty," he said as he breathed out more fire. "You ruined it," yelled Happy as the blue fuzzy ball jumped forward. "Fish taste better when eaten raw," he yelled, waving his hands. "Why would I do that if it only takes a second to grill it up?" he questioned. "'Cause that's how I wanted to eat it," Happy angrily yelled. As he jumped up and down. "I caught it, so I eat my way. If you're going to complain, go catch you own," responded Natsu. The pink-haired menace grabbed his catch in one hand and lifted it. Realizing what was going to happen, Sora and Naruto looked away. "Don't do it," wailed Happy. The dragon slayer proceeded to eat. Fish meat was flying everywhere. "Www. He's eating it, bones and all," said a revolted Lucy. "I think I'm going to be sick," said Sora. His orange checks had turned green. "Disgusting. You would have think Igneal would have taught him manners," said Naruto. "His mother at least had taught him proper etiquette." "Nah." Sue sat on the ground with a swollen stomach. Putting his hand on his bloated abdomen, he let out a contented sigh. "Man, that hit the spot," he said. Happy gazed at him in horror. "How could you?" said the cat. The heat turned and ran, tears streaming from his fine. "Our friendship is over, Natsu," he cried, tears streaming from his eyes as he ran. "He's a drama queen, isn't he?" commented Lucy as he ran away. Natsu grumbled and looked away. You going to follow him? Questioned Lucy. Natsu let out a grunt. Give me a break. Keep up that tough guy act and you'll never get the girls to like you, she said. At this Natsu's face gained a dark look. Naruto had a flashback of a certain white-haired, blue-eyed girl. Oh dear, she shouldn't have said that. Agreed, said Sora. He then got up. Alright, that's the spurt, go apologize too. Began Lucy before Natsu gave her a look that could freeze water. Just shut your mouth for once, he snarled. He then walked away. Oh dear, he's mad, said Sora. What was that all about? Scary, said a terrified Lucy. Don't worry Lucy, I'll explain later, said Naruto as walked after him. Where are you going? Asked Lucy. I'm go clam him down, replied Naruto as he followed after his little brother figure. Lucy nodded knowing they had a special connection. She did however wonder what caused Natsu to explode like that. Then she heard something. She turned around to see Sora fly off with annoyed expression. I'll deal with the blue pest, said Sora, annoyed at the way Happy acted. When will that little blue fuzzball learn to behave? He muttered. Lucy sighed. She wondered how many times the two had to play peacemaker. With that she and Plu headed to the guild hall. Lucy headed to the archive room and found Mirajan on a ladder. She was on one of the highest shelves and was drawing out a purple book. She had just placed it on top of another book she had, before Lucy arrived. She then saw her on the ladder. Hey Mira, what you doing up there? She called out. Mira turned to face her with a smile on her face. Just a bit of reorganizing, that's all, she replied. Oh, I can help with that, said Lucy happily. Are you sure you want to? Mira asked, smiling while returning to the books. Oh yeah, I'm good with boring stuff, replied the blonde-haired mage with a thumbs up. Plu appeared behind as if in agreement. While she worked, Luke told Mirajan of the incident in the East Forest. And then he just stormed off. What a jerk, right? She said. Maybe, but that's what makes him so cute, said Mira with a laugh. You really think so? Said Lucy as she helped with the books. Of course, you'd be attracted to Natsu's boyish charm if it weren't for Naruto, replied the white-haired mage. What? Said a startled Lucy. This caused her to lose her balance, slip and fall. Unfortunately Naruto wasn't there to catch her or Sora. As a result she landed with a thud. Lucy called a worried Mira as she turned around. As the dust cleared, Lucy lay on top of a pile of books. Plu stood next to her as well. Lucy let out a laugh at her misfortune. Ah, yeah, I guess ladders aren't my strong point, she said. The fall hadn't bothered her one bit. It was then that she noticed that her hand was on a picture. I found an old painting, Lucy said, as she looked at the picture and to her shock saw the fairy tale gang as kids. I remember that, said Mira in a sweet laugh. Is this everyone they were kids? Asked Lucy. Sure is, replied Mira. This must be Gray. She as her eyes roved over a kid in his boxers. Her brown eyes went to a girl with brown hair and a ponytail. She was dressed in an orange skirt. Who's that next to him? Kana. Her eyes went to the two men with their arms across each other's shoulder. Wow, Macau and Wakaba, they look so young, said a startled Lucy. Oh, I'd recognize that spiky head anywhere. Natsu hasn't changed a bit, she said as her eyes honed in on Natsu. In the picture Natsu was grinning as he rode a blue dragon with a white underbelly and whiskers. And what's with the little blue dragon? She questioned. That's Happy, answered Mira, shocking Lucy. Naruto, who she recognized due to his whisker marks, was smiling at the two as he sat near his grandfather. He looked similar as he did today, though he wasn't as muscular and the sides of his hair were black. While Laxus laid his CK against the wall with his usual frown, Lucy noticed that Sora wasn't in the picture. By the way, where is Sora? She asked, finding it odd that Naruto's partner was not in the picture. This was Dr. On a few weeks before Sora joined the guild, answered Mira. Lucy then nodded understanding. I don't know if you known this. But when exactly did Natsu and Happy first meets? She questioned. Well, let's see. When the picture was painted, I hadn't been a member of Fairy Tail for very long myself, answered Mira as she drifted back to the past. The time sure has flown by, she said. Several years ago, at the Fairy Tail Guildhall, Makarov looked for the resident fire dragon. "Hey Natsu," he called, but no one answered. He went out, Macau informed him. "Something about a fight," added Macau. Outside on the street in Magnolia, Natsu had his fist cocked back and prepared to deliver a punch. "I'll show you," he yelled. "I'd like to see you try," challenged Gray. With that, the two young mags proceeded to punch and kick at each other, trying to knock each other out. The people of Magnolia watched the spectacle as the two boys tried to beat the snot out of each other. "Shut your face," hollered the two rivals. Back then Natsu and Gray were little balls of hate, and would fight with each other constantly whenever they ran into each other, explained Mira. "Doesn't sound like much has changed," commented Lucy as she remembered all of their brawls. Natsu and Gray had their heads grinding against each other. "Lame brain lizard," yelled Gray. "Undie flashing freak," Natsu retorted. Then suddenly somebody got between them. "All right, that's enough out of you," said a voice as the two were shoved aside. "Of course there was always someone to break them up," added Mira. "Let me guess, Urza," said Lucy with certainty. Both boys readjusted their heads and glared at her. "Mind your own business for once," yelled Gray. "You want a piece of me too, you jerk," said Natsu. Both got ready to attack. "If you insist," said Urza, not least bit intimidated by them. Both boys charged, ready to pound their red-haired tormentor. However, both were taken down without much effort. Both were the ground with large bumps on their noggins with smoke coming out. Their butts were sticking up in air. "Now behave and no more pointless fights from either of you," she commanded. While still on ground, both were still defiant of the red-haired tyrant. "You just got lucky," said Gray. "I'll win next time," said Natsu. Later Natsu was sitting by the ocean, in the rain with sad expression. Natsu was always getting into fights like that. He acted like that's how he wanted, but sometimes I'd catch with a sad look on his face. Naruto was the only one he'd talk to. She finished sadly. "Must have been because they were both dragon slayers," said Lucy. Then one day outside in the eastern forest, Natsu was beating the tar, or in this case the sap, out of a tree. On the tree were two pictures of Gray and Urza. Gray had a big grin on his face, while Urza had horns and fangs, making her look like a demon. "Stupid Urza and Gray, you stink," he yelled as the young wizard unleashed his wrath on his enemy. He then leapt back and began to wind up his fist. He then leapt forward with a yell and smashed his fist into the tree. This caused the birds in the trees and the forest to take flight. Natsu held his fist in pain. It was red and swollen from the force of the impact. "That didn't hurt at all," he lied. Then without warning something crashed onto his head. "Off," he moaned. As he came to you with a bump on his head, his eyes landed on what hit him. It was a large white egg with blue markings. "What the heck?" he groaned. Then his face lit up. Natsu then dashed back to the guild hall carrying the egg. "Hey you guys, check out this awesome egg I just found," he called as he waved the egg over his head. Natsu walked over to the bar and showed the egg to Master Markov. "Where in blazes did you pick up that thing?" he questioned. "I found it in the East Forest," answered Natsu. "The East Forest?" said a surprised guild master. Gray was sitting on a bench and again in his boxers. "Look at that. I guess you're good for something after all, huh?" he said rudely. "Going to fry it up for us?" he asked. Then Kana leaned over with a blush on her cheeks. "Gray, you clothes," she reminded him. Gray looked down and gave a yell. He had unknowingly stripped to his boxers again. Kana sighed at this. Natsu hugged the egg protectively. "I ain't going to fry this. Can't you see this is the dragon's egg? I'm going to hatch it," he angrily proclaimed. "You sure?" asked Kana, who like Gray didn't quite believe that the egg was a dragon's egg. "Look at the marking on the outside. They look like dragon claws, right?" challenged Natsu. "I don't know about that," said Gray as he examined the egg. Natsu then turned to Makarov. "So anyway, old man, how about you hatch the dragon with a spell?" suggested Natsu. Makarov sighed as he replied. "Don't be a fool," he said sternly. "Using magic for such a purpose would dishonor the miracle of life. You see, life is born from love and love alone," he explained. "See?" Anna nodded, understanding what he was saying. "No spell can transcend that power," he finished. Natsu had a perplexed look on his face. While he might smarter than usual thanks to Naruto's teachings, he still was a bit of a bonehead. "Sorry Gramps, I don't think I'm following you," he said. The master sighed at this. Once more Natsu had failed to learn, again. "Well, you'll understand when you grow up," he sighed. "He's saying that, if you want it to hatch, you're going to have to work hard to make it happen on your own," said a voice. Natsu looked as backed up a bit. It was Urza being the dominator again. "Since you usually just burn and break things all day, it might be nice to try something more productive for once." "Urza," said a scared Natsu. "I didn't hear you come in," said a terrified Gray. Then someone challenged her. "I've been looking for you, Urza," said a girl with white hair. Urza was on guard and looked her challenger. "Why don't we pick up where we left off? Come and get some," she said. "You're going to fight again?" asked a girl from behind her. Urza had her hands on her hips and looked ready for a brawl. While behind her, Natsu and Gray looked at her confused. "Mira, now at you mention it, we never did finish our match, did we?" Urza asked as she summoned her power. "Mira did likewise." "Wah," said Lucy as her hands flew to her cheeks. "Are you for real? That girl is you?" she asked. "Yep, surprised," asked Mira. "Yeah, this doesn't it look like you at all. And wait, you said you were picking a fight with Urza?" Mira just closed her eyes and giggled sweetly. "I'm going to bury you alive," yelled Mira as she charged forward. "I'll make you beg for mercy," said the volatile redhead. Both fists collided in an explosion as they tried to push each other back. "Is that armor your training bra?" she yelled the snow-haired girl as she kicked Urza. Urza retaliated with a punch. "Like showing off your love handles," she retorted. Then they looked hands trying to push each other back. "You ugly prune," said Mira. "You stupid witch," shot back the Scarlet Women. "Thunder thighs," yelled Mira. Everyone stared at the two battling girls. "Way to keep it classy, girls," said Kana. Embarrassed by their antics, sweat drops appeared behind Natsu's and Gray's heads as well. "Oh sure, she's mad at us when we get into a fight. But she can wreck the guild whenever she wants," said an irate Gray. Natsu looked at them. "Just wait, I'll give them a beat down they will never forget," he said as he cracked his knuckles. "Aw, give me a break, keep up that tough guy actin'. You'll never get the girls to like you," said a voice. Natsu looked at the girl who had said it. It was Lysina. "Shut up, Lysina, what do you know?" he said angrily. "Now don't be mean," as she scolded the pink-haired dragon slayer. "I was just going to ask you if you needed a hand raising that egg," she finished smiling sweetly. "You want to help, really?" he asked, surprised. Before she could respond, the fight between the two tough girls escalated again once more. They were about to use magic when someone stopped them. Now normally anyone who did that would be dead meat, but the only person who could do it and live was back. There stood young Naruto Drayar, the youngest person to ever become an S-class mage at age 14. Known to world as the Flash Prince, he wore his usual attire, with his duffel bag slung over his shoulder. "All right, break it up already. I don't think Grandpa wants the guild to be wrecked when it was just fixed," he said as the young mage pulled the two girls apart. Everyone was surprised to see the guild master's youngest grandson. His arrival was met with a variety of reactions. Most of the guild mates were happy to see him. However, people like Urza and Laxus reacted differently. Laxus rolled his eyes at his pipsqueak of a brother, while Urza looked at Naruto like she was ready to pounce. When Mira flung herself on him, she then planted a kiss on his cheek. "You're back," she yelled happily. "Wait, you used to date Naruto?" said Lucy. Mira smiled as she remembered her days as a young bad girl. "Yeah, he was such a cutie," she sighed as she remembered the times Naruto made her heart flutter. Mira continued to rub cheek against Naruto, all the time smiling. "Cutie, I missed you so much." Urza glared at the pair with anger. She was still mad at the time when Naruto had thrown her through the wall. "Well, if isn't the master's grand skunk," said Urza. While Naruto's hair was turning blonde, the sides were still black, which faded by the day. Mirajan went red at that. "What did you call my shnuckums? You tomato head," roared Mira, as she prepared to lunge at Urza. Urza got ready to pounce, as well. "You heard me, tensile hair." With that, both girls resumed their brawl. Naruto let out a moan. Both girls proceeded to punch kick and called each other nasty names. "You're just jealous that I've got a boyfriend and you don't," said Mira. "Who wool? D want that skunk for a boyfriend anyway," said Urza. "Stop calling my boyfriend that. Anyway, you're just jealous because my boyfriend could wipe the floor with you any day. Also, you're destined to be an old maid for the rest of your life because no one will want to go out with a girl like you," retaliated Mira. This sent Urza off into the deep end. "Why you?" Urza pulled out a small sword and charged. "Let's would see how fond your boyfriend is of you. When I cut off all that hair of yours." Urza swung wildly at Mira, trying to remove her hair or head. Naruto had enough of this. "All right, cut it out." The blonde-haired mage leapt between the two girls, catching Urza's blade in his right, while catching Mira's fist in his left. Mira let out a scream. Naruto's hand was bleeding from catching the blade, while his left hand was bruised from the force of the punch. Makarov decided to intervene before the guild hall was damaged anymore and his grandson got hurt more. "All right, that's enough," he yelled in his monster form. The guild became silent once more. Makarov glared angrily at Urza and Mira. "Listen, I love good brawl as much as the next fairy, but your actions not only harmed my grandson but endangered the lives of your fellow guild mates." He then looked at Urza, who was shaking in fear. "I know you're still mad at my grandson for showing you up. However, your constant talking down to him has got to stop. Naruto has not once resorted to your level, and more often than not I have seen him trying to become friends with you. Yet you reject him. So stop it," he roared. He then turned to Mirajan. The little she-devil got scared as well, thinking she was in for it. "Mira, please take my grandson to the infirmary. I want that wound to be treated," he ordered. At this, Mira nodded, glad that she was free. Naruto tried to protest, but Mira dragged him to the infirmary. Before she disappeared, she stuck her tongue out at Urza. The violent redhead would have ran after her, if it weren't for the fact that the grandpa of the boy was watching her. As Mira walked, the master called after her. "Oh, and Mira, I am going to have to talk to you about your constant fights," he called after her. Mira nodded glumly. "Yes, sir," she said. As the pair sat in the infirmary, Mira told him of Natsu's discovery. This surprised Naruto greatly. As the nurse finished putting on the bandage, he was too LD about what was found in the East Forest. "So you say that Natsu found a dragon egg?" he questioned. Mira nodded as the nurse finished putting on the bandage. "Yes, it's definitely not a normal egg, and I don't think it's a wyvern egg," she explained. She then posed Naruto with a question: who had spent a longer time with a dragon than Natsu? "Do you think you would be able to identify the egg?" she asked. "I'll try," he responded. Meanwhile, down at the bar, Listener resumed her talk with Natsu. "Anyway, I never tried to raise a dragon before. I'll bet it would be fun," she finished with a sweet smile. "I don't know if fun is the right word," said Gray. "So how are we supposed to make it hatch?" questioned Natsu. "I think you just warm it up," said Listener. "For real?" said a shocked Natsu. Then a smirk appeared on his face. "Looks like I'm the right man for the job." As he powered up, Natsu had picked up the egg and started to cover it with fire from his mouth. "Not like that, Natsu," Listener yelled wide-eyed. "Are you stupid?" yelled Gray as he grabbed the egg from Natsu. That moment, Naruto had arrived down with Mira and had saw what had happened. He was again annoyed with Natsu's stupidity. The Flash Prince walked over and bopped Natsu over the head. "Natsu, you are a dingbat. Don't you know how to hatch a dragon?" Natsu looked confused. "But bro," Listener said, "to warm it up, so I did." "We're trying to hatch the egg, not pouch it," she said, with her hands on her hips. Naruto shook his head, remembering that his dragon education had not been completed. "Natsu, dragons to hatch their eggs like birds. That what they do if they choose not to use their natural element," he explained. This confused Natsu, while the others had a general idea where he was going. Ice dragons expose their eggs to the snow and the winter elements. Fire dragons expose their eggs to fire. However, we don't know what dragon type it is. Of all we know, it could be an ice or lighting dragon. It's very D to expose them to an incompatible element. While the others got it, Natsu the ding dragon didn't. "Okay, put it this way. Do you like the cold?" Natsu shook his head. Do you think Igneel likes the cold? Natsu shook his head again. Then, you shouldn't expose this egg to fire unless we known what type it is. He finished with a yell that sent Natsu flying. After getting up and use his very little brain power, Natsu posed a question. Do you know what type of dragon egg it is? He questioned. Everyone looked at him, to see if the young light dragon slayer knew what dragon it was. Naruto looked at the egg closely to see if it could be identified. After a few moments he turned to the group. Based on its marking and from the fact that it survived the roasting that Natsu gave it, I would have to say it might be a fire dragon egg. He concluded. Natsu was about to cheer, when Naruto held up his hand. I'm saying it might be a fire dragon, but I can't be sure. Therefore I would advise hatching it the bird way. Also I'm saying it might be a dragon egg, I'm not 100% sure it is. Because dragon eggs come in different shapes, sizes and colors. Therefore I would ask that you be careful. Natsu nodded. See, I told you those markings look like dragon claws. He said. Correction Natsu, they look like flames, not claws. Corrected Naruto. With that, Naruto and Mira headed to a table to catch up. Meanwhile Lisanna took charge. Now Natsu, sit back and let my magic handle this. With that she began to cast a spell. Take over. Animal soul, she cried. In a flash of light and color, Lisanna was now a large green bird. The feathers from her neck up to its head, wings and tail were lime green. While the center of the body was dark green. While the tips of her wings were pink. Her legs were long, indigo talons. While her lips were now an orange beak. Wow, you're a bird, said Natsu. Oh, I get it, said Gray. She then took the egg under her wings. We're experts when it comes to hatching eggs. Wow, you're so smart, Lisanna, said Natsu. Meanwhile Elfman looked at them with a sad expression. Kana and Naruto noticed this. Ah, Elfman, what's the matter? Asked Kana. My little sister's perfected full body takeover, but I'm still having trouble with it. I'm a sucky wizard, he said dejectedly. Naruto headed forward after hearing this. Oh, I forgot you use the same type of magic, said Kana. If I was as strong as her, I could turn into a bird and look for my parakeet, he said as gloom mode getting worse. Parakeet? Questioned Kana. We used to be the best of friends. Till he flew away, he said dejectedly. That's so sad, said Kana, her face full of sympathy. I wish I had an egg to hatch like they do, he said. At this Naruto came over. Don't be sad, Elfman, I'll help you find it, he said. Really? Asked Elfman. Of course, you're my girlfriend's younger brother and I will help you, he reassured him. Ah, so that's really Elfman. He was just a cute little guy, commented Lucy. While Plu ran around behind him. Oh yeah, he really hasn't changed much at all, added Mira, oblivious to how ridiculous it sounded. The Elfman in the photo was dressed in a blue suit and matching pants. On his shoulders sat a blue and red parakeets. His hair was flat and he looked innocent. While today's Elfman was a tough spiky head. She then moved on to Mira, who was dressed in a gothic looking, overly revealing attire. Lucy stared at the picture intensely. The girl must have been Mira, but she was dressed in a skimpy sleeveless shirt adorned with some light curved motifs on the chest. A pair of leather shorts held up by a studded belt with a demonic looking buckle and thigh-high boots with stiletto heels, each bearing a skull adorned by a flower on their upper front parts. She also sported a bracelet shaped like a demonic arm around her right wrist. Her hair was tied in a larger ponytail on the back of her head by a massive dark ribbon with a skull on it. She had a smirk on her face. Mira looked totally different from the sweet bartender that Lucy knew. And girl in a pink skirt with red shoes. She had short white hair and beautiful blue eyes. That was Lisanna. Urza was dressed in armor and a white skirt with a small sword on her side. Outside in Magnolia South Gate Park, Lisanna in her bird form covered the egg while Natsu watched. You're starting to make me nervous, said Lisanna. The egg will hatch if we sit like this? Asked Natsu. Yes it will, but it gets kind of boring after a while, replied Lisanna. Then the egg made a move. Whoa, it's moving, said Natsu as he got closer. Then with a sudden burst of strength the moved and socked Lisanna in the chin. The force of the impact undid Lisanna's transformation. What's going on? Asked a confused dragon slayer. It then bounced into his arms. Looks like it calmed down. said a surprised Natsu. Hey, maybe the egg is trying to say something, like it wants you to warm it up. Instead, suggested Lisanna as she got up. Yeah, you really think so? Said a surprised Natsu. Yeah, doesn't it seem like it's happy? Questioned Lisanna. Hey egg, you want to be with me? He asked. The egg then tapped several times as if in reply. I think it said yes. Cried a happy Natsu. See, what did I tell you? Said a happy Lisanna. Right as always, said Natsu. Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we build the egg a little house? Suggested the little mage. Like a secret base? Asked Natsu. Short time later, Natsu started to build a rock house using his insane strength. What do you think? Is this the most awesome house you ever seen? Asked Natsu. He had construed what looked like a cave. Yeah, pretty awesome, said a terrified Lisanna. Then it collapsed. Both gave a shriek and leapt back. I guess awesomeness doesn't count for everything, huh? He said dejectedly. My turn now, said Lisanna with her hand in the air. Now leave everything to me, she said as she worked her magic. She had changed into a giant purple bunny. Wow, you huge, cried Natsu. Pretty cute, don't you think? She asked. Then she got ready for work. Now hold on just a sec, she ordered as she began to work on building the house. Natsu watched her in admiration. So cool, all I'm god for is breaking stuff. She then finished. Ta-da, all done, she said proudly, as she pointed to a grass teepee. Wow, nice job Lisanna, said Natsu. Now let's check out the inside. At this, Natsu's sweat dropped. I don't think you'll be able to fit, he commented. As soon as Lisanna undid the transformation, they walked to the entrance. Natsu gasped at how big the inside was. Wow, what did you know? It's actually pretty roomy in here, he commented. Isn't it though? Commented Lisanna. Anyway, why don't you take a seat? She offered. Okay, sure, said a flustered Natsu. It's almost like we're a family now, huh? Commented Lisanna. How do you figure? Asked Natsu. Well, we got a mommy and daddy and the egg is like our unborn baby, she clarified. I guess that doesn't sound so bad, said Natsu with a slight dusting of pink on his cheeks. Lisanna was also starting to blush. She then leaned and wrapped the egg as hug. How about we try to warm the egg together? She suggested. Okay, said Natsu. From a distance, Naruto saw what was happening. He couldn't help but smile at the puppy love. It's warm, isn't? She said. Yeah, it is, said Natsu. Then egg moved again. Whoa, the egg moved again, cried Lisanna. Whoa, I hope it hatches soon, said a happy Natsu. From a distance, someone watched them. Back at the guild, the rest of Fairy Tail talked about the events. Are you kidding me? A dragon's egg? Don't tell me you believe in all that garbage, said a disbelieving Laxus. I don't know. Natsu and Naruto both said they were raised by dragons, so why not? Stated Macau. Yeah, like I buy that, stated Laxus. Who would disbelieve anything his little brother would say? Give them a break, they're kids, interjected Wakaba. Besides, Lisanna made a little itty-bitty house to protect the egg. He added. You guys are lame, stated Laxus sourly as he walked off. That's so cute, said Macau with a smile. Ah, puppy love, finished Wakaba. Not everyone took well to this statement. Mirajan gained a tick mark and began to growl. Then, without warning, she chopped the table in half. This made everyone gasp and made them look. The guild master took a look as well with one open. He sighed because Naruto was not here to clam her down. What the heck is your problem all of a sudden? Wakaba demanded. Can't you just sulk around like a normal teenager? Yelled Macau. Mira was still shaking. I knew there was something wrong when she didn't stop by the guild this morning. So she has been hanging around with Natsu, has she? She is too young to start dating, she finished with a holler. Someone sure is overprotective, said a nonplussed Macau. Try to clam down, geez, added Wakaba. Meanwhile, in the eastern forest, Natsu was showing where he had found the egg. Oh, this is where you found the egg? Lisanna questioned. It fell down from the tree when I punched it, he explained. I see, said a nervous Lisanna. Then suddenly a huge hand slammed into the ground. Both kids heard the noise and turned around to see a huge ape-like monster. Both cried out in fear and leapt back. It was a Goron, also known as a forest vulcans. However, this species had green-colored fur, while their pectorals, abdominals, Hands, ears and facial features are colored a bright shade of purple. Also, unlike the mountain Vulcans, their eyes evidently lacked pupils and seemingly glow. The lower half of its body was a darker shade of green and the decorative pattern on their arms consists of 5 pink hearts on each arm. Also, its favorite food was eggs. It grinned hungrily at the egg in Natsu's arms. "Egg, give it to me, boy," demanded the brute. "Yeah, fat chance," yelled Natsu as he handed the egg to Lisanna. "If you really want to eat something, then how about my fist?" He yelled as he punched the dirty monkey. Unfortunately, the attack did not affect him. To make matters worse, it seemed to make the brute laugh. "Oh well, that sort of tickled," he mocked. "You asked for it," shouted Natsu as he unleashed a furious barrage of punches and kicks at the monkey. The Goron then swatted him, sending the poor dragon slayer bouncing all over the place. Lisanna let out a shriek as this happened. Natsu came to rest on the ground with 4 bumps on his head. Both were on each side of his head, one on top of the other, making look like he had sprouted dragon horns. "You're hurt, let me help you," said a worried Lisanna. Natsu forced himself up using his fists, all the time shaking like a leaf. "No, just stay back," he ordered. "But why?" demanded Lisanna. "'Cause I'm the dad and I got to protect my family," he said bravely, while the Goron pounded its fists together. From the back, Naruto saw and watched everything. He was about to intervene when he heard Natsu's speech. "Natsu," said a deeply moved Lisanna. "Besides, I'm just getting warmed up. I'm the son of a dragon, you know. I won't lose to a monkey," he yelled as he charged forward with his fist cooked back. Sadly, the Goron slapped him, sending him flying to the left. Then he finished off a kick which sent him into the trees and bouncing around like a pinball. He came to a painful stop. "Natsu, hit him with your magic," cried Lisanna. However, Natsu decided to be stubborn. "If this ape wants to fight with his fists, then that's how I'm going to beat him," he declared despite the pounding he had taken. The Goron stomped forward. "I'd like to see you try," he challenged arrogantly. Natsu wiped blood from his nose and challenged the beast. "You'd better stop yapping and start fighting, cause I'm going to paint you white and send you back to MT. Hoko," yelled Natsu as he beckoned Goron in a come-on gesture. This remark made the monster mad and caused it to gain 3 tick marks on its forehead. It let out a roar and jumped into the air. "You make me mad," he yelled. He kicked Natsu with a tremendous amount of force which sent him flying. Natsu had formed a block, which prevented him from taking any damage. As he went flying, Lisanna called out in fear. "Be careful," she cried. As Natsu went sailing through the air, he then landed into a tree. He then used to give himself a tremendous push. He flew at the monkey like a cannonball. Then, bam, he smashed headfirst into the brute, breaking its nose. The Goron lost its balance and toppled over with a crash. Naruto smiled at his little broth. R for his bravery, but shook his head at his stupidity. Meanwhile, Lisanna danced around with the egg all the time, praising Natsu. "You did it. You did it. You saved the day," she cheered. "Yeah, I know. Pretty cool, huh?" said the battered and bruised fire dragon slayer. Natsu was scuffed up and had a large bump on his head. "What wonder with your face?" shrieked Lisanna. Then another Goron appeared. He was also very mad. "You hurt my big brother. You're going to pay," he bellowed as he charged at the kids. "I don't think so," said a voice. Naruto then appeared. He grabbed the monkey by the tail. "Let go, you little punk," he commanded. Naruto smiled and began to spin him around and around. Faster and faster. All the time the ape pleaded to be let go. As this happened, the first Goron regained wakefulness. Before he could do anything, his little brother pleaded to be let go. "If you insist," replied Naruto. He let go of the tail and sent the beast into its brother, causing them to go flying. "Well, that takes care of the trash," said Naruto, dusting off his hands. He then walked over to Natsu, who was still shaken up a bit from the fight. Natsu looked at his big brother. Now normally he challenged him to fight, but after the beating he took made him too weak to fight. Naruto smiled and helped him up. "You did well, Natsu. Keep this up and you soon will be a powerful wizard," he complimented. Natsu smiled. After helping Natsu up, he turned to the young wizards. He couldn't help but smile at them. They looked so cute together. Natsu then asked a question. "Hey bro, why are you here?" he asked. I was just making sure that you, Lisanna and the egg were okay, he answered. Both nodded, understanding his reason. I also was just making sure that you weren't getting hanky-panky as well, he added. Making Natsu and Lisanna turn beet red. Naruto, cried Natsu. The young classmate shrugged. What, you look cute together. With that he turned to leave. Where are you going? Asked Natsu. I'm heading to the guild to give you guys some time alone, he called. Making the pair blush deep red. Naruto walked away for a few feet and then headed back to see what would come next. It then started to rain, causing them to run. The egg is going to get cold, cried a worried Lisanna. We're almost there, reassured Natsu, who had the egg tucked under his shirt. As they arrived at the house, Lisanna walked ahead. Just wait right here. Natsu stood nonplussed at her orders. Okay, you can come in, she called. What's with her? He wondered. With that he headed inside. Naruto, who heard everything, wondered as well. As Natsu walked inside, he found Lisanna sitting on her knees with a smile on her face. Welcome back, dear, she said. Then it hit Naruto like a ton of bricks. He had to bite down hard to keep himself from laughing. Oh okay, said Natsu, clueless as ever. I said welcome back, dear, she said in an annoyed voice. Then Natsu caught on. Oh hi honey, I'm home, he said. Both then blushed. Good thing we made it. Here the rain isn't stopping, commented Lisanna as it continued to pour. It was then interrupted by a loud growl. Natsu blushed with embarrassment. Sorry, he apologized. Then another loud growl appeared, making his embarrassment grow deeper. Hey, I was wondering, you live alone, don't you? She asked. Yeah, assured Natsu. Then who cooks all your meals for you? She asked. I just eat at the guild, explained. So do you have to pay? Why else would I work all the time? Ah, that's sad, said Lisanna with a pout. You think so? Said a surprised Natsu. I could cook dinner for you sometime if you like, she offered. Whoa, I didn't know you could cook, said a surprised Natsu. I'm not as good as my sister, she embarrassed at admitting her lack of skill. This shocked Natsu. Whoa, hang on, you're talking about Mira. You mean like food, not little children? He asked as an image of Mira holding a large knife and a cleaver in one hand, saying she was going to chop him up. With an evil smile, he then posed another question. Does Elfman cook too? He asked. Of course he does, answered Lisanna. An image of Elfman in a chief's hat preparing an omelet came to mind. Cook up nice for me, okay? He said. Actually, that's not so strange to imagine at all. It suits him pretty well. Then a thought popped into his head. He leapt up with the egg in his hand. No, I'm not going to give you the egg. I bet it's Igneal's kid. I got to let it hatch. Don't you dare try and fry it up, he bellowed, trying to protect the egg. Lisanna looked at him indigently. Don't jump to conclusions. Now listen, I built this house so we could raise the egg together, didn't I? I want the egg to hatch as much as you do, she finished. Then why did you scare me like that, jerk? He asked, still shaking. He then started to cuddle the egg. Ah, who, my little buddy, you are, he said in a baby voice. Even you get mad and pick fight all the time, you still have a sweet side, don't you? Stated Lisanna. Just like Mira, she finished. Huh, said a confessed Natsu, who still had trouble believing that Mira was sweet. It's been fun playing house with you. Maybe someday I could be your real wife, she finished with a blush and a small smile. Naruto had to keep himself from roaring with laughter. He could not wait to tell the other members of guild. What got you thinking about that? Questioned a flustered Natsu. I just noticed how strong and brave you were with kids. What's not to like? She finished. You think so? He asked. This caused Natsu's face heat up and made steam come off. What are you getting embarrassed about? I was just making a joke, she finished. This caused Natsu to lose his blush and make him mad. Ah, I known the word for you. Grampson. Naruto, call me that. Nevajul, he yelled. Juvenile. Geez, you're one to talk, said Lisanna with a smirk. Natsu began to rub his head in frustration. No fair, why do you got to be smarter than me? Yelled Natsu. Then a bright light entered the home. It was the sun setting. They went outside to see and make it decent. It was glorious. It's so pretty, commented Lisanna. It would be nice if we could stay like this forever, she said happily. Don't you think? She asked Natsu. Back in the house the eggs wobbled. Both young mages looked at the egg waiting to see what would happen next. It's moving again, cried Natsu. Hoo-ha, agreed a happy Lisana. That night they slept in the house they had made. Natsu snored loudly and drool came out of his mouth. While Lisana spuriously ignored and cradled her head, Naruto was home sleeping after putting a rune that would warn him of any intruders with evil intent. The peace was disturbed when an unknown shadow crept into the house. The next day, "Ah!" yelled Natsu, causing the house to shake. The egg gone. Natsu yelled as he ran around. What? Yelled Lisana. Both ran to the guild. Natsu began to interrogate all of them. All right, which one of you stole it? Demanded Natsu. We don't want your dumb egg, replied Gray. I don't know anything about it, said Kana waving a hand. Then she noticed something that annoyed her. Gray, your clothes, she said with a blush. Gray gave a gasp. Once again he had stripped down to his boxers. Natsu turned his fury on Laxus. Laxus, was it you? He yelled, jumping up and down. The eldest grandson of the master looked him. Yeah right, he snorted. He then turned his fury on Urza. Okay Urza, out with it already, he yelled, his fear of her forgotten. Now let's not jump to conclusions. It wasn't me, she said, trying to clam him down. He then ran over to Naruto. Did you take the egg? Naruto gained a tick mark. Of course not, I was busy sleeping in my place. I also put a nay around your house last night, so if anyone tried to harm you I would know about it, he said. Natsu got madder. Then why was stolen? You got me. I made that rune so if anyone with evil intent came, I would known about it. It must have been someone who was a friend, he answered. Lisana was talking with Mirajan. What about you, Mira? Have you seen it? She asked with tears in her eyes. No, afraid not, she said loudly. She then turned to Natsu with a curl smirk. You ate it, didn't you, Pinky? Just admitted it, she said to Natsu. Mira, chided Urza. Naruto rolled his. He knew what would happen next. Natsu gasped, then a dark look covered his face. That's it, you're going down, he yelled as he charged at Mira. He grabbed one of her long hairs and prepared to punch her. Mira collided with Gray. Yeah, bring it on. I'll skin you alive, twerp. Natsu, watch where you're punching, stupid, yelled Gray as things continued to break. Natsu, being in a bad mood, turned his aggression him as well. Whatever, I'll fight you too, he bellowed. Both Urza and Naruto ran to intervene. Macau, Wakaba and Maki watched them from the bar. They're at it again, groaned Macau. Man, what are we going to with these kids? Hate to think what the guild is going to be like in a few years, he said with worry. They only fight because they acknowledge each other's strength, and when they see themselves in one another it makes them strive to improve, he reasoned. In other words, there's nothing to worry about, he finished. Then the old wizard broke into a chuckle. Besides, with Naruto around, I don't think they will do much damage. He finished. Laxus, who had heard everything, snorted at this. Yeah, you wish, he said. Back with the others, the fight had ended. Why are you so mean? I just want my egg back, he cried. Come on, interjected Gray. Mira had a small blush as she looked at Natsu. AAWW, look at you crying, how cute. But not as cute as my Naruto, she said. Naruto felt a twinge of jealousy at her comment. Natsu got mad. I am not crying, he yelled. You have to quit teasing him about it, reprimanded Urza. She then turned to Natsu. Now would you please stop crying, she ordered. I'll make you cry, yelled Natsu. Naruto turned to Urza. Geez, do you have a heart? It's okay to cry, he said, earning a glare from Urza. She then turned to Mirajan. Hurry up and give him back the egg, all right, she whispered. I told you I don't got it. It looks like you ate it, Porky, she retorted with an insult. What did you call me? Yelled Urza, angry about the weight insult. I saw how you were eyeing it, Mira said. Both girls began to argue again. Poor egg, sniffed Lisana. Then Kana remembered something. You know, Elfman told me how he was jealous of your egg the other day, said Kana. This made Lisana gasp with surprise. He's the one that ate it, yelled Natsu. No, he never do that, said Lisana, trying to defend her brother. Just then Elfman came in. Hey, sorry you guys, said the little wizard. Elfman had an embarrassed grin on his face. In his arms he held the egg. It was you all along, said Natsu. The egg, cried Lisanna. Natsu was about to attack before Naruto stopped him. Now Natsu, let's see what he has to say, he finished. I didn't mean to steal it or anything, it's just that you toss and turn in your so much in your sleep that I was afraid that you wouldn't keep the egg warm enough, he explained. So that's why my rune didn't go off, said Naruto as the answer to his puzzle was solved. Wait a sec, began Natsu. So it's okay, finished Lisanna. I'm not very good with magic, but I stuck by the egg all night and kept it warm with my body heat, he explained. Oh, I get it now, said Natsu as the egg was handed back to him. Thank you, said his sister. Thanks a lot Effelman, you sure are a real man, said Natsu. And you blamed everything on me, typical, said Mirajan. That's because things are usually your fault, snapped Mira. Then the egg cracked. This made the kids gasp. The three men at the bar and Laxus turned as well. Now what? He asked. Ah, it's hatching, said Lisanna. More bits came of until out of it came a blue light that flew up into the air. Then when the light died down a sound came out. Meow. Wow, it's a freaking cat, said a startled Mikao and Wakaba. Lisanna and Natsu had big smiles on their faces. It has wings, is it a bird? He questioned. No, it's a cat. A blue cat, answered Lisanna. It then landed on Natsu's head. The wings disappeared. The cat leapt up and raised its left paw. He said. He's so cute, said Lisanna. I know, said most of the guild with hearts in their eyes. While most crowed around to hold it, Elfman stood outside. Naruto saw a sad look in his eyes. Then he remembered his promise. Hey Elfman, I known why your friend left, he said. You do? Asked Elfman. Naruto nodded and gave a whistle. Two parakeets, one red the other blue, came it. Elfman gained a happy look. My best friend is back and he brought his mate with him, he yelled, jumping for joy. Mira smiled. That was her boyfriend for her. Lisanna kept pulled Natsu's arm close to her. See that? A minute ago everybody was worked up. Now they're happy. He's almost like a bluebird of happiness, she said with a smile on her face. Natsu, who was cradling the kitten, smiled. Happiness, huh? Well, in that case I'll name him Happy, he declared. The kitten's ear twitched. He said as if in agreement. Happy the dragon, said Natsu. Said Happy. It's not a dragon, said Mira. Oh well, I'll paint him as one anyway, said Ritas. I see, that was a totally cute story. I hate to see those two fight, she said. The closer two are the more they fight. It's fine, Mira said wisely. Just then Makravo entered the room. Hey, Mira, think you could help me with something for a sec? He asked. Of course, replied the former bad girl. Lucy smiled as she left and then turned back to the picture. The listed the names of the opal of the pictures before coming to Lisanna. Now let's see. There's Urza and Gray. Mirajan, that's Laxus and this one must be Lisanna, she said. Then something occurred to her. That's weird. If she's Elfman and Mira, how come I haven't met her yet? I wonder where she is, she asked. Outside by the lake. Natsu survived it. Don't tell that you two are fighting again, said a voice. Natsu turned around and saw an image of Lisanna. Hey Lisanna, glad you're back, he said as he wondered back to the last time he had saw her. Natsu and Happy were sitting under a tree in the park. Happy and Natsu were under the tree. They had been arguing again. He ate my whole fish, and didn't even ask me for it, complained Happy. Whenever I eat any fish you say it's yours, he argued again. Geez Natsu, you're the dad, said Lisanna. This surprised the angry pair. So you got to take care of your wife and son, she stated. This embarrassed Natsu as he remembered the events around raising Happy. That was like a million years ago, he yelled. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Demanded Happy. Nothing, yelled the fire dragon slayer. It's normal for families to have a fight every once in a while, but it's important that you make up, she reasoned. No matter what happens, Happy is still our son, Lisanna concluded. This made two go crazy. I think Lisanna has gone psycho on us, yelled Happy. Don't talk like that, man, yelled Natsu. Happy then decided to a wise ass. Oh, then should I talk like this? Imitating a cowboy. You know that's not what I mean. He yelled again. Juvenile as ever I see, commented Lisana. Stop picking on me, complained Natsu. Both of them laughed. Back in the present the wind shifted and blew around him. Alright fine I guess I got no choice, he said. Then Naruto walked up. He could see that Natsu was going to apologize. You still miss her don't you? He asked. Natsu nodded sadly. Don't worry, time heals all wounds, he said. Meanwhile back at the lake Happy and Sora fished. Both were not having any luck. This is the last straw, I'm never speaking to Natsu again, he said angrily. Sora just groaned. Come on Happy, I know how much you love fish you don't have to get into a tease about it, said Sora. Happy turned his anger on him. How would you like if someone drank your milkshakes? He yelled. Sora just sighed. Sometimes he blamed Happy's immaturity on Natsu. He had taken up the role as the unofficial big brother for Happy from time to time. Still he felt that Happy would never learn. I'd be mad but I wouldn't act the way you did, he responded. Years with Naruto had made him mature beyond his time. Then someone came up from behind them. Hey, called Natsu. I can't hear you, said Happy. Sora groaned again. That's a real shame because I can't eat all this by myself, said Natsu. Happy turned around and saw Natsu holding several fish the same size that he had eaten. They were raw, just how Happy liked them. Behind them Naruto smiled and gave Sora a wink. So you happy now, he joked. The blue cat looked at him with tears in his eyes and droll come from the corner of his mouth. Of course, who else would I be? He joked back to his usual cheerful self. With that both dragon slayers and cats parted ways. Back at the guild Lucy wondered on about them. It's been a while, I hope those two had made up. She though before she left, leaving the picture behind. She soon found Naruto and Sora walking back. Hey Naruto, Sora, she called. Naruto smiled and walked over. Hey Lucy, he called. As she approached she noticed that the pair was alone. Hey are Happy and Natsu, she began. Naruto shook his head. They're the best of pals again, he reassured them. On their way back to the guild Lucy told the pair about the story Mira had told. Naruto nodded along. That was until she got to Lisana. At this both Naruto and Sora froze. They then gained a sad look. Lisana died a couple years ago, Naruto said as Lucy gasped. Quote, she and Natsu had been unofficially dating for a while. He never really got over her. And I can't really blame him. Don't get me wrong, Mira and Elfman took it hard but Natsu almost shut completely down. Naruto said as he looked to the sky. Sometimes I feel that she is watching over us along with the other members of Fairy Tail, he finished. Lucy hugged the pair feeling horrible for bringing up such horrible memories. In another world another figure looked up at the sky and thought of her family and how she missed them very much. Recap. Lucy, come on, the gambling hall's awaiting, Naruto called. Naruto was wearing a gold dress shirt with the top 3 buttons undone under a black suit vest with dress pants and expensive dress shoes. His new glasses kept his hair slicked back. Just a minute, I'll be right out, Lucy called from the bathroom. You said that half an hour ago, Naruto muttered before he heard the bathroom door open. When he turned to look, all the blood in his head rushed south. Lucy was wearing a backless gold sequin dress that wrapped around the shoulders and stopped mid-thigh. She had on gold heels and was wearing her hair in an elegant bun. What do you think? She said as she struck a pose. Naruto stared open-mouthed for a moment before he spoke. I think this is your way of saying you want a repeat of yesterday. Lucy giggled at her boyfriend before she walked up to him and pecked his cheek. You realize of course that I might end up killing a few men down there, right? Lucy shrugged as she placed something on Naruto's chest that he quickly grabbed. At least they'll die happily, she said before she strutted off. Naruto looked at what she handed him and saw it was a pair of her panties. Naruto took a deep breath before following after her. I hop. She didn't have plans for the rest of the week, he thought as he imagined locking the door to the room and not opening it again until they had to leave. Too bad for Naruto that shit was about to hit the fan. The casino was packed full of people. Team Chaotix was scattered around doing their own thing. Natsu and Happy were playing a magic roulette. Gray was at a bar where he surprisingly met up the now free mage Juvia. who he noticed was wearing a blue dress that matched her hair as well as sporting a golden fairy tale necklace that covered her cleavage. Sora was hanging around a blackjack table. Naruto and Lucy had joined Urza at a poker table where Naruto promptly cleaned up while Lucy was content being eye candy for the blushing and drooling men behind her at Naruto's side. After a few rounds, Naruto was getting a little bored with taking everyone's money. With that, Naruto stood up. "I'll be right back, I'm gonna go get a drink. Watch over my winnings, babe," Naruto said before ulling Lucy into a searing kiss that told the other men behind them, "Back off." Neither noticed another flash go off in the distance. When they pulled away, Naruto went for a drink while Lucy, who had a goofy grin on her face, sat next to Urza, who was rolling her eyes. "You two need to get a room," she commented. "That'll come later," Lucy said, still in a daze. With Naruto gone, Urza finally started winning. "Wow Urza, you got a straight," Lucy said, commenting on her cards. "Looks like with Naruto gone, my luck's turned around," Urza said happily. Suddenly a new dealer walked up. He had blonde hair, green eyes and dark skin with an S tattoo on his chin. "Dealer change," he said to the one at the poker table. As they switched places, Urza continued talking to Lucy. "Here's hoping he stays G1 long enough so I can get this hot streak going," she said, not noticing the new dealer. "Well, if you're looking to up the stakes, I've got a special game we can play," he said as he dealt out 5 cards in front of Urza. When she looked down, she saw that instead of numbers they had letters and they spelled out the word DEATH. "Only this time we'll be gambling our lives, sister," he said. When Urza looked up at the dealer, her eyes widened as her skin went pale. Show. Meanwhile with the others, Gray had been talking to Juvia about the possibility of joining Fairy Tail. He was just telling her that she should talk to Naruto as he could get her in no questions asked when suddenly a tall, heavily muscled man with a turban and an eye patch attacked them. Natsu was still complaining about the roulette game with Happy when a man who looked like he was made of blocks who dressed and spoke like a mobster. After exchanging words, the man suddenly tackled Natsu and pointed the barrel of a gun in Natsu's mouth. What both the strange men had in common is that they asked about Urza. Naruto had met up with Sora at the bar. Unsurprisingly, Sora was sipping from a milkshake. Naruto was about to order a drink when suddenly all the lights went out. "What the hell? What happened to the lights?" Naruto asked aloud. Suddenly a gunshot sounded. Naruto tensed as he flared his magic and started glowing, illuminating the immediate area. Sora hopped onto Naruto's shoulder as both started looking around for the source of the shot. Suddenly something whipped toward them. "Whoa!" Naruto exclaimed as he jumped out of the way. "Oh poo, I was hoping I could catch that cute little kitty on your shoulder," said a squeaky feminine voice. Naruto flared his magic a bit more to illuminate more of darkness and saw a young girl who had cattish features. "Meow," she said. Suddenly the light was restored and Naruto saw all the people around him were covered by some strange orange rope. Naruto looked back at the girl. "Who are you?" he asked, tensing for a fight. The girl giggled cutely. "Meow, wouldn't you like to know?" she said as she sent more orange ropes at Naruto, only for him to dodge them all before he suddenly vanished in a flash and appeared behind. Before the cat girl even knew what happened, Naruto chopped her in the neck, knocking her out. Suddenly the ropes around the other people vanished and they all got off the ground and fled the area. "Well, that was plain random," Sora commented. "I'm not so sure. Something don't feel right. We should check back with the others." "Nah," Naruto said as he picked up the knocked out girl and vanished in a flash of light. Meanwhile with Urza and Lucy. When the lights came back on, Urza and Lucy saw they were the only ones left near the poker table. "Where did everyone go?" Lucy said. "And where's Sho?" Urza added. "Over here, sister." Sho's sinister voice sounded from across the room. Turning to it, the girls saw Sho with 2 stacks of cards in his hands. He suddenly let them fall all over the floor, showing all the people around the table trapped in cards. "Cool, isn't it?" he said with that sinister voice. "Why, you're using magic," Urza called, shocked and horrified. "That's right, you're not the only one with powers anymore," Sho said. "But who taught?" "Silence, traitor," Sho said angrily as he interrupted her. Why should I answer anything you say? Before Urza could respond, another voice interrupted. Calm down, Sho. Keep your emotions in check. The voice said as the block man that attacked Natsu earlier. You Ned into a quite a looker, haven't you, Urza? Wally. Urza guessed. Got it in one dollface. I'm a bit different from the Wally you remember, I'm much more smooth now. The now named Wally said. Why, you practice magic too? Urza said, even more shocked. Why so surprised? A deep distorted voice sounded as the man who attacked Gray and Juvia appeared behind Lucy in a mist of darkness. It's not so hard once you get the hang of it. Simon, you too, Urza said. Lucy was about to turn around when she heard the voice behind her, but her arms were suddenly yanked behind her, causing her to yelp in pain before a hand covered her mouth. No, don't hurt her. I have no plan to. We've been watching you since you got here, and I know one of the people you came with is Naruto Drayar, the newest member of the 10 Wizard Saints. From what we gathered, he has a soft spot for this woman here. She'll be our leverage to leave this place. You on the other hand have a different problem to deal with. Simon said. Urza looked confused before she was suddenly shot in the back. Urza felt her conscience leave her as she fell into Sho's arms. You did remember to use a tranquilizer dart, right? Sho asked. What do take me for an idiot? Wally shot back, annoyed. Anyway, where's Miliana? I went through the trouble of getting her a cat and she isn't even here, we need to go. Wally said as an unconscious happy appeared in his hands. Suddenly a heavy magic energy weighed down on all of them. Sho and Wally looked frightened while Simon looked unnerved. Lucy on the other hand knew exactly who this magic belonged to, and if one looked close, they'd notice her eyes glowed for a brief moment while she struggled. I'm curious to know how after attacking my friends you plan on leaving here at all. A voice said from behind them. Looking over, they saw Naruto standing there with a stern-looking Sora on one shoulder and a knocked-out girl thrown over his other one. Miliana, Wally and Sho called when they saw the girl over his shoulder. Wally turned his arm into a gun while Sho pulled out more cards. Angry as they were, they also seemed wary of attacking. Naruto eyed each of them before his eyes narrowed on Simon. Not only was he holding Lucy, but he also seemed familiar. Who are you? You look familiar, Naruto said, trying to remember where he knew this guy. Simon seemed to chuckle. You. No, I always wondered what happened to you. I guess you managed to get away after all, Naruto. He said while everyone looked at him confused. Naruto's eyes narrowed into slits before suddenly widening in recognition. No way, Simon, you're alive. You know this guy? Sora asked in disbelief. Naruto narrowed his eyes again. We were friends a long time ago. I thought he died, but apparently he survived. Simon narrowed his eye. Indeed I did, no thanks to you. He said almost accusingly before calming down. But that is neither here nor there. Unless you want me to harm this woman, you'll hand Miliana over. He said with a tone that would allow no argument. Naruto growled a bit when he saw Lucy wince in pain. He didn't have a lot of options. Not only did they have Lucy but Urza as well, and happy too. With Natsu and Gray nowhere to found, Naruto only had Sora to back him up, but that wasn't enough and he couldn't risk one of his friends' lives. Damn it, he muttered as he shrugged Liana off his shoulder and into his arms as he held her out to the block man to take. Smart move, Simon said, tightening his hold on Lucy. We'll be taking our leave now. Unless you want me to kill this woman, you'll stay put for now. I know it's no use telling you not to come, so by all means, follow us to the Tower of Heaven. He said as darkness started to wrap around him and his cohorts. Simon, Naruto roared, if so much as one hair on her head is harmed, old friend or not, I will kill you. He said menacingly. Simon merely stared at him. Good luck, he said as he and his allies vanished. Naruto took a deep breath to calm himself. He needed to think rationally. He had placed a tracking rune on the girl before handing her over, so wherever they went he could follow. Before he did anything, however, he needed to find Natsu and Gray. Somewhere in the middle of the sea. After finding Gray and Natsu along with the ex-Phantom Mage Juvia, all relatively unharmed, Naruto and Sora filled them all in on what happened. We now find the 5 mages on a boat following the tracer Naruto placed on the girl Miliana. Natsu, Gray and Juvia were in the boat while Sora was on Naruto's back flying while Naruto pushed the boat. "Hey Naruto, you're sure we're going in the right direction?" Gray asked. "I'm sure. I sense the tracer getting closer. My question is what could possibly be this far out into the ocean?" Naruto replied. He was getting increasingly agitated the longer this went on. Seeing Simon certainly didn't help his mood. "Man, I can't believe those guys managed to knock us out and kidnap Urza, Lucy and Happy." Gray commented. "Don't beat yourself up. They caught you off guard. This was supposed to be a vacation after all." Naruto said to hopefully cheer him up. "That reminds me, Naruto. That big guy and you seem to have a history. How do you know him?" Sora asked. Gray, Juvia and Natsu, who was hanging over the boat trying not to puke, all perked up at this bit of information. Naruto sighed. "Long before I joined Fairy Tail, even before I was found by Pildra, I lived in a small village just outside of Fiori. The Rosemary Village. I was born and raised there. The big guy, Simon, was one of my best friends. If that's true, then how did he become who he was today?" Juvia inquired. "To be perfectly honest, until I saw him today, I thought he was dead. My village was ravaged and destroyed by Zerf worshippers that came to find a high magical power that they sensed," Naruto said. The others were shocked to hear that. No one really knew what Naruto's life was like before Fairy Tail except the Master and Gildarts. What was it they were looking for? Gray asked. Not really sure, he wanted to know. Naruto was silent for a second before he answered. "It was me," he said simply. "What?" Gray, Sora and surprisingly Natsu shouted while Juvia looked on surprised. "When I was born, I had more magical power in my tiny body than the average mage could ever hope to have. Sadly, I had absolutely no control over it. I didn't start learning to control it until I was 4, and by then my birth mother had already died, leaving my uncle to teach me. For 2 years he had tried his best to teach me to hide it and still nothing. Before long the Zerf worshippers came and torched my village to the ground. I somehow managed to get away, but I had lost everything. As fairly soon after that when Pildra found me, and the rest is history," Naruto explained. The others remained quiet, just letting Naruto's story sink in. Suddenly Naruto and Natsu smelled a change in the air. "I just got a weird feeling," Natsu said. "What's wrong?" Gray asked on guard. "There's death in the air," Naruto replied. As they got closer to their destination, they saw birds falling out of the sky and fish floating to the top of the water dead. Naruto looked ahead. "Hey look," he said. Everyone looked ahead and saw a giant tower stretching high into the sky. "This must be it. This must be the Tower of Heaven." Inside the tower, Lucy was coming to. She had been knocked out soon after she was taken. When she finally came to, she saw she was in a cage and chained to the wall. "Seriously, I'm in another dungeon. Phantom Lords was bad enough," she thought bitterly. Taking a deep breath, Lucy assessed her situation. She was in an unknown, enemy territory chained to a wall. She felt no pain or soreness anywhere, so she wasn't assaulted in any way. She nearly freaked when she realized her panties were gone, that is until she remembered she hadn't worn any. She sighed miserably when she realized how badly this day had turned out from what she planned. Shaking her head, she began to think of a way out of here when she remembered where she hid her gate keys. Pulling on her chain to pull her body up toward her hands, she dug into her cleavage and pulled her keys out. "Open, Gate of the Maiden, Virgo," Lucy called as she summoned Virgo. Lucy noticed a change in her magic almost immediately after summoning Virgo. Usually after summoning a spirit, she felt an immediate drop in her reserves. Now though she barely felt the drop. Now that she was actually feeling for her magic, she noticed she had a lot more than what she used to have. The question was why? "You summon me, princess?" the spirit maid asked. Shaking from her thoughts, Lucy turned to Virgo. "Yes Virgo, get me out of these chains." "Of course princess," Virgo said as she broke Lucy from her chains effortlessly. "Thanks Virgo. Don't suppose you could break open that cell door?" Virgo had opened the door before she finished her sentence. 2. "Princess, might I suggest a change of clothing? I brought these from the celestial world," Virgo said as she gave Lucy some new clothes to change into. Lucy was now wearing a green and white dress with pink bows on her wrist and white ribbons on her arms. She had a green headband keeping her hair up and red sandals. "Wow, thanks Virgo, this looks great," Lucy said. She then gained a thoughtful expression on her face. "Hey Virgo, you wouldn't happen to know why my magic power suddenly increased, would you?" she asked. Virgo gained a tiny mischievous smirk on her face. "It's because you had coitus with the prince too." "What?" Lucy exclaimed with an atomic blush. Oftentimes when two mages love one another and make love with each other, the stronger of the two can sometimes increase the power of the weaker one. The likelihood of this is dependent on how much stronger one is than the other. If the two lovers are close in strength, it won't happen, but if one is much stronger, like you and the prince, then it almost always happens. Virgo explained with her smirk still plastered on her face. Somewhere in the Tower of Heaven. After infiltrating the tower and making quick work of the guards that tried to capture them, the remaining members of Team Chaotix and Juvia were given access to the tower. Anyone else on edge that we were basically given an invitation to enter this place? Gray asked. "It doesn't matter. Let's find the others and get the hell out of here," Naruto said. No sooner had he said that had another group of henchmen come. Before anyone could move, Urza came slashing from the group. Urza looked shocked and horrified to see the others there. What are you all doing here?" she asked. Before anyone could answer, a giant lion head made of light blasted through one of the walls. When the smoke cleared, they saw Loki, who was in a suit with his hair up in a way that looked like he had cat-like ears, Virgo and Lucy. Seeing her boyfriend, Lucy ran toward him. "Naruto, Lucy," he said happily as she jumped into his arms and kissed him. While they were in their own little world, Loki walked up toward the others. "Hey guys, weren't you supposed to be on vacation? You know us, trouble follows us around. Forget about that though, you look a lot healthier now," Gray said. "That's thanks to Naruto. Because of him, I'm now the strongest celestial spirit, second only to the king," Loki said proudly. "Take that off Eucus, ya bastard snake," he thought. "Excuse me," Urza bellowed after being ignored. "What the hell are you all doing here?" "We came to get you, Lucy and Happy," Naruto told her. He had a tight grasp of Lucy's hand, content not to let her out of his sight again today. "You need to leave now," she said almost desperately. "I'm not leaving without my little buddy," Natsu bellowed as shot off toward where he smelled Happy. "What's up with you? Why do you want us to leave so badly?" Gray asked. Urza didn't look at any of them. "You wouldn't understand," she said silently. "Then make us understand," Naruto said stepping forward. "We've been through too much for you to just cut us out now." Urza lowly turned to them and shocked everyone when they saw she was crying. "Fine, I'll tell you my story, then you're going to leave," Urza said as she began her tale. Recap. Somewhere in the Tower of Heaven. After infiltrating the tower and making quick work of the guards that tried to capture them, the remaining members of Team Chaotix and Juvia were given access to the tower. Anyone else on edge, that we were basically given an invitation to enter this place? Gray asked. "It doesn't matter. Let's find the others and get the hell out of here," Naruto said. No sooner had he said that had another group of henchmen come. Before anyone could move, Urza came slashing from the group. Urza looked shocked and horrified to see the others there. What are you all doing here?" she asked. Before anyone could answer, a giant lion head made of light blasted through one of the walls. When the smoke cleared, they saw Loki, who was in a suit with his hair up in a way that looked like he had cat-like ears, Virgo and Lucy. Seeing her boyfriend, Lucy ran toward him. "Naruto, Lucy," he said happily as she jumped into his arms and kissed him. While they were in their own little world, Loki walked up toward the others. "Hey guys, weren't you supposed to be on vacation? You know us, trouble follows us around. Forget about that though, you look a lot healthier now," Gray said. "That's thanks to Naruto. Because of him, I'm now the strongest celestial spirit, second only to the king," Loki said proudly. "Take that off Eucus, ya bastard snake," he thought. "Excuse me," Urza bellowed after being ignored. "What the hell are you all doing here?" "We came to get you, Lucy and Happy," Naruto told her. He had a tight grasp of Lucy's hand, content not to let her out of his sight again today. You need to leave now, she said almost desperately. I'm not leaving without my little buddy. Natsu bellowed as shot off toward where he smelled happy. What's up with you? Why do you want us to leave so badly? Gray asked. Urza didn't look at any of them. You wouldn't understand, she said silently. Then make us understand, Naruto said stepping forward. We've been through too much for you to just cut us out now. Urza slowly turned to them and shocked everyone when they saw she was crying. Fine, I'll tell you my story, then you're going to leave, Urza said as she began her tale. Urza had just finished telling her story. She had explained how she was a slave and how she and the other slaves had started a coup to get everyone off the island. But then she told them how her friend Jello betrayed them and destroyed the ships the hostages were going to use to get off the island. The others listened in, and before anyone could comment, Sho arrived and immediately called Urza a liar. The situation would have escalated from there had Simon not arrived. He quickly explained that he was only going along with Jalal's plan until he found a way to defeat him. So, you've been lying to us this whole time, Sho said accusingly. I'm sorry Sho, but I had no choice. I knew Jalal was lying when he told us Urza destroyed the ships and left us behind. Something about him had changed, but I wasn't sure what. I just knew he had to be stopped. Simon started explaining to Sho before turning to address the others. For years I have been trying to think of a way to defeat him, but Jalal was so powerful I almost gave up hope until a few hours ago. When I saw Urza with her team, I thought we had a small chance at victory. It was only after I saw Naruto that I knew there was a real chance at victory, he said. Why Naruto? Gray asked, still wary of the man that attacked them. Urza was curious as well. The way Simon spoke, it sounded like he knew Naruto beforehand. Simon seemed to gaze off as if reminiscing. I'm sure Naruto told you that we were once friends in our old village. Even back then he was abnormally strong. We heard from Jello that Naruto was named the newest member of the 10 Wizard Saints after Jose was disgraced. When I saw him at the resort, I knew he was the only one who stood the best chance at stopping Jello. The Wizard Saints are in a league all their own, so it's only natural that a Wizard Saint would be able to fight a Wizard Saint, he explained. Urza now looked confused. Wait, what do you mean when you were once friends? She asked, knowing full well Simon hailed from the same village as she herself did. You didn't know, Naruto also comes from the Rosemary village as well, Simon told her. What? Urza exclaimed before looking at Naruto with two emotions. Curiosity and one he couldn't quite identify. If he absolutely had to put a word to it, he'd say it was optimism or faith. Naruto nodded at her. It's true, I also hail from the Rosemary village, he said, much to her shock. Before more could be said, a voice came from the tower-like speaker. Greetings, honored guest. I am Jelal, the master of this tower. The voice of Jelal said. Shit, so he already knows, Simon said. The pieces are all together now. The time to play Heaven's game has arrived. The rules are quite simple. A sacrifice will be used to revive the Dark Mage, Zirf. Sacrifice was the collective thought of the group. Originally, Urza Scarlet was to be the only sacrifice to bring back the Dark Mage. But thanks to my former subordinate, Simon, another, more potent sacrifice has arrived in the form of Naruto Drayar. The voice said. Lucy unconsciously gripped Naruto's hand tighter at hearing that piece of news. Either sacrifice can be used, and if I succeed, I win. However, if you manage to stop me, you win. Alas, it's not that simple. I've placed 3 warriors in 3 separate areas in the tower. If you can't get past them, you can't get to me. Oh, and before I forget, one more thing. In an unknown amount of time, the Magic Council will fire the etherion, he said, much to the horror of all present in the tower. When the etherion hits, it's game over. Have fun. Has this guy lost his fucking mind? Gray exclaimed at hearing that last bit of information. What would be the point of trying to play this game if everyone's just going to die when etherion hits? Lucy thought out loud. Naruto had been rather quiet and deep in thought. Simon noticed this and called out to him. Naruto, I think etherion hitting is the whole point, he said, drawing all attention to himself. What do you mean? Juvia asked. Well, I just remembered what Simon said earlier. Jello had everyone continue building this tower. What would the point in that be if it was just going to be blown up? And think about how he sounded when he mentioned etherion. There wasn't a trace of fear in his voice. It's almost like he wants the etherion to be fired. Naruto explained. But why would he want that? Sora asked. I've been thinking about his plan. He wants to revive Zerf. There are some very dark magics that can be used to raise the dead and whatnot, but they all require a massive amount of magic power. The etherion is a condensed beam of pure magic energy. Naruto paused as he formed a Rasengan in his hand. Magic in its purest form is very potent and destructive. Now think, what's the one thing in Earthland that can absorb magic energy, pure or not? He said. The others thought for a few brief seconds before Urza came up with the answer. A lacrima, she said. Exactly. Naruto nodded. But absorbing something like the etherion would require a very large lacrima. Where would? Simon started to say but immediately stopped and widened his eye when he finally caught on to what Naruto had been saying. The others caught on then too. The tower itself is the lacrima. Lucy said what was on everyone's mind. We have to stop Jello now, before the council can fire that weapon. Simon said as the others nodded. Sho, who had been eerily silent ever since Jello started talking, had been lost in his own little world. He had been playing everything over and over in his head, trying to make sense of everything that had happened, but he was struggling. Finally something inside him seemed to snap at that very moment. Before anyone registered what exactly happened, Sho had trapped Urza into a card. I won't let him lay a finger on Urza. He yelled as he suddenly ran off. No, Sho, come back. Simon called as he ran after Sho. Let's split up. Gray, you and Juvia take the other path. Sora, Lucy and I will follow Simon. Naruto said. Right, Gray said, pulling along Juvia who had hearts in her eyes. Naruto and Lucy then quickly followed after Simon. Naruto and Lucy caught up to Simon fairly quickly. I must apologize for earlier, Miss Lucy. I needed to make my involvement look convincing. He said. Forget about it. Just don't make a habit of it, she said as she still held a tight hold of Naruto's hand. It is good to know that you're still alive, Simon. Naruto said. Simon smiled. Right back at you, Naruto. Before more could be said, they came into a room full of hanging cages. They weren't alone as they saw that Natsu and Happy were in there as well and fighting against what looked like a half-man, half-owl with a magic jetpack on. What had Naruto on edge was that Natsu looked like he was being eaten by the owl man. Wasting no time, Naruto teleported to the rune on Natsu and punched the owl man in the gut, causing him to spit Natsu out before he was swallowed. Were you seriously having that much trouble with this chump? Naruto asked Natsu. Not my fault, this guy's fast. Natsu grumbled. Suddenly the owlman appeared. A lucky shot, but I shall prevail, for I fight for truth and justice. The owlman said. Be careful, Simon yelled to the two dragon slayers. He's an assassin from Trinity Raven. Both dragon slayers narrowed their eyes. Assassin, huh? Naruto said before he ported next to Natsu. Say bro, what do say we show this guy who he's up against? Naruto said, forming a gold Rasengan. Natsu sent him a predatory smile. Hell yeah, he said as he lit his hand up with fire and held his hand near the orb, causing his flames to be absorbed by it and light it up with golden flames. No matter what you do, justice will prevail, the owlman said as he zoomed after them. Before he got to them, Naruto and Natsu, whose magic was now combined with Naruto's, teleported behind the owl. Unison raid. Golden Flame Dragon's Rasengan. The two dragons called as they slammed the orb into the owl's back, destroying his jetpack and sending him flying. As soon as he crashed into a cage, he exploded in a torrent of golden flames. When the smoke cleared, the owl man was covered in burns and flinched every so often. Well, that was anticlimactic, Natsu admitted. Yeah, as soon as his speed was no longer a factor, he went down easily. Naruto added. Hey, Lucy called out to them. How do you guys do that? She asked. Naruto grabbed Natsu's shoulder and teleported back toward Lucy and Simon. Quote, doing a unison raid isn't so hard when I do it with someone you're compatible with. My Rasengan is pure magic energy, so I can basically do a unison raid with anyone. It's easier with Natsu since we've partnered up several times. He said. Wow, she said. Simon, during the explanation, was using his telepathy magic to figure out where everyone was. Guys, I have good and bad news. The good news is, the others took down the other 2 members of Trinity Raven. Bad news is, Gray and Juvia exhausted themselves and Urza left Sho behind to take on Jello on her own. Shit, Naruto muttered. And on top of that we still don't know when that cannon will fire. Lucy, can you, Happy, Sora and Simon grab Juvia, Gray and everyone else in the tower and get them out of here? And leave you and Natsu behind. She shot back. Natsu and I are more than capable of backing up Urza. Don't worry, Lucy sighed. It's when you tell me not to worry when I worry the most. She said. Naruto pulled her into a quick kiss. Be careful, he said. You be careful, she said as she, Simon, Sora and Happy left. Naruto turned to Natsu. Let's go, he said as Natsu nodded. Recap. Shit, Naruto muttered. And on top of that we still don't know when that cannon will fire. Lucy, can you, Happy, Sora and Simon grab Juvia, Gray and everyone else in the tower and get them out of here? And leave you and Natsu behind. She shot back. Natsu and I are more than capable of backing up Urza. Don't worry, Lucy sighed. It's when you tell me not to worry when I worry the most. She said. Naruto pulled her into a quick kiss. Be careful, he said. You be careful, she said as she, Simon, Sora and Happy left. Naruto turned to Natsu. Let's go, he said as Natsu nodded. Gray awoke to the sensation of movement. Opening his eyes, he saw he was outside the tower and over the water. Looking up he saw he was being carried by Happy while Sora was close by carrying Juvia. Suddenly it all came back to him. After splitting up with the others, Gray and Juvia eventually wound up in some desolate area in the tower. They were soon attacked by a member of Trinity Raven, a punk rocker named Vidaldus Taka. Juvia launched the first attack but quickly learned that her magic was useless as Vidaldus's hair absorbed her water attacks. Suddenly, Vidaldus played a spell on his guitar to try and control Juvia, but before he could, Gray froze her body before the spell reached her. The fight proved tricky, what with Gray trying to fight while avoiding his hair whips and keeping Juvia safe. Luckily they caught a break. When the two combined their power and formed a unison raid to put Vidaldus down. Unfortunately since Gray and Juvia, while compatible, had never done a unison raid before and overloaded their magic and knocked themselves out. Happy and Sora were carrying the 2 unconscious mages down to a boat where Lucy and Simon were waiting with Wally, Miliana and a despondent Sho. Reaching the boat, Happy and Sora sat the 2 in the boat before moving to sit on the edge of the boat as it drifts away from the tower. Wait, where's Naruto and Natsu? Gray asked weakly. They're still in the tower. They're going after Urza, Lucy answered, holding onto Naruto's sunglasses worriedly. What? Turn the boat around. I gotta get back there and back them up. Gray said. How do you expect to do that in your state? Simon asked. You've nearly exhausted all your magic power. All you'd do is be in the way. What did you say? Gray said threateningly. Gray, stop it, he's right. You're too tired. Besides the etherion could fire at any moment now. Lucy said. The best thing we can do is believe in Natsu and Naruto and get as far away from here as possible. Gray reluctantly agreed and settled down as the boat moved away. After being freed from Sho's card and defeating Ikaruga, the leader of Trinity Raven at the cost of most of her armors and learning that the etherion would fire in 15 minutes, Urza raced to the top of the tower where she knew Jello was. When she arrived to the throne room, she found Jello at a modified chessboard. After exchanging words, Urza attacked, knowing she now had less and 10 minutes to end this before the etherion fired. Meanwhile, Naruto and Natsu were running up a narrow square staircase that would lead them to the top of the tower. The two had been running for several minutes and they were getting frustrated. Ni-san, can't you just teleport us to the top? Natsu asked Naruto. I can't. This staircase is too narrow for me to use a short-range teleportation and to use a long-distance port. I need to have either been there before or have a person or thing with my rune already there. Naruto explained. As they were running, a window in the stairwell showed the outside to be glowing. Shit, we're too late. Etherion is about to fire. Naruto thought frantically as he subconsciously released his seal and increased his speed. Outside the tower, the group on the boat could do nothing but watch in horrified awe as the clouds parted and the etherion fired. In the back of their minds, there was a lingering doubt that the tower was a giant lacrima and that etherion would just obliterate the tower, taking Naruto, Natsu and Urza with it. When the blast hit the tower, a massive shockwave blew outward and caused a tidal wave that knocked the boat that everyone was in over. Luckily for them, Juvia had come to right before the blast hit and was able to place everyone inside a water lock to keep them all alive. Everyone waited with bated breath for the smoke caused by the blast to subside to learn the fate of their friends. When it finally cleared, they saw the tower was still standing, and just as Naruto predicted, the tower had taken the form of a giant lacrima. They all knew now that Jello had just gotten one step closer to his goal. Hopefully the others were okay. Back with Urza and Jello. Urza had Jello on the ropes, something that had the situation not been so dire. She'd realize was strange as he was one of the 10 wizard saints and as such should be stronger than he currently was. Jello thought he had won when he managed to wrap Urza in some strange dark organic cage, but he wasn't expecting her to slash her way out. The moment Urza was out, she slashed Jello on the chest, knocking him over and had him pinned under her with a blade to his neck. Before Urza could do anything else, Etherion fired. When the flash of light vanished, the tower had become a giant lacrima. It was at this moment that Jello decided to stop holding back and blasted Urza away with a flare of his magic. Taking a page out of the typical villain's handbook, Jello began to monologue about his plan. Urza only got increasingly angrier as Jalal's explanation went on. Her anger turned to shock however when Councilman Seagrain arrived. Her shock then increased when it was revealed that Councilman Seagrain and Jello were not twins, but were in fact, the same person. When Jello assimilated Seagrain back into his body, his full magical power had returned. With a pulse of his power, he sent Urza flying back. Urza quickly regained her footing and made a mad dash at Jello with 2 large blades. Unfortunately for Urza, she had used up most of her magic power and received several injuries fighting Ikaruga and therefore stood no chance against Jello at his full power. Despite this, Urza continued to fight on until her body locked up on her. It was revealed that when Urza had Jello pinned before Etherion fired, he placed a bind snake on her body. With her body paralyzed, Urza could do nothing as Jello began fusing her with the lacrima. "O great Zerf, I call to you, to offer this woman's flesh." Jello chanted as he fully expected for the tower to resurrect the dark wizard. He wasn't expecting for his face to explode in intense pain or to be sent flying into the wall. Naruto blew on his fist while Natsu pulled Urza out of the lacrima. Naruto walked over as Natsu got her all the way out. "You okay?" he asked the redhead. "I can't move," Urza admitted. "Oh really now?" Natsu said as he grinned evilly before he began to mercilessly tickle Urza as payback for all the times she's beaten him, causing Urza to laugh uncontrollably and Naruto to sweat drop. When Natsu finally stopped, Urza began to speak. "You two need to leave, quickly," she said. Naruto kneeled down to her level. "That's not gonna happen, we're not gonna leave you." When Urza made to speak again, Naruto placed his fingers over her lips. "I don't want to hear any refusal from you." The sternness in his voice took Urza and Natsu back. "You've kept this pain inside you for years, allowing it grow and fester. Well, I'm gonna help you take that pain away, Urza. That man has been the cause of your suffering and I promise you that he will pay for it," Naruto said with conviction. Urza stared up at Naruto wide-eyed. Why would he do this for her, go so far for her? She treated him no differently than Laxus treated him from day one, and yet, here he was trying to save her. "Why?" Naruto smirked. "You're my comrade and a member of Fairy Tail, do I need another reason?" Urza hadn't realized she was crying until she felt a tear fall down the side of his face, and once that first tear fell, the wall she built around her heart shattered and 8 years' wart of pent-up emotion and repressed rage sprang forth. I'm so sorry," she said through her sobs. Naruto and Natsu raised a brow, but before either could ask, she continued. "I treated you so poorly for years because you reminded me of Jello before he changed. It was just easier for me to place the anger I had on him on you. I'm so sorry. So that's why, Naruto thought. He reminded her of the man who broke her heart. No wonder she hated him for so long, he was unknowingly a constant reminder of her pain. Naruto would have said something but he suddenly heard cackling. Turning to the source, Naruto was greeted to the sight of Jello pulling himself out the wall he was embedded in. Impressive, it has been quite some time since I've felt pain, so long in fact that I forgot what the sensation felt like. Jello said with a crazed grin as blood dripped from the side of his mouth and down his chin. Naruto snorted. Just wait, you'll become quite intimate with the sensation in a moment. He said as he bent down and picked Urza up bridal style. Despite herself, Urza blushed as Naruto carried her toward the back wall and laid her against the wall before he slipped his coat off, leaving him in his sleeveless muscle shirt, and placed it over Urza. Just sit tight, Urza. I promise that at the end of today, your nightmare will be over. Naruto said as he stood up and walked back toward where Jello was standing. Keep her safe, Natsu, he said as he passed Natsu. Natsu wanted to help, but even he knew that this was a battle between wizard saints, and as much as he hated to admit it, he had no place in this battle. When Naruto got close, Jalal's grin seemed to get larger. Forget, Urza, you'll make the perfect sacrifice, he said as his magic energy flared and he threw off his cloak, leaving him in a one-piece battle suit. Too bad, you'll never know, Naruto said as he glanced outside to see the sun had gone down and it was now dark out. Shit, the sun is down, so my Dragon Slayer magic is going to be weaker. Better stick to the commandments or else I'm gonna need to use more magic to compensate, Naruto thought as he flared his own magic energy. The combined Presu-Ri of their magic energies cracked the ground under them. You know, they say when members of the 10 wizard saints fight one another, the world shakes under their power. Jello commented as he bent high, sneezed slightly as his right eye changed to a strange pattern. Naruto snorted. Well, if that's true, Earthland's about to have one hell of an orgasm, Naruto said as he took a ready stance. The two combatants stared at one another before Naruto kicked off the ground and shot off after Jello with a fist pulled back, but as he closed in, Naruto vanished in a gold flash, much to Jalal's shock. Who hadn't expected the roundhouse kick that sent him flying when Naruto appeared behind him? Naruto flew after him, ready to dish out more damage, but Jello managed to right himself as his body glowed yellow. Meteor, Jello cast as he suddenly started flying at extreme speeds, leaving a yellow trail behind. He's fast, faster than a normal person can comprehend, Naruto thought as Jello zipped arrow, wound him at near untraceable speeds and threw several punches Naruto's way that he blocked or dodged. This was a new experience for Naruto. He couldn't recall a time he truly fought someone that rivaled him in the speed department. He's moving just as, if not a bit faster than I am. Granted, I haven't used Gold Drive, but still. And with that weird eye of his, he probably doesn't suffer from tunnel vision like I do. Not to mention he can turn on a dime. He may have the advantage in the speed department, but if he's using light magic like I think he is, then I've got the power advantage. Odd as he continued his high-speed battle with Jello. When they broke apart, Jello began to chuckle. You are indeed powerful, but that's not gonna cut it in this battle. Since you're new to your Wizard Saint title, allow me to educate you. The Wizard Saints are numbered according to their power levels from the strongest at 1 to the weakest at 10. That fool Jose that you humiliated was only number 8 in terms of power. Your grandfather is number 5. I myself am number 6. You may have taken Jose's place, but you're still no match for me, Jello said as he floated high in the sky and made a strange hand sign causing 7 magic circles to appear. Now be judged by the 7 stars. Grand Chariot, Jello cast as the 7 magic circles fired large light beams at Naruto. Naruto merely smirked as he spread his arms out and allowed himself to be hit by the attack. When the beams hit, an explosion hit and dust was spurned up. Naruto, Natsu and Urza cried as they saw Naruto get hit. Jello smirked at the dust cloud. The fool, he thought he could beat me. Me, ha, how that fool defeated Jose is beyond me, Jello taunted as he landed on the ground. In hindsight, I should have used a different spell. I don't want to damage the tower any more than it already is, he mused. Suddenly, Everyone heard chuckling coming from the dust cloud. You don't want the tower damaged. Then you really shouldn't have messed with our guild. A voice said through the dust, shocking Jello. His shock increased when the dust settled and Naruto was revealed. His shirt was gone but he didn't have a scratch on his body. In fact, his muscles seemed doubled in size. 1. Naruto exhaled and his muscles returned to normal. Those attacks won't work on me, I absorb all forms of light. Your attack only succeeded in breaking your precious tower. Naruto said as he began to float in the air. Let me show you the true power of light magic. Light, commandment. Flash bomb. Naruto cast as bullets of light shot from Naruto's fingers, all firing in the general area Jello was in. Jello saw the bullets coming his way and quickly dodged, only to realize that while the shots were coming in his direction, they weren't aimed for him but for the tower itself. Bastard! What are you doing to my tower? Jello yelled in outrage when he saw the damage Naruto was doing. What's it look like I'm doing? Naruto said as he clamped his hands together as they glowed gold. Light commandment. Firefly. He cast as he flung his arms apart. A bunch of tiny gold orbs flew around. Fireworks. Naruto snapped his finger causing the orbs to explode, causing more damage. Enough. Jello yelled. You Sanuva bitch. You think I'll let you ruin what I've planned for 8 years? I'll fucking kill you. Jello bellowed as he crossed his arms above his head. A strong wind appeared as a dark orb formed above his head. The dark orb grew above his head and drew in all the shadows in the area. The orb continued to grow until it was as big as a human. I think I hit him too hard earlier. Does he really think he can hit me with that? He knows I'm just as fast as he is. Naruto thought as he got ready to move. To hell with you. I'll use Urza as I previously planned. Jello yelled as he fully charged the dark orb. If you're so good with light then fall to this infinite darkness. Alteris. Jello cast as he threw the dark orb. The orb was coming in fast but nothing Naruto couldn't dodge. Naruto was just about to move until he noticed the orb veer off to the left. What? Where's it going now? Naruto thought frantically when he saw the orb was making a beeline for Urza and Natsu. Urza could just barely move and Natsu was standing protectively in front of her. Unfortunately neither had the power to take that hit and survive. No time to think. Naruto ported over to them. Naruto appeared in front of Natsu and Urza just as the giant dark orb arrived. Naruto only had time to plant his feet before the attack slammed into him. Naruto had been in intense pain 3 times in his life. Once was during his training with Pildra when he was trying to learn the secret arts and almost blew his arms off in the process. The second time was when he fought Guildarts during his S-class trial. The last time was during his first council mission, shortly after becoming an S-class mage when he was tasked with taking out a dark wizard who was stealing people's RTS to prolong his life and gain their magic. It was a long fight that required Naruto to kill the man 6 times before he finally stayed down. Naruto returned from that mission with several bruises and a few broken bones but he succeeded. None of those times compared to now. The sheer amount of pain he was receiving now was mind-numbing. If there was one downside to being the Light Dragon Slayer besides the motion sickness, it was his vulnerability to darkness magic and dark spells. Despite the pain he was in, Naruto bore it save Natsu and Urza. Finally, the orb exploded, blowing out a hole in the tower. Outside the tower, everyone inside Juvia's water lock saw the explosion and were worried for their friend's well-being. Lucy however gasped and gripped her chest when she felt her heart constrict. Gray noticed her discomfort. Lucy, what's that matter? I'm not sure, I just got this horrible feeling in my chest. Lucy said worriedly. She didn't know why, but she just got this horrible feeling about Naruto. Naruto, please be okay. Back in the tower, Urza and Natsu could only watch in horror as Naruto was engulfed in that explosion. They waited in bated breath for the smoke to clear so they could see the fate of their ally. After a few seconds that felt like hours, the smoke cleared and revealed Naruto. He was still standing in front of them protectively, and even though they could only see his back, they could tell his pants were tattered and his boots were missing. They could tell he was breathing heavy. Then to their added horror, Naruto fell backwards. Naruto! They cried as they moved to catch him. Natsu managed to catch his brother before he hit the ground and sat him down in Urza's lap. Naruto was just barely conscious. His chest was battered and bloody and he had blood dripping down his mouth. "Ni-san," Natsu cried when Naruto coughed up some blood. "Damn it, I can't move, my body's too heavy," Naruto managed to say. "Naruto, what the hell were you thinking?" Urza asked. Naruto looked up at her from his spot in her lap. "I was thinking I had to protect my family." Jello laughed loudly at Naruto's form. "Pathetic. That's why defeating you hero types is so easy. You have to try and save everyone. And now look where that got you. You're barely clinging to life," Jello said as he cackled in mad glee. So lost in his laughter, he was completely caught off guard by Natsu. "Shut up," Natsu roared as he delivered a devastating punch to Jalal's face, sending him flying into a wall, much like Naruto did earlier. Shit, Natsu may have caught him off guard with that hit, but Jello won't let him get another. "Natsu's the only one who can fight now. Urza and I can barely move. If only Natsu were a bit stronger." "Wait a minute," Naruto thought as he remembered what he told Lucy earlier today. "Doing a unison raid isn't so hard when I do it with someone I'm compatible with." "That's it. Natsu is compatible with me. Natsu, come over here," Naruto called out weakly. Natsu rushed to his brother's side and kneeled next to him. "Give me your hand," he said weakly as he glowed and lifted his arm. Natsu took it quickly, but wasn't expecting the magic energy being forced inside of him. Naruto pumped the rest of the magic he had in his body into Natsu. When he finished, his arm fell limp to his side. His normally spiky hair drooped, but most concerning as that his sun-kissed blonde hair faded until it all turned black too. Natsu grunted as he gained a golden outline. "Ni-san, what did you do?" Naruto was breathing heavily now. "I gave you the last bit of magic I had. You're the only one here that can fight, but I knew you couldn't do it alone. Combine my light with your flame and make it your own." Naruto got out before he finally passed out. "Ni-san, Naruto," Natsu and Urza called when he went limp. At this point, Jello finally pulled himself out of the wall. "RRRRRRRRUUGHHH, I've had enough, you dragon slayers," he growled. Natsu turned to him and glared murder at Jello. "You bastard," Natsu roared as he burst into flames. Urza covered Naruto from the winds that kicked up from the force of Natsu's magic. Urza watched as Natsu's RMAL orange flames turned to a shimmering gold, however it didn't end there. Not even Naruto, had he been conscious, could have foreseen what happened next. Naruto had more magic in his body when he transferred it to Natsu than he thought. Natsu created a new element with his flames and Naruto's light, but he also forced his body to transform. Scales appeared on his face and arms as his new golden flames took the form of a dragon. Natsu had unknowingly tapped into his Dragon Slayer's secret power, Dragon Force. Jello didn't look concerned. Do you really think gaining a little power up is going to matter?" He was immediately cut off when Natsu suddenly shot forward and buried his knee into Jalal's gut, sending him flying. With his new speed, Natsu easily caught with Jello, grabbed his face, and slammed him into the ground so hard they fell through the floor and continued down. "You're done, Jello. You've done nothing but cause pain to everyone you come in contact with. I'm gonna put you down once and for all," Natsu bellowed as he continued to smash Jello through the floors. Jello finally managed to break Natsu's hold on him. "Meteor," he cast as he flew past Natsu in a golden silhouette. "You may have gone through a power boost, but you can't match my speed." Apparently Jello missed the part about Natsu now having Naruto's light magic. Natsu landed on a large piece of falling debris and kicked off it and flew at Jello at high speed and speared him in the chest. Both mages flew back to the top floor where Urza and Naruto, who was starting to regain consciousness. They kept going until they busted through the roof. Jello righted himself and kicked Natsu away. "No, I'm not gonna lose to a fool like you," Jello screamed as he made intricate hand movements that created a giant magic circle. Urza however recognized the magic circle as the spell of Abyss. "Break. Wait, Jello, are you gonna destroy this whole tower?" Urza called out. "I no longer care. I'll just build the tower in another 8 years. No, I'll do it in 5. Now all of you die arg." Jello felt his sternum tear open. He looked confused until he remembered the injury Urza gave him earlier. Jello lost his concentration from the pain and began to fall. I told you Jello, you're done. Natsu said as he sucked in a huge breath. Gold flame dragons roar. Natsu fired the biggest roar he ever fired that slam Ed into Jello and destroyed the entire roof of the tower. When the blast subsided, Natsu dropped to his knees as the scales on his body subsided and his flames returned to normal orange. A few seconds later, Jello slammed into the ground. His clothes burned and tattered and knocked out. Urza could only stare at Jalal's defeated form in disbelief. Natsu did it, he won. Her nightmare, 8 years in the making, was finally over. Naruto had regained consciousness just in time to see that last roar and managed a smile in his weakened state. Good job, you're getting even stronger Natsu. Urza, can you stand? Naruto asked. Urza nodded as she stood and helped Naruto get to his feet and had him lean heavily against her. When they were on their feet, they moved to Natsu's kneeled form. Just as they reached them, the tower began to shake and fall apart. Shit, we've been tearing the tower apart and now the etherion is looking for an outlet. Naruto said. What does that mean? Natsu asked, still on his knees. It means the tower's about to explode. Urza said, and with the amount of magic in this tower, it will destroy everything in possibly a 100-mile radius. Naruto said, isn't there something we can do? The others can't have gotten that far away. Natsu said. Naruto took a second to think. The only way would be to somehow direct the magic somewhere else. It's pure magic energy, so I might be able to do it, but I've got so little power left. Unless Naruto's attention went to a piece of etherion by his foot. Naruto got off of Urza and fell to his knees. He grabbed the piece of etherion and took a large bite out of it. No sooner had he swallowed had he felt an immediate increase in his magic reserves, but he also felt his body react to the pure magic. His insides felt like they were tearing themselves apart. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Urza shouted as she dropped to his side. Naruto ignored the pain and grabbed a hold of Natsu's and Urza's shoulder. I have a plan, but I need you guys to be somewhere else, he said as he felt out for the seal he placed on Lucy when they were reunited in the tower. When he found it, his glowed and suddenly, Natsu and Urza vanished in a gold flash. Outside the tower, Natsu and Urza appeared inside Juvia's water lock, shocking all the inhabitants inside. Urza, Natsu, how'd you get in here? Gray asked as he checked on them. Lucy however noticed someone missing almost immediately. Where's Naruto? He's still inside, Natsu said as he walked to the edge of the water lock and stared at the tower along with everyone else. They all watched as the tower suddenly glowed and a massive blast of magic energy shot up into the air and into space. The blast caused the rest of the tower to fall apart. Naruto, the members of Fairy Tail cried out. A few minutes ago with Naruto. Naruto had just sent Naruto and Urza away. Struggling to his feet, the dark-haired Drayar limped over to a large lacrima and began to fuse himself with it. When Naruto was fully inside, he manipulated the magic energy and before he passed out he got the energy to release into the sky. Weightless, that was the first sensation Naruto registered when he came to. He was weightless. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw bright yellow clouds around him. Looking down on himself, he saw he was wearing a simple white shirt with white pants and no shoes. Pulling down a strand of hair, he saw it had returned to blonde. Where am I? Did I die? He asked himself out loud. Suddenly a bright light shined behind him. Turning around, his eyes widened at what he saw. Floating before him was a woman he had only seen in pictures. She had pale blonde hair pulled into 2 long pigtails. She had pale skin, a purple diamond on her forehead and slanted amber eyes. This woman was Tsunade Senju, Naruto's birth mother. Mother, he said in awe. Tsunade smiled. She said nothing as she moved toward him and leaned over and kissed him on his forehead. As soon as her lips touched his forehead, he felt something inside him break and a foreign energy flooded his body. A light suddenly flashed and Naruto's world went black. Pain was the next sensation Naruto felt when he came to again. He knew without a doubt that he was alive as the dead feel no pain. His ears were ringing so he could hear nothing around him. Naruto struggled to open his eyes but nagged for a moment only for everything to blur around him. Blinking slowly a few times, he realized he had somehow washed up on the beach of the resort. Naruto could feel his consciousness fading again and knew he'd pass out soon. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him again was the silhouette of several people running toward him. Had he stayed conscious a little longer, he'd realize it was his team running to him. There he is, Natsu thought as he led the others toward where he smelled his brother's scent. When the tower exploded and shot the magic energy it had stored into the sky, a small blast of energy broke off from the beam and shot off back toward the resort. Both Natsu and Lucy somehow knew that particular flash of light was Naruto. Juvia got everyone back to tea. He resorted as quickly as she could in her weakened state. As soon as they were back on shore, Natsu pointed his nose in the air and tried to find Naruto's scent. It took 5 agonizingly long minutes. Natsu finally got a scent when the wind shifted and took off with Lucy practically on his heels while the others followed behind. As soon as she saw him, Lucy ran ahead of Natsu and slid to a stop. Before dropping to her knees at Naruto's side, she gave him a once-over and barely recognized her lover. Almost immediately she noticed his hair was no longer the spiky sun-kissed blonde that she loved, but a matted black that stood out against his now pale skin. His face and torso was covered with dried blood and dirt. Tentatively she checked his pulse and breathed a sigh of relief when she felt a faint pulse. The other quickly surrounded them. "Lucy, is he?" Natsu started, not wanting to finish. Lucy wiped her face of the tears that she had shed before she turned to the others. "It's okay, he's breathing," she said, causing everyone to sigh in relief before Natsu finally passed out, more than drained from the intense fight from earlier. "We should get them back to the resort," Simon said as he picked Naruto up while Gray grudgingly grabbed Natsu as the group moved to the resort. 3 days had passed since the battle at the Tower of Heaven. In that time, word had reached everyone about the fall of the Magic Council due to the betrayal of not only Councilman Seagrain, but Councilwoman Ultir as well. Not surprising, word had reached the former council members about the destruction of the tower and the death of Jelal. With the council gone, they couldn't take the credit, and it was rightfully given to Fairy Tail's Team Chaotix, who were front and center during the entire conflict. Not only had Fairy Tail's popularity grown, but with Jalal's defeat, an opening for 6th Wizard Saint was open, which immediately was filled by Naruto, leaving the 8th spot open. Regarding Team Chaotix, Natsu woke up the next day after the battle. Though his magic was back to normal, he himself was exhausted. What had the members of the team worried was that Naruto was still unconscious. His torso and forehead was bandaged up and his skin had returned to its normal tan tone, but his hair was mostly black. "When do you think he'll wake up?" Lucy asked. She hadn't left Naruto's side since he was placed in bed. Erza and Gray were in the room and hanging around waiting for their team leader to awaken. While Natsu was asleep on the floor, Happy and Sora were stuck with Miliana at the moment. Erza shrugged her shoulders. Who knows? In all the years I've known him, Naruto had never been this low on magic energy. When we found him he had barely enough to live. And unfortunately for Naruto, the more magic energy you have, the longer it takes to recharge, she said. And of course, Naruto has a gargantuan amount of magic power, so he may be out for a while. Gray said. Not to mention he may have magic poisoning from eating that ethernano. Erza added. Plus with what happened with his hair, I get the feeling that that's an indicator on how low on magic he is. Gray finished. None of what was said reassured Lucy as she rubbed Naruto's cheek. Suddenly his eyelids crinkled. Lucy gasped when she saw it, which drew Erza and Gray's attention. They moved over toward the bed and saw Naruto's eyes moving behind his lids. Naruto, Lucy gently called. Everyone reeled back when he suddenly sat up. His drooping hair fell over his eyes slightly. Naruto blinked several times and had a blank look on his face like he was trying to figure out what happened. Naruto, Lucy called once more as she cupped his cheek. Naruto turned his head and came face to face with a concerned Lucy. But he could make out the forms of Erza and Gray as well. Lucy, what happened? He asked. Instead of answering, Lucy nearly knocked him over when she pounced and wrapped her arms around him and he held him close as tears of relief fell from her eyes. Holding himself up with one arm, Naruto wrapped his other one around Lucy and hugged her back. Looking up at Urza and Gray, he spoke. Someone wanna catch me up on what I missed? Urza and Gray easily explained everything that happened in the last 3 days, from the council's fall to Naruto's promotion to 6th Wizard Saint. Throughout the explanation, Naruto's hair was slowly returning to its normal blonde, signifying that he was out of the danger zone but still had a lot of magic that needed to be recovered. When he asked about the others, Gray told him that Juvia headed straight to Fairy Tail to join, while Urza told him that Simon and the others were hanging around at the resort. By the way, Simon wanted to speak with you when you were up and moving again. Urza told him. Naruto nodded. I'll see him in the morning. Gray yawned. Well, since Naruto's up, I'm going to bed, he said as he grabbed Natsu by his leg and dragged him to the room they were sharing, making sure to bang his head on the door on the way out. Urza chuckled before she stood to leave. Before she stopped, turning around, she walked up to Naruto and to the Hawk of both him and Lucy, who was sitting next to him, hugged him. Thank you, Naruto, for everything, she said as she kissed his cheek before she turned to leave. Take it easy, okay, she said as she left. When she left, it was just Naruto and Lucy in the room. Naruto turned to Lucy, who wouldn't meet his eye now. Lucy, he called as he reached for her, only for her to stand up off the bed and walk toward the balcony. It took him a moment, but Naruto managed to get to his feet and walked toward her. Once he was on the balcony with her, he saw her head down and her body tremble slightly. Moving in front of her, he lifted her head and saw she had tears in her eyes. Lucy, he said sadly, I almost lost you, she said, burying herself in his chest. Naruto held her as tight as he could while laying his head on top of hers. I'm still here, Lucy, I'm not going anywhere, he said soothingly. Lucy cried a little longer before she looked into Naruto's eyes. Naruto wiped the tear tracks away before he leaned down and captured Lucy's lips with his own. Lucy's arms went up and wrapped around his neck. When they pulled apart, their foreheads were together. I love you, Lucy said. I love you too, Naruto replied as he kissed her again before he picked her up bridal style and carried her back to the bed. Even in his weakened state, he had more than enough energy to take Lucy's mind off him, almost dying. Sweetie, we can't, Lucy said as he laid her down and lay above her. Can't what? He said as he kissed her more. We can't, you're not, Lucy tried to say between kisses. Urza told you to take it easy, she said, trailing off as his hands moved all around her body as he kissed down her neck. I am taking it easy, he said. If I wasn't, you wouldn't be wearing clothes and we'd be doing something Urza would never approve of. Naruto's only reply was a wolfish grin before he slid her shirt off. Unknown location. A light blue orb of light was drifting through a brightly lit corridor in a cave-like area. Soon enough the light found itself in a large open area. Inside that open area was a giant golden dragon. The dragon appeared to be asleep, but as the light grew closer, its eyes snapped open, revealing a shimmering crimson. Grandini, to what do I owe the honor? I was in the area and thought I'd drop by. Hope that's okay. Kildra, or have you gone back to using that other name? The light orb, now known as Grandini, asked. Kildra narrowed her eyes. Kildra is fine. Why are you really here, Grandini? The light orb huffed. I sensed you nearby. I have seen that child of yours. He's about as reckless as you are. Like mother, like son. Kildra growled. You came here just to tell me that. Get to the point, you are beginning to get on my nerves. I am Simp. Lee saying he is being quite careless with his life. If he is the child of prophecy like many of us believe, he should be more careful. There is darkness on the horizon, like I'm sure you know. But if he keeps up the way he is, he'll die. Grandini said. Kildra got up from her resting position and bared her fangs at Grandini. Do not talk about my son as if he's some object. Besides, the prophet, Sai said it would be the child of a dragon. That could be any of the dragon slayers. HMPH, you and I both know that it is your son that the prophecy spoke of. Kildra, no other dragon slayer can fit the description like yours can. But I believe I've said enough. I shall take my leave. I may go and see Igneel as well. Grandini said, taking her leave, leaving Kildra alone with her thoughts. Back with Team Chaotix. The next morning saw Naruto awakening with the sun. His body was still tired, but most of it was from his late night activities with Lucy the night before. Speaking of said celestial spirit mage, Lucy was still fast asleep with a soft smile on her face. Seeing her serene appearance, Naruto placed a kiss to her head before he got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. When he entered, he looked at himself in the mirror. His outward wounds had healed, no doubt thanks to Kira, and his hair was all blonde, but it still drooped slightly. His magic still hadn't replenished. With a sigh, he began undoing the bandages on his chest and waist. Once that was out of the way, he started on the one around his head. As Naruto removed the last loop of bandage, he narrowed his eyes at what he saw on his forehead. In the center of his forehead was a diamond seal. However, unlike the seal that sealed his magic power, this one was orange, and it didn't feel like a seal. It was almost like a tattoo. Suddenly, Naruto remembered that vision he had of his mother. On her forehead she had a purple diamond. Could the diamond that was now on his head have something to do with her? And if it did, what did it do? Shaking his head of these thoughts for now, he moved to turn on the faucet, only to completely snap the knob off and have water spray out of it. Taken by surprise, Naruto flailed around the bathroom and proceeded to break everything that his arms came in contact with. Finally he stopped the water by plunging the hole with a towel before he looked at his hands. Where did this crazy strength come from? He thought, not having this kind of strength even when his seal was off. Naruto felt out for his magic and realized he subconsciously had magic circulating through his muscles. Taking a deep breath, Naruto cut the flow of magic in his body and grabbed the counter and sighed in relief when it didn't break. Great, now I have something else I need to train with. Naruto spoke out loud. Naruto glanced back into the bedroom and saw Lucy had turned over in her sleep, causing the bed sheet to pull at her waist, leaving her back exposed. After all that noise, she's still asleep. Guess she more tired than I thought. Naruto thought as he looked over his girlfriend, his really sexy girlfriend with her blemish-free alabaster skin, her long golden tresses, her doe brown eyes, her large full bust, narrow waist, plump behind and that beautiful stomach. Of course that was only the physical side of her. Underneath that, Lucy had such a beautiful personality that drew him to her like a moth to flame. One minute she could be as mighty as a lion and as gentle as a blue bird the next. Naruto knew without doubt that he loved Lucy like he never loved anyone before her. The only other woman he could say he loved in his life was Miragen, but even she couldn't compare to how he felt about Lucy. Despite the rumors that came out when they broke up 2 years ago, going from him fearing commitment to her sleeping around with random men and everything in between, the biggest reason why he and Mira didn't work out was because they didn't love each other the way two people should love one another in a relationship. The relationship was purely physical. Granted they were each other's first, all they really did was sleep with one another. Naruto was always away on S-class quests, so he and Mira had little time to be together. It didn't help when Mira became an S-class mage and started doing S-class quests of her own. Before long the two decided that at where they were in their lives, they just didn't work out as a couple and broke up. A year ago when Mira was working full-time as the guild's barmaid and Naruto started taking less missions, E2 had briefly spoken about possibly getting back together but ultimately decided they were satisfied being close friends. While they would never be together again, they had a level of love and true street with one another that they didn't have with anyone else, including their respective siblings or feline companions. Hell, Mira knew things about Naruto that even Sora didn't know, at least until Lucy entered the picture. While Naruto would admit in a heartbeat that Mira was his best friend and closest confidant, Lucy was his soul mate. Whenever he saw her, Naruto felt like he was invincible, like he could move the heavens themselves. He knew that one day, this woman would be his wife. Marriage wasn't a thought that entered Naruto's mind, ever. Yet here he was, wanting nothing else but to spend the rest of his life calling Lucy Mrs. Drayar. He wanted to wake up next to her. He wanted her to be the mother of his children. He just wanted her. Naruto walked toward the bed and slowly got on it and crawled over to Lucy before he dipped down and kissed her lower back before he trailed kisses up her back. Lucy moaned and wiggled around at Naruto's ministrations. Finally Naruto got to the back of her neck and started to nibble and suck on it. After several moments of trying to stay asleep, Lucy finally awoke and began to turn over. Naruto tilde, she moaned out as she turned over fully. As soon as her doe brown met his vibrant blue, she awoke fully when she noted the intensity in his gaze. Normally Lucy saw the blend of love and lust in his eyes when he looked at her, but now, all she saw was intense love, affection and desire. But it was as he leaned down to kiss her did she really feel it. His kisses held more heat, his touches more depth. His very being spoke of passion. God, what had this man done to her? He was the explosive fuel to her fire that set her ablaze and to burn like the sun. Lucy knew without doubt that there could never be anyone else. Naruto was her one and only. If he had died in that tower, Lucy's love life would have died with him. She doubted she would ever love another the way she did Naruto and didn't want to find out if she could. Naruto led away and slowly kissed down her body, taking his time to worship this goddess that shared his bed. Lucy was in a state of euphoria as she mewed out in ecstasy at his pleasurable treatment of her body. He just knew the right buttons to push to send over the edge, only to pull her back and do it over again. After kissing every inch of her body, Naruto worked his way back up before he found her lips again. Lucy threaded her fingers into his head and wrapped her legs around his waist. Naruto pulled back to stare into her eyes and watched as Lucy gasped lightly when he slowly sank into her. With every inch, her breath hitched more and more before he finally bottomed out. No matter how many times they did this, Lucy was always overwhelmed by the feeling of sheer fullness he always gave her. Slowly and sensually, he made love to her, holding her close, grinding in and out, loving the beautiful sounds that escaped her lips. Her moans and mewls blended with his grunts and groans in a symphony of passion as the two came together. They continued for hours lost in each other's bodies. When they finally left their room it was now late afternoon. The two split up to when they reached the lobby of the hotel. Lucy went to find their team while Naruto went to find Simon. Naruto eventually found Simon near the outskirts of the resort, looking off into the distance. "What are you doing way out here?" Naruto asked as he approached his old friend. Simon turned to regard Naruto before staring back off into the sunset when he stood next to him. "I've been thinking about what I want to do with my life now that the tower is no more." "I see," Naruto said as he stared off as well. "And what of the others?" "Wally, Sho and Miliana wish to travel the world. I however wish to do something more significant. I wish to redeem myself for building that tower." Simon said. He clenched his fist. Naruto suddenly got an idea. "Is that right? Walk with me for a minute, Simon. I believe I know just how you can redeem yourself," Naruto said as he walked off. Simon raised a brow but nonetheless followed. He had no idea that Naruto was about to give his life a new purpose. Later that night, Naruto had just returned to the resort alone. After speaking with Simon, the larger man left, promising to be in touch while on his trip. While they were talking, Urza had given Wally, Sho and Miliana a fairy tale exit ceremony. Naruto found his entire team in the casino all at the bar. "I take it everything went okay," he said, taking the seat next to Lucy. Urza nodded with a smile. "Yes, Wally, Sho and Miliana are off to see the world." "What about Simon?" she asked. "He left too," Naruto answered. Urza sighed. "I see, I would have liked to see him off," she said. "He said he'd keep in touch." "I wouldn't worry," Naruto said. "So what do we do now?" Natsu asked, still a bit drowsy. "Yeah, we kind of wasted our vacation time with that fight and recovering," Gray added. "We don't have to leave until noon tomorrow and the night is still young, it's only 8 o'clock. Lucy said. "Well, what should we do with the rest of the night?" Urza asked. Everyone had contemplative looks on their faces before Naruto perked up. "I've got an idea," he said as he waved the bartender over. "Let's get fucked up," he said, getting cheers and hollers from his team. What better way to end a vacation than with alcohol? Recap. Naruto had just returned to the resort alone. After speaking with Simon, the larger man left, promising to be in touch while on his trip. While they were talking, Urza had given Wally, Sho and Miliana a fairy tale exit ceremony. Naruto found his entire team in the casino all at the bar. "I take it everything went okay," he said, taking the seat next to Lucy. Urza nodded with a smile. Yes, Wally, Sho and Miliana are off to see the world. What about Simon? She asked. He left too, Naruto answered. Urza sighed. I see, I would have liked to see him off. She said. He said he'd keep in touch. I wouldn't worry, Naruto said. So what do we do now? Natsu asked, still a bit drowsy. Yeah, we kind of wasted our vacation time with that fight and recovering. Gray added. We don't have to leave until noon tomorrow and the night is still young, it's only 8 o'clock. Lucy said. Well, what should we do with the rest of the night? Urza asked. Everyone had contemplative looks on their faces before Naruto perked up. I've got an idea, he said as he waved the bartender over. Let's get fucked up, he said, getting cheers and hollers from his team. What better way to end a vacation than with alcohol? The sun was rising over the resort, casting its light over the popular vacation spot. The light shined right into the room that both Naruto and Lucy shared. Lucy's face scrunched up when the sun hit it. She tried to bury her face into her pillow, but the damage was done. She was awake, and as soon as she was, the pain set in. Lucy was rightly and truly hungover. Opening her slightly bloodshot eyes, she groaned as the sun shined right into her eyes. She made to turn over only to wince in pain when she did. Her body was sore and worn out. Her core felt like something had bludgeoned her. Her butt cheeks stung like something had spanked her or possibly grabbed them in a vice grip. Her legs felt like she had run a marathon, and for some reason her collarbone stung. On top of that, she had a horrible hangover and was nauseous. Why the hell did we drink so much last night? She thought bitterly. Slowly Lucy managed to sit up and practically threw her legs off the bed. Idly she realized that her feet touched the ground sooner than they should have, but she pushed that to the back of her mind as she shakily stood to her feet and practically dragged herself into the bathroom, ignoring everything around her until she got there. After taking care of her business and trying to gather her thoughts, Lucy filled up the tub and sank into a hot bath. What happened last night? I remember the first few drinks. Then things start to get fuzzy as we left the casino and went to the beach, and then, nothing. I can't remember anything after that, Lucy thought to herself. Sighing to herself, she rubbed her face with her left hand and paused when she felt something on her finger touch her face. Pulling her hand back and looking at her left hand, Lucy blinked once, twice, thrice before her eyes widened and her mouth fell open. For on her finger was a gold wedding band with a diamond on it. Lucy's mind went blank. This couldn't be what she thought this was, could it? Before she knew what she was doing, she was out of the tub. Wet and naked as the day she was born, as she ran out of the bathroom and back into the bedroom, only to stop when she saw Naruto standing there, just as naked as she was, holding a piece of paper. Naruto turned to her and had the same wide-eyed shocked look on his face that she did on hers. What the hell happened last night? They cried. Naruto awoke to the sensation of the bed moving. He winced slightly at his headache. It didn't help that his back felt like Sora used it as a scratching post and his abdomen felt like someone used it as a trampoline. He med down when he activated Cura and his pain slowly faded away. Opening his eyes, he looked around the room and sat up when he noticed how trashed the room was. The hell happened in here? He said to himself as he saw what looked like claw marks in several places. He got out of bed and realized that the legs of the bed had broken. If that wasn't enough, there was a large tear in the middle of the mattress. We must have had some party. Too bad I can't remember it, Naruto said silently to himself as he rubbed the back of his head. Suddenly he felt something on his finger. Bringing his arm back, Naruto blinked once, twice, thrice before his eyes widened, for on his finger was a gold wedding band. What the foo? He muttered before his eyes drifted to a paper on the nightstand. Picking it up, he saw it was a marriage certificate. His eyes widened even more when he saw both his and Lucy's name on it, with Natsu's messy scrawl and Urza's unique signature on the witness lines. Suddenly he heard the bathroom door and saw a wet and naked Lucy staring at him with a look of shock that was no doubt on his face. He idly noticed a bite mark on her collarbone. What the hell happened last night? They cried. It was an hour later when the two blonde lovers left their room. In the last hour, they had both cleaned and dressed themselves and had been going over everything that they remembered from the night before. The last thing either of them remembered was leaving the bar and going to the beach. They wanted to believe that the rings and wedding license was part of some elaborate prank set up by Natsu that he somehow coerced Urza into participating in, but as they were cleaning the room as best they could, they found a white gown, the suit Naruto wore to the casino on their first day, and a receipt for pictures from a wedding chapel scattered around the room. They figured the only way to get to the bottom of this was to find Natsu and Urza. When they found them, Natsu, Urza, Gray, Sora and Happy were all at breakfast. The three former with hangovers. As soon as Naruto and Lucy saw Natsu and Urza, they confronted the two and asked them what they knew about the wedding license that Naruto was carrying with him. Both the pinkett and the redhead had shocked and confused looks on their faces. The same could be said for Gray. None remembered what happened the night before. Sora and Happy looked at one another before flying off somewhere. You don't think we really? Lucy trailed off as she and Naruto sat at the table. I don't know. I want to say no, but this license looks real. Naruto answered. We must have been really drunk last night. Natsu said. Yeah, I've never been so lit that I have no memory of the night before. Gray said. Suddenly Urza perked up. Well, this isn't all bad. So a mistake was made. It can easily be rectified. Just get an annulment, she said with finality. Urza looked expectingly at Naruto and Lucy but was shocked to note that both blondes looked reluctant. What's with those looks? Quote. Naruto and Lucy looked at one another and seemingly had a mental conversation. The message was clear to them. Despite how it happened, neither really wanted to annul their marriage. Before they could voice this, Happy and Sora came flying back. Both were holding a few copies of the latest Sorcerer Weekly. You guys may want to see these, Sora said as he and Happy dropped the magazines on the table. They're fresh off the print, dated today. Happy added. What had the human members of Team Chaotic's attention was the cover. It was a picture of Naruto and Lucy arm in the same clothes they were wearing to the casino before the attack. The caption read, "Has Fairy Tail's Gold King found his queen?" Quickly the team snatched up the magazines. Naruto and Lucy had one. Natsu and Gray had another and Urza had the last to herself. Scrolling through it, they found the article near the middle of the magazine. Hey there readers, it's one of your favorite reporters, Masashi Kishimoto here, and have I got a scoop for you. It's been a known fact since the guild war between Fairy Tail and Phantom Lord that Fairy Tail's Gold King, Naruto Drayar, the #1 spot in Sorcerer Weekly's Mages You Want as a Boyfriend, has been seeing someone from his guild. Sources have revealed that the lucky lady is none other than Fairy Tail's newest member, Lucy Heartfilia. Lucy is a celestial spirit mage, and it was revealed to this reporter that the two have been rather smitten with each other since before Lucy joined the guild. But that's not the biggest news. No. The big news is that these two lovebirds have officially tied the knot. I'll give you a second to let that sink in. I tell you, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes I would never have believed it. For those of you who are still skeptical, take a look at the pictures on the next page. I for one am wishing the newlyweds good luck with their marriage, and I'm sure you'll all agree, they're adorable together, and if the sounds coming from their room after the ceremony was anything to go by, they have no problems in the bedroom. Congratulations Mr. and Mrs. Drayar. Naruto felt his eye twitch at what he read. Lucy on the other hand was looking at the photos. The first one was of them at the beach right after Lucy scared those bimbos away. The second was of the kiss they shared right afterwards. The third was of them kissing at the poker table right before Naruto left to the bar. The last picture came from what Lucy could only assume was from the wedding. She was in that white dress she saw in the room earlier while Naruto was in his suit. Natsu was in his usual attire standing next to Naruto with a half-naked Gray behind him, while Urza, who was wearing a beautiful purple dress, was next to her with Sora and Happy behind her. They must have just been wed because they were kissing in the photo. Well, I guess it's safe to say that the whole guild knows by now, Gray said. News certainly travels fast, Natsu commented. Well, once you two get your annulment, everything should go back to normal, Urza said, putting down her copy of the magazine. Urza, Lucy said. We're not getting an annulment. Naruto finished, not looking up from the magazine. Excuse me. Now Naruto looked up from the magazine. I said we're not getting an annulment. Naruto and I love each other gr. Eatly, and while this isn't exactly how I pictured it happening, I don't mind being married. Lucy said. Yeah, I can honestly say that the only woman I've ever thought about spending the rest of my life with was Lucy. Granted, I'd have preferred to remember the wedding, the marriage aspect is what's important. Naruto agreed. Urza didn't know what to say. While she didn't really approve of them marrying so soon, it ultimately wasn't her decision. Very well, she conceded. Anyway, we should all pack, it's nearly our checkout time. Right, everyone agreed. Everyone gathered up their things and checked out of their rooms before gathering around Naruto, who was strong enough to teleport them all back to the guild. As soon as they appeared in Magnolia, they were in for quite the shock. The guild hall was finished, and it was huge. While the first guild was basically a two-story bar, this new one was something akin to a castle. The front even had an outdoor cafe and a gift shop full of fairy tale memorabilia. What was strange was that the front of the guild was bare of people and the area was completely quiet. It was actually a bit eerie. Everyone knew that fairy tale and quiet didn't belong in the same sentence. What made it worse was that the giant doors were closed. Both Naruto and Natsu could smell everyone inside, so why was it so quiet? Cautiously, Naruto and Natsu pushed open the guild doors. As soon as they did, it became glaringly obvious why it was so quiet. Every single member of the guild had a copy of the new Sorcerer Weekly and was reading or looking at the pictures of Naruto and Lucy. As soon as the door opened, everyone looked up and zeroed in on Naruto and Lucy, or more specifically, the rings on their fingers. Both blondes were rather unnerved, being the center of attention in front of the entire guild's piercing gazes. What came Naruto's response? No sooner had the word left his mouth had the entire guild erupted in glee, giving the couple congrats before Kana, Levi, Mira and Biska grabbed Lucy and took her off somewhere, with Urza sighing before she followed them, leaving the male members of Team Chaotix to be grilled by their male friends about the wedding. While Naruto had to awkwardly explain to his grandfather that it wasn't personal, that he did invite him to the wedding. Having given a few details but keeping the fact they were drunk to themselves. Fairy Tail threw a big-ass party in celebration of the marriage between the Gold King and the Spirit Queen of Fairy Tail, which in true Fairy Tail fashion finished with a guild-wide brawl. In a bar 2 towns over, Laxus Drayar was seething in rage. If one looked closely, they'd see tiny arcs of lightning sparking off of him at random points. His anger had stemmed from the comments he'd been hearing lately. Comments about his bastard brother becoming the 6th wizard saint after an incident where the council had fallen. Laxus didn't know the details, but the fact that that punk was now considered just under their grandfather in terms of strength pissed him off. Add to that the anger he still held when the bastard sucker punched him a week ago, and you got one furious lightning mage. "Hey, did you hear?" some random patron in the bar said to his friend. "Fairy Tail's Gold King has apparently taken a wife." He finished. "What? Who?" the patron's friend asked. The patron who LLED the latest copy of Sorcerer Weekly out from his coat and handed it to his friend. "Her name's Lucy Heartfilia. They're calling her the Spirit Queen. Apparently they've been together since before she joined Fairy Tail." "Huh. Good for them," the other patron said, reading the magazine. Unbeknownst to the two friends, Laxus, despite his headphones, had heard every word and had a sinister smile on his face. 1 week later, in the week since Team Chaotix returned to Magnolia, much had happened. For starters, Lucy had naturally moved in with Naruto, while subletting her apartment to Kana, who referred the privacy that came with having her own place, plus the 30,000 jewels she saved was nice too. The excitement of Naruto and Lucy's marriage had died down, and the two had already fallen into a bit of a routine. Since they had already spent their time at the guild or on missions anyway, there wasn't a huge change that they had to go through, though Lucy did have to get used to going to Naruto's now their place instead of her own apartment. In the last couple days, Naruto hadn't been to the guild, choosing instead to train in his training room after a sparring match with Natsu and Gajeel. Revealed a startling realization regarding his dragon Slayer magic. Fairy Tail's resident dragon slayers were behind the guild in a 3-way battle against each other, which quickly turned to 2-on-1 with Natsu and Gajeel double teaming to fight the monster that was Naruto. The two charged at him, delivering punches and kicks that seemed futile as both of their attacks were either blocked or dodged by Naruto, who, while not quite back to 100, was still stronger than them. The problem hadn't accrued until Natsu fired off an iron fist. Naruto was gonna retaliate with a breakdown fist until he felt his magic destabilize as the glow around his fist vanished. So taken back by this occurrence, Naruto forgot all about Natsu and caught a flaming fist to the face that sent him flying, resulting in him crashing through a tree. Gajeel was the one who stopped Natsu from proceeding, as he was the one who saw Naruto's magic falter. Naruto tested several of his Dragon Slayer attacks only to have the same problem. All his other magics, including his new strength magic, was working fine, but it appeared his Dragon Slayer magic was lost to him. Having no clue what could be wrong, Naruto headed for the East Forest to consult his grandmother with his new wife in tow. Perliuzuka, after bashing him over the head with a broom for getting married without telling her, couldn't find anything physically wrong with him. She theorized that his magic was trying to reset itself after him ingesting pure ethernano, and that he either had to wait for it to come back on its own, which she estimated would probably take a few months to a year, or he needed to absorb a large amount of light magic. This posed a problem, as Naruto himself was the only mage in Fury who knew light magic spells strong enough to return his magic. The exception would be Master Makarov's Fairy Law spell, but there was no guarantee that that would work. Naruto figured he'd just wait, at least he still had powerful magic at his disposal, so he could still retain his wizard saint status. In the meantime, Naruto had been practicing his new strength magic, that he learned from Makarov was inherited from his mother. Makarov had found an OLD scroll that used to belong to Tsunade that detailed her uses for this magic, and Naruto had spent his time learning and recreating them while also training with Lucy. Lucy had explained to Naruto what Virgo explained to her. Naruto believed that was only part of it. Naruto heard how, for a brief instance, Lucy summoned all of her celestial spirits in front of the Spirit King from Loki, so he knew Lucy had a large amount of latent magical power. Naruto figured his own magic pulled hers to the surface and just added a small amount of his own to hers. Since her magic was high, Naruto had Lucy focus on her physical capabilities. To do this, he had her wear weights on her arms and legs, much to her chagrin. Right now Naruto was with Makarov as they had gathered a few supplies for the harvest festival tomorrow. "So boy, how's the married life so far?" Makarov asked. "Can't complain. Wasn't that much of a change from our normal routine, though we are still in the honeymoon phase." Naruto said with a smile as he readjusted the bag of supplies he was carrying. His smile suddenly turned to a frown. "I heard from Levi and Gajeel that Laxus is back in town," he suddenly said. Makarov merely groaned, not wishing to talk about his oldest grandson. Seeing that his grandfather wasn't going to speak, Naruto continued. "I know you don't want to hear this, but eventually, he and I are going to have to come to blows. There's too much animosity between us for it not to happen." Makarov stayed silent for a moment before he spoke. "I know, but I can try to postpone it for as long as I can," he said before he looked up at Naruto. "I realize that I can't stop it forever, but if it does happen sooner rather than later, please try to take the battle outside of Magnolia. I've yet to see either of you at 100%, and I fear that Magnolia would not survive the backlash if you two went to blows." Naruto nodded. "I'll do what I can. But you're right, I don't know what all Laxus is capable of, and I haven't used my full power since my first council mission, and my body could barely sustain that much power," Naruto said, knowing that the last time he fought at full power he was 16 and nearly blew himself up. He was confident his body was sturdy enough now to handle the power, but didn't want to chance it. Makarov suddenly stopped walking, which got Naruto's attention. "Gigi." Makarov looked at Naruto seriously. "There's something you should know about Laxus," he said, getting Naruto's full attention. "Laxus, your brother, he's a..." Recap. Right now Naruto was with Makarov as they had gathered a few supplies for the harvest festival tomorrow. "So boy, how's the married life so far?" Makarov asked. "Can't complain. Wasn't that much of a change from our normal routine, though we are still in the honeymoon phase," Naruto said with a smile as he readjusted the bag of supplies he was carrying. His smile suddenly turned to a frown. I heard from Levy and Gajil that Laxus is back in town. He suddenly said. Makarov merely groaned, not wishing to talk about his oldest grandson. Seeing that his grandfather wasn't going to speak, Naruto continued. I know you don't want to hear this, but eventually, he and I are going to have to come to blows. There's too much animosity between us for it not to happen. Makarov stayed silent for a moment before he spoke. I know, but I can try to postpone it for as long as I can. He said before he looked up at Naruto. I realize that I can't stop it forever, but if it does happen sooner rather than later, please try to take the battle outside of Magnolia. They yet to see either of you at 100%, and I fear that Magnolia would not survive the backlash if you two went to blows. Naruto nodded. I'll do what I can. But you're right, I don't know what all Laxus is capable of, and I haven't used my full power since my first council mission, and my body could barely sustain that much power. Naruto said, knowing that the last time he fought at full power he was 16 and nearly blew himself up. He was confident his body was sturdy enough now to handle the power, but didn't want to chance it. Makarov suddenly stopped walking, which got Naruto's attention. Gigi. Makarov looked at Naruto seriously. There's something you should know about Laxus, he said, getting Naruto's full attention. Laxus, your brother, he's a. The entire city of Magnolia was setting everything up for the Harvest Festival. The members of Fairy Tail were setting the Guildhall up for the Ms. Fairy Tail contest. All citizens of Magnolia were excited. Well, almost all. Fairy Tail's own Gold King. Naruto was walking on autopilot toward the guild. You would think he'd be more excited considering all the sexy girls participating in the pageant, his wife included. However, Naruto was still too focused on what Makarov told him about Laxus. A dragon slayer. Of all the things Grandpa could have said, Laxus is adopted, an organ donor, a post-op transvestite. He had to say he was a dragon slayer too. Fairy Tail has all 3 generations of dragon slayer. First generation like Natsu and Gajil, who were raised by dragons. Second generation consisting of Laxus, who had a lacrima implanted inside of him, and third generation like me, who was both raised by a dragon and had a lacrima implanted inside of me. Naruto thought as he neared the guild. A fight with Laxus might be harder than I thought. I always knew he was strong, but knowing he's a dragon slayer too, he just got much more dangerous. Naruto thought, knowing that there was no limit to how powerful a person using slayer magic could be. When Naruto got to the guild, he was still on autopilot when he sat at the bar, still thinking of Laxus, but now about how they came this far. He thought about how Laxus first dismissed him upon meeting him, how he remained distant and barely acknowledged him. He remembered a year later when he became an S-class mage, the look of utter contempt he saw on Laxus's face when he found out. What was odd was the small look of respect he saw mixed with the contempt. It at least showed that while Laxus still disliked him greatly, he at least respected his power. It was 2 years later, when Naruto was 16, that Laxus began antagonizing him. Something in Laxus had changed. He was darker, angrier. Naruto could see the madness in his eyes, the bloodlust that appeared whenever he entered his field of vision. Honestly, it made Naruto nervous of what he would do if he had his back to Laxus. Laxus had never before then registered as dangerous on his radar, but now since then his senses blared whenever he was in Naruto's vicinity. It got even worse after that first council mission. If Laxus was like this, Naruto wondered what what Ivan Dreyer would be like if Naruto ever met him. Naruto was brought from his thoughts by a soft, familiar hand caressing his face. Looking up, he met Mira's concerned blue eyes. Mira, he said, you've been sitting here for 5 minutes with a strange look on your face. I called your name a couple times, but you just sat there. Mira said, concerned. While they were no longer together, Mira would admit that she still loved Naruto like she knew he still loved her. Just not in a romantic sense. Naruto was her best friend and confidant. Mira knew if she ever needed anything, she could go to Naruto and vice versa. Naruto sighed. Sorry to worry you. I'm fine, he said. Mira wasn't convinced. You sure? The last time I saw a look similar to that one was when we were dating and I told you I might be pregnant, she said. Naruto chuckled lightly. Well, to be fair, back then we weren't as calm as we are now. Between your viciousness and my cockiness, I was worried the world wouldn't survive the wrath of our offspring, he said, getting Mira to laugh with him. When Naruto stopped laughing, he sighed again. I was thinking about me and Laxus. Mira frowned slightly. Laxus had been a sore subject for Naruto as long as she'd known him. She knew the easiest way to get his mind off Laxus was to sue. Well, one of the other easiest ways to get him to cheer up was to get his mind off it. Hey, why don't you help me bring up a few kegs before the pageant begins? Naruto smiled slightly. Sure, he said as he hopped over the bar and went into the back room, followed by Mira, who glanced down at his rear a couple times. They may not be together, Naimor and he may be married, but there was nothing wrong with looking. Laxus was standing on a cliff overlooking Magnolia, staring down at the city. He had a look of disinterest on his face that masked his true excitement at what he had in store for it, or more specifically, Fairy Tail. By the end of the day, Fairy Tail would either be his or it, and the city would be destroyed and Naruto would be crushed beneath his foot. He still remembered the day Naruto truly became a bigger deal than necessary. Flashback. 4 years ago. It was a normal day inside the Fairy Tail Guild Hall. Loud boisterous laughter, clinking beer mugs and breaking furniture were the only sounds coming from the guild. Its key members were all enjoying themselves the way they did best. Natsu and Gray were brawling in the middle of the guild. Urza was enjoying her strawberry cheesecake before she jumped in to stop them. Kana was sitting with Mikau and Wakaba drinking. Elfman was spouting out about being a man while his sister Lysina was cheering on Natsu with happy. Levi was at a table with her team reading while ignoring Jet and Droy fighting over the seat next to her. The guild's 2 newest members, Alzak Connell and Biska Mulan, were shyly sitting next to one another looking at everything but each other. Master Makarov was overlooking everything with a content look from his place on the bar where Sora was contently sipping from a milkshake. Up on the second floor glaring down at everyone was one Laxus Drayar. At 19, Laxus had hit his final growth spurt and stood now at 6 feet 4 and was now much more heavily muscled than he was at 16. He looked down at everyone with a sneer on his face. All the weaklings piling in the guild disgusted him, though he did note that the thing he hated the most in the guild was nowhere to be seen. He also noticed the she-devil was missing as well and snorted in even more disgust. It was bad enough Naruto shared his blood, but now he was possibly polluting the entire bloodline with that demon. He growled in anger as lightning sparked around his headphones. Laxus' attention immediately went to the door along with the other guild members when they flew open and a messenger from the council strolled in. I am looking for Naruto Dryer, better known as the Flash Prince. The messenger said. Makarov approached the messenger. Naruto is not here at the moment. As his guild master, I request the knowledge of what the council wants with him. The council has assigned me the task of personally delivering a job request to the Flash Prince with the order that it is for his eyes only. The messenger said. Makarov narrowed his eyes. A mission straight from the council was never a good thing. It meant that whatever it was too much for Rune Knights to handle. It also meant that the mission may end with the death of the wizards asked to take it, as it was either on par with SS rank request or a 10-year request. And now the council had asked for his grandson to take a mission of that caliber. Makarov sighed as he knew refusal of these missions were not an option. Turning to look at the others, he looked around before zeroing in on his target. Natsu. Go find Naruto, he should be at home. Makarov said. Yes sir. Natsu saluted as he shot off like a rocket out the door. As for Naruto himself, Makarov was right in his assumption in that Naruto was home. However, he was not alone. Far from it, in fact. Oh God, so good. Mirajan, in her Satan soul form, cried out as she fell face first into the pillow with her ass still in the air. She was suddenly enveloped in yellow light before she reverted back to her human form, naked as the day she was born, covered in layers of sweat as her body still shook from the explosive orgasm she just experienced. Hearing chuckling directly behind her, she turned her head and lightly glared behind her at her boyfriend. Naruto was also naked but covered in a golden outline with his hair pointed up along his arms crossed and the smuggest grin Mira had ever seen on his face. Told you I could fuck the demon right out of you, he said in a sing-song voice as the outline vanished and his hair went back to normal. I believes that 6 orgasms to my 1, or do I hear 7? He said smugly. Fuck off. She growled only to gasp when he bucked his hips, showing he was still hard inside of her. Now, you best behave, little demon, or the dragon's gonna have to put you down again, he said as he massaged her ass, getting her to moan. That's better, he said as he slid out of her. As soon as he pulled out all the way, Mira fell to the side. And people call me a demon, you're the one that's not human, Mirajan said as Naruto lied next to her. Of course I'm not human, I'm a dragon, remember, he said smugl. Why as he leaned down and captured her lips. He spoke again when he pulled away. Besides, it was a certain she-devil that trashed my room, he said as he motioned around him where there were claw marks and large cracks and gouges in the walls. I'd say you're definitely a demon. Naruto chuckled. Suddenly, without warning, Naruto was on the floor on his back with Mirajan pinning him down in her newest takeover Halphus. Let's see if you can tame this form. Even I have trouble controlling this one, she said, challenging. Alas, before their fun could begin anew, Naruto's bedroom door was broken down. Naruto, you need to get to the guild right now. Natsu started before he was violently blasted out of the house by a beam of light and darkness, courtesy of the 2 enraged, red-faced teens he busted in on. 45 minutes later saw a scowling Naruto entering the guild dragging a battered, beaten and unconscious Natsu behind him, followed closely by an equally scowling Ed brightly blushing Mirajan with a slight limp in her step. One look at this motley crew and it was obvious what, or rather who, Naruto was doing when Natsu found him. What was so important that I had to rush over here? Naruto said irritably. No one blamed him. The messenger stepped forward and pulled out a sheet of paper. Naruto Drayar, the Magic Council has a job request for you. It said cow. Sing Naruto to widen his eyes and Mirajan to show an uncharacteristic look of concern. When Naruto took the request, the messenger bowed and bid Naruto adieu as it left the guild. Naruto looked over the request and scowled. They want me to kill someone, Naruto thought. Naruto, what does it say? Makarov asked as the guild quieted down to hear. Naruto sighed. Sorry, he started as he put the request in his jacket pocket. There's a note on the bottom that says I am strictly forbidden under penalty of imprisonment from talking about the mission until its completion. Makarov sighed as well. Damn it, fine, just be careful and come back alive, he said sternly. Right, Naruto said as he turned and came face to face with Mirajan's concerned visage. He softly smiled and gently kissed her forehead. I'll be back, I promise, he said. When he saw that little smile that she reserved only for him, he knew he won. As he was leaving the guild, he sensed the cold dark eyes upon him. Turning to look up to the 2nd floor, all he saw was a spark of lightning. Laxus had followed Naruto on that mission and stayed just out of sight to see what happened. From what he understood, Naruto was supposed to execute some really old dark mage that was killing and stealing the hearts of mages to not only prolong his long life, but steal their magic as well. For the first few minutes, Laxus didn't understand why the mission was so high. Naruto had already killed the man 3 times already. Unfortunate for Naruto, that was where the kid gloves came off. The man had 6 hearts in total and the last 3 he had all granted him access to the same type of magic. Darkness. Naruto's light magic was consumed by the superior darkness magic and he was beaten down. Nothing he did would do any damage to the dark mage. Before long, Naruto was embedded in a wall, battered, bloody and beaten with several nasty discolorations on his left arm and along his ribs, signifying broken bones in several places. The blood he coughed up showed that he more than likely had a few ruptured organs. A small part of Laxus cried out to get down there and save his brother, but that part was immediately silenced by a dark force within his heart. To him, it looked like someone was purging the taint from his family. Laxus had the most sinister look on his face as he watched what he assumed would be the bastard's final moments. He could only imagine the look on the demon's face when she inevitably heard. The thought excited him. Just as Laxus turned to leave, it happened. Laxus froze as a massive amount of magic energy suddenly appeared. An explosion followed immediately after and the energy vanished as quickly as it came. Laxus turned back and widened his eyes at the sight before him. The dark mage was gone. All that was left of him was the blood-splattered outline on the wall. Naruto himself was passed out on the ground with his normally blonde hair faded to black. Laxus appeared before him in a htning bolt with lightning surrounding his fist. How easy would it be, he thought, to smash the bastard's head open. The thought of killing Naruto here was overruled by the excitement of possibly fighting him at his best. That power was enormous, it rivaled his own. He had to prove he was the superior one between the two of them. Laxus smirked before he began talking. You can't hear him, but I'll say this anyway. Rest up, little brother. You and I will have our reckoning. It may not be today, or tomorrow, but one day, we will battle, and I will win. He said as he vanished. Flashback end. Laxus chuckled. Seems today is the day, Naruto. You better bring your A game. Laxus said as he disappeared from the ledge in a bolt of lightning. Brr. Naruto shook. Alzak, who was sitting next to him at the table, turned to him. You okay? Yeah. Just got a chill. Naruto said as he took a deep breath before he and Alzak faced forward and got ready to cheer their respective girl on as the Ms. Fairy pageant was about to begin. Loud cheers were sounding within the Fairy Tale Guild Hall as the Miss Fairy Tale pageant was about to begin. Men and women, but mostly men, were all excited to see the beautiful women of Fairy Tale showing off their magic and their bodies. Fairy Tale's resident sand mage Max Allure was acting as the host for the event. At a table near the front sat Gray, Natsu, Naruto and Elfman. I expected to see Naruto and Elfman here, but what are you doing here? Gray asked Natsu, who was slowly eating a loaf of bread. Because he's a man, Elfman exclaimed in Natsu's place. Quote, personally I think I'm only gonna enjoy Lucis' act. Naruto said. Why? Lucis not exactly the jealous type, I doubt she'd get upset if you enjoyed yourself watching. Gray said. Naruto shook his head. It's not that. I meant this would be rather awkward all things considered. Kana and Levi are my sisters, Biska is my best friend's girl, Mira is my ex, Urza is, well Urza, and despite how pretty she is, Juvia doesn't do anything for me. So like I said, Lucy is probably the only act I'll genuinely enjoy. Naruto explained. As soon as they were done talking, the show began. Kana started off by showing off her card magic to have them spin around her and change her into a two-piece bikini that really showed off her long legs. Following Kana was the newest member of Fairy Tale and resident water mage, Juvia. Utilizing her magic, Juvia created a wave that hid her from view. When she was revealed again, she was in a blue bikini that matched her hair color and went well with her pale white skin. Naruto glanced over at Gray to see him looking away with a noticeable blush on his face. The contest's third contestant was the beautiful pin-up model and Fairy Tale's favorite barmaid, Mirajan. The audience screamed their admiration until Mira used her transformation magic to turn her face into Happy's and then again a moment later to Gajeel. Following Mirajan was the strongest female in Fairy Tale, the Titania herself, Urza. Urza pleasantly surprised the crowd by reequipping into a gothic Lolita outfit. Naruto had to admit that it was a good look on her. Following Levi in sixth was Fairy Tale's resident sniper Biska Mulan. Biska came on stage with a purple bikini. Naruto was probably the only one who noticed the very slight limp in her step. Looking toward Alzak a couple tables away, he saw that he couldn't take his eyes off his girlfriend. Biska showed off her shooting skills by throwing 4 coins in the air and putting a hole through all of them in one shot. Naruto leaned forward in his seat when he realized Lucy was the 7th and final contestant that would appear. He was curious what she would do with her spirits. Thanks to her training, Lucy could open and maintain 2 spirit gate for long periods of time or 3 for a short time. Suddenly in a flash of light Lucy's spirit Horlugium appeared and inside of him everyone could make out the silhouette of a person. Without warning, Horlugium vanished in a puff of smoke. When Lucy finally appeared, Naruto, along with all the males present in the guild hall, Natsu and Gray included, felt their jaws detach from them and slam into the tables. Apparently Lucy was so determined to win that she got creative with her wedding dress. Out of the smoke, Lucy was revealed wearing a skimpier version of her wedding dress as she was dressed in a white lacy bra, which looked to be a size or 2 too small, and panties with a matching garter belt along with long white gloves and thigh-high white socks. The outfit was complete. Ed with the veil resting on her head as her hair cascaded down her back. Without warning, 80% of the male audience passed out from overstimulation and blood loss from nosebleeds while the female audience looked on in jealousy. The other 19.9% had drool in their mouths. Naruto, who had seen Lucy in various states of undress, however, was trying to figure out how on Earthland had Lucy talked Aquarius into doing this. Granted, after the talk Naruto had with her, Aquarius was more obedient, but she still had her pride. Lucy probably caught Aquarius on one of her "I hate my boyfriend" days. After her performance, Lucy dismissed her summons before turning and heading off stage, showing her bouncing ass the whole time, which promptly knocked out the other 19.9% of men. After a few moments and everyone woke up, Max went back on stage, albeit with some tissues plugged in his nose, and was about to explain how the voting would work when suddenly Naruto got a strange feeling, like something was wrong. Just as Max was about to start talking, another voice spoke up. And last but not least, contestant number 8, a woman said as she walked on stage. She was wearing a green dress with movable wings on it. She also had brown hair done up in a side ponytail and had oval glasses. "I'm the most beautiful and without a doubt the most fairy-like, so naturally Evergreen, I'm the winner." The now name D. Evergreen announced as she struck what was supposed to be a sexy pose. "Evergreen," Gray exclaimed in surprise as he and the rest of the guild reeled in shock at seeing her. "She came back," Elfman added. The master watched on with narrowed eyes. If Evergreen was here, then the other members of the Thunder Legion weren't far behind, and if that were the case, then Laxus was close by as well. Max suddenly snapped out of it. "Hey, wait a minute, you weren't signed up and we don't accept late arrivals," he said, trying to get things back under control. "You can't just show up and proclaim yourself the winner." Evergreen barely spared the Sand Wizard a glance. "Normally that would be the case, but I naturally win by default for you see," she trailed off as the curtain on the stage fell, revealing the other contestants to the crowd, who were horrified to see them all turn to stone. "The other have been disqualified," she said as she cackled. Evergreen's cackling was immediately silenced when in a flash, she was suddenly pinned to the back wall with a hand around her throat, cutting off her air supply. Gasping for breath and clawing at the hand choking her, Evergreen felt her blood free ease as she stared into a pair of slit golden eyes that promised nothing but death. Naruto had merely taken one look at Lucy encased in stone before Evergreen's laughter registered in his hearing. Suddenly a rage like none he had ever felt erupted from his chest before he was on Evergreen and had her slammed into the back wall. All this had happened in 1.5 seconds. "Release her." The growl that emanated from Naruto was so fierce that no one watching knew what to do. If one looked close enough, they'd notice scales slowly beginning to appear around his eyes. Evergreen had never been so afraid in her life. Not only had Naruto had her in a death grip, but she couldn't make a sound, and on top of all that, her vision was darkening. Just before she could black out, Naruto suddenly backed off. Naruto, even in his enraged state, still sensed the build-up of magic right above his head. In a flash of light, Naruto teleported back to his original position just before the lightning struck where he once was. Out of the lightning appeared Laxus with a dark grin on his face. Behind him, the other members of the Thunder Legion, freed and Bixlonelled by the down Evergreen, who was rubbing her neck and staring fearfully down at Naruto as involuntary tears fell down her face. Laxus' dark gaze latched onto Naruto's enraged one and he laughed. "I had no idea you could make such a face, or be so ruthless," Laxus said as his grin grew more malicious. "You looked 2 seconds away from tearing Evergreen's head off." Before Naruto could speak up, Makarov stepped forward. "Laxus, what's the meaning of this? Turn them back this instant." Makarov spoke enraged. Laxus snorted. "Sorry old man, no can do. I'm taking these girls as my hostages for my main event to find out once and for all who the most powerful member of the guild is. The battle for Fairy Tail, if you will," he said arrogantly as every guild member glared at him, but his gaze was still locked with Naruto's. While Freed explained the rules to everyone, the two were having their own battle of wills, ignorant to what was going on around them as electricity sparked around Laxus and a gold outline appeared around Naruto. Freed had stopped talking as now his, along with everyone else's attention was on the two monsters sizing each other up as the very weight of their magic made the area around heavy and hard to breathe for the weaker mages. Finally Naruto spoke. "Stop this," he said, causing Laxus to quirk a brow. "You wanna fight me, fine. But leave the others out of this. Playing with people's lives isn't a game, Laxus." Laxus chuckled. "Oh, trust me, little brother," he started, sneering out the words little brother. "At the end of the day I fully intend to show you your place at the bottom of my foot. But the girls are an incentive in my actual plan," he said as he glanced at Makarov. Unsatisfied with that reply, Naruto felt what little control he had left slipping. "Damn it, Laxus. This isn't a game, you fake dragon. Release them," he exclaimed in anger. This got Laxus' attention, as well as the attention of Natsu and Gajil as all three got wide-eyed at Naruto's exclamation. Laxus' shock quickly bled away and was replaced with a dark smile as he chuckled again. "I see someone's been made aware of information that's supposed to be a secret. No matter." He trailed off as the lightning spiraled around him as canines lengthened and his pupils slit like an actual dragon slayer's. "I eagerly await your challenge, Runt," he said as he and the Thunder Legion vanished in a flash. The Thunder Legion plus Laxus appeared in Cardia Cathedral. Bixlo was still tending to Evergreen as Freed approached Laxus. "Shall we proceed with the plan, Laxus?" Laxus remained silent for a moment before he turned to Freed. "Rearrange your runes, Freed. I just got a better idea," he said with the same dark grin on his face. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.